Okay, now it's working out. Okay, now what the fuck you want to say?
Okay, I feel like doing something very mean.
Bring it, motherfucker.
I feel like going over to Concordance's video and leaving a comment about fanboying and hero worship under King Crocodut's comment about instantly thumbing up Concordance's videos.
Well, that's not fanboying. That's just, well...
No, it's when you go to them and you just bang, thumb it up without even thinking or watching the video first. It's a stink
show anymore. You know they're not going to have a bad video.
I know.
I know. I admit I've done that before.
It's in relation to what the hangout last night was about.
Yeah, tribalism.
Yeah.
I've done that before. I like people's... See, I look at it this way. I figure I'm just saving time, right? I'm just going to like the video. Most of the time, it's people that I enjoy. And if I decide later on that's really a shit video, I'll just change it, right? So...
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. But anyways, hey, welcome.
And when you go to Dee-Dee's videos, just automatically thumb them down.
Shut up! Did I tell you I'm angry? I'm onry.
Oh, really?
Shut the fuck up and let me talk. Okay, so this is Bring It. Insert some random descriptor here. Weekend edition. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck you want to do to bring it, but bring it something. Because all you got, the other option is bring it abortionist or pro-choicers or whatever the fuck you want to call it over Antonio's room. And that's getting a little bit stupid. So it's like all it is anymore is, oh, you're an abortionist. Oh, you're a pro-choicer. It's like, get the fuck over it, Antonio. It's a dumb subject. Well, I should say it's a dumb subject because it's something that needs to be talked about. Don't get me wrong, but it's dumb that you do it all the fucking time. I mean,
don't let anybody who has a dissenting opinion in there.
Yeah. Well, I just looked at
it,
dude.
Steve.
I swear to God, I just looked at it. It's like message deleted, message deleted, message deleted, message deleted. I'm like, Jesus.
I don't understand where Antonio's coming from a biblical perspective. Because if you look at Old Testament, a child wasn't considered alive until it took its first breath.
Right. They were quickening, right? Or something like that.
No, the quickening is movement. When movement is felt.
Yeah, the quickening is movement. That's what. Well, I thought that's what it was. The first kick.
Yeah.
The quickening when it took its first kick. But
under Jewish theology, you get your soul when you take your first breath.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so you're a soulless creature until you take the first breath?
Mm-hmm.
Well, you know what? If you have to use the Bible as your book you keep interrupting me. See this? See what they do here? If you have to use the Bible as your scientific textbook, you got a fundamental problem to begin with, right? So
I have to say, if you're going to do a rant like that, Steve, no, wait, pseudo. Okay, if you're going to do a rant like that, you have to stick MK at the end of that sentence.
MK! Oh my God!
Mod controls. I want mod controls. That's it. I want to put
we have a
everybody out of
special
here.
guest. Shut up. We have a special guest in here.
It's
Hi,
Floyd.
Flower.
Come on, he's always here.
I'm not talking about fucking Floyd. I'm talking about Flower, you idiot.
I have to say, since Floyd's given up drinking, he's looking much better, and I hope his cooking has improved.
Really, I like pre-drinking Floyd myself, but
I haven't given up drinking. Just not drinking now.
So he comes in the hangout.
You ran off Flower. We had one chick in here. Okay, whatever, man. By the way, she's a gilf. I found out.
What's a gilf?
She's got grandkids.
Wow.
Really?
Yeah, well, I didn't use the term for her. Somebody else did. So whatever. Yeah,
Steve, don't go labeling people.
I like labels.
By the way, you should go into Antonio's hangout and just in the comment section, type message deleted.
Some time, right?
And see if they delete it.
I'm actually going to test that just for the shit.
Do it.
Just put the brackets and everything on it, like this is a fit.
I'm watching his live feed as we speak. So I'm watching my dude.
Come on, Antonio.
That's gonna confuse the hell out of you, that Veckel or Arcane, whoever's got mod controls in that comment section.
Hey, Zulu's checking us out. Come on in, Zulu. Hey, did you guys see? I don't know if you guys watched it. Seth and I had actually dropped into a flat earther hangout. It was either yesterday or the day before. It had like 180 people watching and shit. And dude, I'm telling you, I've seen dishonest fucks before, but nothing like this, right? They had brought us in, and we were showing them something, and they didn't want to hear the explanation. We're like, look, we can explain this to you. It's not that hard. We can explain to you using like second grade mathematics. And they're like, okay. We started explaining, and they kept interrupting us, and they wouldn't let us finish. And as we were showing them they were wrong, they slowly left the hangout to go form another one to continue the feed without us because their audience was realizing that they were wrong, and they couldn't have that. I'm like, wow, that's just pretty fucked up.
That's a new level there. Instead of
That's a
kicking you
new level.
immediately.
Yeah, no,
Just
they
all
didn't, kick,
sneak out
they
the
didn't
back
kick
door.
us. They didn't kick us. They actually, it was because of OBS split, so they could have an off-air hangout that's being retransmitted. They actually formed a new room and then slowly left to go to the new room. So it was just Seth and I left by ourselves, just talking to each other, going, "What the fuck just happened?" we knew what happened. I mean, I figured it out, but I was like, "Wow, that's just dishonest as fuck." These people are flat earthers that know flat Earth is bullshit, and they're doing it anyways.
I think you just found out a way to have a debate with G-Man.
Just start a new hangout when he starts.
When he starts ranting and stuff, you let him do whatever he wants, and everyone just sneak off to another hangout and leave him there.
Oh God, that'd be funny.
And then he'll be
So,
fighting with himself the whole time.
Did you guys see all that shit they were doing in New York? They were having so much fun with G-Man. I was envious. I'm jelly. I really am. But G-Man is actually supposedly taking on board that there are such things as transitional fossils, I guess.
Well, yeah, you showed him. You took him to a museum and said, "Look."
It was funny.
Well, now you have
Fiona chasing G-Man around the hotel on TST.
They were so cute. They were so cute.
Yeah, I think
we
got
got
a good time being there.
We have Faith Love Hope that's going, "Oh, this is deception. There's no such thing as transitional fossils. This is trying to make believe that we evolved from chimps." And I'm like, that's not at all what it's fucking trying to say.
Yeah, I was reading that conversation earlier. I'm
Yeah.
like, that, no.
Thank God she's kind of cute because, God, she's not very bright.
Is there a video of they taking G-Man to the museum?
Yeah.
Oh, nice. I'm going to check that out.
Yeah. They haven't posted yet, but they took pictures and they made some video from what I understand. So
I only saw the meme that, I don't know who posted it, but it was hilarious.
Which meme was that?
The one that with Dragnut and G-Man, that like the
Oh,
Woody and Buzz Lightyear.
Oh,
Yeah,
you're
that
so
one.
far. That was so yesterday, though.
Oh, sorry, man.
that was so yesterday.
You're just
My
so
bad.
far behind on what's been going on.
Yeah, you know what? You got to keep up, man. A day is a long time in this community. So
My bad.
So let's see. They blocked Phalo Blue. They blocked Walter Williamson. It's like, wow. I don't understand Antonio, but I do love his card. Did you guys see the Magic the Gathering card that Jake made for him? It's fucking brilliant. You guys didn't see it, really?
Yeah, I saw it.
Go. Can you
That
show
was
it?
last week, I think.
No, it wasn't that long ago. Was it?
I think Antonio's was the first one, I think.
You know what? You might be right. He just reposted it. I think he did make it quite some time ago. Yeah.
The most recent one, the inner solipsism of solipsism.
Solipsism. Yeah, that was awesome. The inner solipsism. A solipsism. Whatever.
That was a DC Comics storyline.
Oh, they got Darwin's in there now. And Matt Bell. Wow. They're getting the trifecta of stupidity because they got Antonio, Darwin's, and Matt in the same room. Wow.
Darwin's and Matt will be going at it in about 3 seconds.
No, they'll either agree with each other a lot or they'll horribly disagree and it'll turn into a real bum fight. It's the only two ways that goes.
Yeah. So what do you guys think of Vadim? Sorry. Yeah, Vadim yesterday.
Haven't watched it yet.
Really? It was good. It was
It's on my list. It's on my list.
I mean, him and KC, King Crocodile, got on some pretty heavy shit that was way outside my wheelhouse. But it was entertaining. People were loving it. I had so many people just drawling on it, going, "Yes, this is awesome." And I'm like, I have no idea what the hell they're saying, but I'll just sit here and pretend that I do.
I try to watch that listen to it tomorrow while I'm driving.
But, oh yeah, it's definitely well worth watching or listening to because, like I said, KC and him had some really deep political talk. So
I did catch your first deconverted video with Kevin, I think it was.
Kyle.
Kyle, that was.
Yeah. I got another one. I think we're planning on him coming on. I don't know, sometime later this week. I got another one. I got two more actually lined up. So
Antonio's just said in his live feed, anyone that does deleted messages will get monged.
Oh.
So then create a sock account called Message Deleted.
Message deleted. Do it. Yeah, message deleted.
That's so evil.
I actually got a guest that I'm working on. I think we preliminarily have it for Monday, but I'm not sure yet. I got to call him tonight or tomorrow. Brian Sapient from the Rational Response Squad. That's going to be really cool. Do you guys remember him? Some of you guys?
Are they still around? I remember
no.
Yeah, that's like we're talking what, like 5-10 years ago?
8 to 10 years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Rational Response Squad interview with Matt Slick is still probably one of my favorite things to go back and watch too on YouTube every once in a while.
Weird sounds. Yeah, they've done okay. I mean, back then, they just kind of dropped off the planet. She became a porn star. I know that. Kelly, whatever her name was, O'Connell. She became an adult film star, and he just kind of stopped doing his thing. But I'm going to talk to him and kind of ask him some preliminary questions. I'm curious if he's changed his position somewhat, because I don't agree with them across the board, obviously. I don't agree that they used to promote religion as a mental disorder, right? I think that's just a batshit crazy. But, I mean, I understand the reasoning behind it, but it just doesn't make any sense on so many different levels. So I wonder if they matured in, his reasoning and promoting of skepticism in a more of a mature type way. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
No?
Like at one point I thought that briefly, but I'm like, no, this is stupid. Like as I hear new ideas, I'll briefly incorporate them for a short time. Then after, a bit of critical thinking, I'm like, I'm an idiot for even thinking this.
Yeah, it doesn't add anything to the conversation, and it's just not right across the board from the scientific standpoint or psychiatry or whatever. See, Lamed's like, Steve, it is a mental disorder. Delusions are. That's not delusions, Lamed. Come on, you're a medical student. That's not the definitions of delusions. If you think there's a God and you have faith, that's not a delusion. RC is saying the same thing. That's not a delusion, guys. I know you guys are doctors, or one's an MD and the other one's going to be. That's not. You can't make a medical diagnosis by saying people have faith because they want to believe in something. That's delusional. Now, if you talk to God, that's faith. God talks to you, then that's delusional. That's kind of the rule of thumb I go by.
Well, the way that I've always kind of thought about it was that when you talk about something being like a mental illness, like depression can be considered a mental illness, but people get depressed. That doesn't mean that they're suffering from mental illness.
Yeah.
When you cross into the realm of something being a mental illness, there's certain criteria. It's on a spectrum. Like how much is it impacting your day-to-day life? Is it inhibiting your ability to, interact with the people around you or to carry out, regular day-to-day functions? And, religion doesn't get that on the most part. I would say that there are some religious people that are mentally ill, but I wouldn't say that it's because they're religious.
I agree. And I think that somebody can make the argument that being religious can exacerbate somebody's mental disorders.
I got a point to bring up too, Steve. Some stats that flew around years ago was like something like the 16% of the people are like atheists or non-believers. So that would mean let's just round it out and say 20 and say 80% are believers or religious or have faith. So you're saying 80% of the Earth's population has a mental illness?
Yeah, exactly. And
it would actually then be the other way around, since the non-believer
we would be
is
the ones
the smaller minority. They would be the mental illness, technically.
Yeah, that's why I think it's a really horrible argument. If people want to have faith for different reasons, it doesn't make you mental, right? So I think it's just wrong to kind of use that line of argumentation. It doesn't make sense.
Went out to feed his free-range children.
I will come back, feed the kids.
No, it's kids to feed.
At a certain age, they're kind of self-sufficient, so that's the good thing. Look at all those message deleted over in Antonio Fletcher's hangout. That's awesome. I said the next person to do this message deleted crap will be banned. Keep it up, trolls. Oh, he's so hard-ass. I like that when he's all hard-ass. Let's see what else is going on here.
I had a brief discussion with Didi in one of his hangouts.
How'd that go?
It was interesting. I mean, he was rather well behaved. I had to acquiesce to his definitions of agnostic and atheism. So,
well, why? Why do you use his definitions?
For the purposes, it was the parameters. It was the rules he set for his hangout, basically. An atheist is someone who denies God. An agnostic is someone who lacks belief in a God. So, which I told him I didn't disagree with those definitions, but for the purpose of this particular
view, that's okay.
I acquiesced to it. So
yeah, no, it's okay.
He brought up. He said it was inconsistent for me to want some sort of detectable way to verify God, and drum roll, but I didn't expect that for the laws of logic. So my response was that those are just assumptions that I hold, axiomatic assumptions, basically.
I wish you would stop calling it the laws of logic. It's just a stupid argument. I mean, my God, how many times can we keep on fucking talking about the laws of logic? Fuck the laws of logic.
I called them the laws that govern
Principles of
thought.
logic, by the way, not the laws.
They're principles of logic.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Huh.
Yeah, precept is dead. Get over it. Fuck Dee. I had a preceptor yesterday, literally kept messaging me on Facebook ad nauseum. I said, look it, dude, I know this inside and out. You don't want to go down this route with me, right? I mean, I can do precept. And he was literally a Sci-10 clone. And finally, I was like, okay, dude, you're just talking shit now. You don't even understand my answers. Therefore, I'm done. And he kept messaging me for like 5 hours continually. And I'm like, dude, stop, right? And then I posted in one of the feeds in the creationist things. I said, look it, this guy keeps messaging me. And I keep telling him I'm done with the conversation. Stop messaging me. And he won't stop doing it. And he actually wrote back, "Oh, that's a lie, Steve. I haven't keep on messaging you." I'm like, "You just did. You just responded to me by messaging to me."
Steve, why is it every time I hear you say pre-supper, I always think you had a snack?
Huh?
It's like second breakfasts.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh, pre-supper.
Snack
Like
before
dinner. I don't know.
supper?
Dude, your jokes are getting worse and worse. Seriously. You got to work on that.
That's what makes them good.
I hate the word supper. I prefer dinner.
The longer the
listen to
silence
Midwest.
after the joke, the better it actually is.
Supper. Yeah.
I'd actually
Have
like
supper,
them.
Pa, you making ready for supper?
I'd like to actually hear them account for the principles of logic within their worldview. They never do it. They tell us something about their God, but they never tell us about logic itself.
Yeah, they just assert it. But who gives a shit? Fuck precept stuff. Not going to go down that route. I said bring it, not bring the same shit we always talk about.
Are you assuming that?
Yes. Do I know that for certainty? In my worldview?
Okay. Steve, can you explain once again how ATP synthase works?
No. See, we're gonna be finding new shit to make fun of here because I'm
First you
honored.
get the mayonnaise.
So I got into this. I got into this one discussion with this guy. He was, on the surface, it appeared to be like this, a fallacy division or a fallacy of composition. It was so poorly worded, but it had to do with the emergence of rational thought, and that because atheists start with irrational substratum, as he put it, that there's no way that you can get rational thought from that.
Yeah,
and yeah, I know. Well, we know it's stupid, but we're trying to.
That's the argument.
So we're trying to.
Yeah, that's the argument Trey pretty much has, isn't it? Yeah. I think their view is that something new can never come about. That whatever states there are now, there always had to be. Nothing could ever change.
Well, don't they believe that nothing's new under the sun?
Yeah.
So to them, nothing is new. We just discovered something new.
Yeah, so consciousness, there always has to be consciousness because consciousness can't come from non-consciousness.
Why not?
Yeah, they have no argument. It's circular reasoning. They presuppose that. Yeah, but they have no argument for that. But they just keep on asserting that.
So it started off with this he started off with like this statement. He just kind of makes a statement. And I kind of said, okay, well that looks like a fallacy of composition. And he's like, no, it's not. And then he laid out some type of mathematical proof. And I'm looking at that. I'm just like, okay, well, great. Now subtract the premises into your mathematical proof because it's to show how what you're saying follows with even what you're trying to put out here. I mean, mathematically, yeah, it looks valid. But I'm trying to figure out where you're putting these things in now. Okay, so can you write this out as some type of syllogism or some type of something that we can actually follow to show that the conclusion you're coming to follows from the premises. And he tried a couple of different things, but one of them was the very first premise of his argument was something like a linear combination of variables uncorrelated to X is uncorrelated to X. I'm so
Yeah, I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about, Sokka. But anyways, hey.
Hold on a second. But he says a linear combination of variables uncorrelated to x is uncorrelated to x. Isn't that just a fucking tautology?
Yes, it is. Okay, hey, Brandon. Oh, my God. Brandon's bringing it. Brandon Petruccio. Long time no see, brother. Oh, is he going to ignore me now, Brandon?
His microphone is muted. Wonder if he realizes.
I told you guys I'm ornery today. Don't fuck with me today. I'm ornery. Oh, God. Brandon says, sorry, no cam mic at the moment. What are you going to do? Type in the group chat? Brandon, come on. Really? I mean, I don't care, but really?
It's official. We have our first packing peanut.
Oh, Brandon, what's wrong with your? What happened to your mic? At least Heavy says something every so often, and he goes naked half the time. So I mean,
I happen to have a good body image.
Hey,
no one else may agree with that, but
hey, amen, brother.
The only thing is, which half is naked? That's the problem.
Oh, that paints a funky picture.
He says, I was actually just checking in to see if you're talking about anything interesting. No, well, if you find what Sokka was talking about interesting, sure. I have no idea what the fuck he was talking about. It's too early in the morning to go into deep philosophical bullshit today. So yeah. Otherwise, I'll go back home to my grad class homework. Well, it's bring it. Insert some random descriptor here. So somebody needs to bring something, but I don't know what.
Steve, have you seen anything about the discussion about the Kitzmiller versus Dover trial on one of the forums on Facebook?
Which one? Because I mean a lot of them actually.
Well, I only know of one, Kitzmiller versus Dover. It was just started.
No, I know.
No,
Okay, I mean which forum?
I mean, oh gosh, I'll have to look. But it's like finally some people that are funnies or whatever, younger creationists, finally started posting in there because we were talking about all the different, the lies, that the witnesses, some of the witnesses told, and things that came out in the trial that showed just how dishonest creationism and the ID movement is. And they're trying to skim and haul around and sidestep. Well, no, it isn't. The court, there was no jury, and then I explained to them, said, well, no, in this kind of thing, I think they requested no jury. And so the judge had to make a decision. And they're doing just like we do with evolution. So, oh no, well, they were wrong. And the people that lied, they weren't really lying or something, or they were made to seem to be lying. They're doing the same tactics with the Kitzmiller versus Dover. And they said, well, okay, well, here's a link to the transcripts. Read the transcripts for yourself. Read the judge's judgment for yourself. And it says they lied. And you can actually read where they lied, how they lied, what they lied about.
It's a deceptive movement, Heavy. But it leads into two other things. No, I have not seen that particular one in the forums, so I don't know what to comment on it.
Yeah.
But I tell you this: there's two things that have come out of that. One, the science rally that's been going on. I think it started today. They have like Lawrence Krauss, and they have Peter Capaldi, and they have a lot of big names with teachers, people in academics, going and saying, you know what? Science teaches about alternative hypotheses, not alternative facts, right? And I even said before, I said there's going to be a backlash of these anti-scientific people by people that actually do know science, and so that's exactly what's happening right now. So I think that's one thing that's came out of like the Kitzmiller versus Dover thing. And the other one, did you guys very similar to the Dover thing? But did you guys hear all the bullshit that's going on with Ken Hovind nowadays?
No.
The guy Theodore Valentine, I think his last name is. He was the guy that actually started freekenhovind.com, and he actually has finally come out and said that Ken Hovind is a huckster. He's a con man. He's a fraud. He has countless amount of data that he's got. He was a right-hand man for this guy for several years. And he says he has undeniable evidence this guy is completely a charlatan, and that he spends money left and right. It goes nothing to the ministry. I reached out to this guy last night or the night before. He's so busy with people wanting to talk to him, and he wants to focus on other things. But he is really exposing Ken Hovind to be the fraud that we've always known he was. And it's affected his ministry, to say the least.
And this guy was a major supporter of Hovind.
Yes. He was like one of the biggest supporters.
Yeah. He was the driving force behind all of that campaign.
I guess his funding from Hovind has stopped, so he's finally like, you know what, screw it.
Well, I mean, I know he wants to start his own ministry, but here's the thing that I don't get yet, and maybe this is cognitive dissonance. I don't know, but he's aware now that Hovind is a con man, and I don't think anybody in our group would ever not known that, right? We all know Ken Hover's a con man. Whoever said otherwise, right? But he still accepts younger creationism. How the fuck is that possible?
Well, because he's not an authority there. I mean, I think that's the thing, is that you know, he lines up with him because their beliefs are the same. But
True.
You know,
okay,
when he starts going off about the points that he brought up, because I watched that video that you linked there, Steve, where he's just straight up calling him this guy is a sociopath or a psychopath,
narcissist.
Narcissist. Yeah, he's you know, he shouldn't be a credible source for anything. Now he separates that from the beliefs that he has about young Earth creationism, obviously. But
I get that, right?
Nah.
I still think
guys, you're missing it. Come on. Has anyone watched The Godfather?
Yeah.
What happens when The Godfather shows a sign of weakness?
He kills everybody.
Somebody else steps in, whacks him, and takes over the family.
Well, I mean, but I'm wondering if this guy is being deceptive himself.
You can't go shooting the guy now because that wouldn't be Christian-like. So you discredit him as calling him a con and a fraud.
Right. No, I get that.
Take his followers to your ministry.
I get that, and I'm wondering if has a penny dropped for these people that young Earth creationism is a scam unto itself?
I think that the main thing that I got out from that guy's interview was that he's obviously pretty close to the Hovind family there, and I think that the way that he feels Kent Hovind has treated his wife and son is unchristian, and he was more kind of arguing from that point of view, is that he shouldn't be taken seriously because of all these other things, but he brought up the personal issues, not about the stuff that
yeah, somewhat.
Yeah.
I mean, I think Steve Anderson did a lot more of that than Theodore did. Steve Anderson was just like, oh, this guy's, you know, not following in the Christian steps because, you know, he wasn't even divorced with his wife yet, and we already knew. I even said that he was fooling around with Mary long before he got a divorce with Joe. That was kind of obvious, right?
Well, he pretty much dumped his wife because she was sick, right? As well.
There were some medical things. I don't think that was the only reason. I mean, I think he's just a scum. He's a cult leader. Yeah. Metal Slugs Master says, Steve, you don't have to imply anything about young Earth belief when exposing someone as a fraud. I agree with you. But I mean, come on, if this guy's a huckster across the board, shouldn't somebody say, you know, yeah, maybe everything he's been promoting about young Earth is a scam as well? Because I don't think even Hovind even buys into his bullshit anymore. I think he's so narcissistic, though. He's just compartmentalized it because it's his entire revenue stream, fleecing the ministry, trying to tell people that, you know, he's dirt poor. He gets all this money sent to him, buys all these fancy shit, like, you know, I think he bought what did he buy, an ATV or a Hummer? I don't know what the hell he bought with it. It wasn't going to like Bibles and shit.
But the thing is that maybe it's it comes down to like the no true Christian thing, where it's just like we all know young Earth creationism is true, but Kent Hovind here, he's just using it to make money.
Yeah. Maybe, you know what, that might be true. That might be true, but I find that to be kind of deceptive in itself too, though, because that is like the no true Christian thing. It's like, wait a minute, they all have a ministry for a reason. I don't think a lot of them do it is to save souls. And I even told the guy, I said, look, you know, I would love to have you on and stuff, but, you know, I totally telling you right now, young Earth creationism is a scam. He was nice, right? He actually was a little short, but he definitely wasn't like rude or anything. But he just politely declined and said thank you. But, you know, I think that if he was really going after Kent Hovind, that he would probably try to go on any different program to try to give, you know, the word out that this guy's total con man, rather than just putting it on his channel. I don't know. Maybe I'm just being too judgmental.
Steve, I put the link to that particular thing on Facebook. You know, if you want to look at it or anything.
Sure.
But the amount of what's that word? Equivocation. What does that mean?
Equivocation is when you use the word two different ways in the same argument.
Oh, okay. Well, then I can't use that. But the amount of
I can't see the links.
Yeah. Huh?
I'm not a member of that. I'm not a member. That must be a closed group because it doesn't show up for me.
Really? Oh.
Yeah.
I don't know.
So the one group, the main creationist group, the one that has like 12,000 members or something like that, the one that everybody knows me, and that one right there, that guy, remember that guy Gunter, whatever the hell's last name? He's a PhD entomologist. Anyways, he's an ID proponent. He's a big name ID proponent, right? He's even got a Wikipedia page. And Herman Mays, who's a PhD in biology, had invited him in to come, engage with us a little bit. And within about an hour, this guy had already blocked everybody because he couldn't answer the hard questions.
Oh, Herman's awesome.
Herman's amazing.
Yes.
I just asked the guy, I said, look, if you're asserting that idea is correct, then what are the core propositions and what is the falsification criteria? No clue. He didn't have a clue. So
I just watched a Joe Rogan interview Neil deGrasse Tyson. I actually linked it in my feed as well. And they brought a cool thing up there with the scientific method that Neil deGrasse Tyson said. And he said that the scientific method exists purely as a methodology to find out whether or not we're being fooled.
I think there's some truism to that.
Yeah. So when you take on a claim, that you have the necessary methodology to take a look at a proposition and realize that whether it can be falsified and whether you can actually know that what you're believing is true. And that's the problem that flat earthers or anti-evolutionists or whatever that they run into, where right. you can ask them that question, just like what would it take for you to to falsify this, to find out that you were wrong? What evidence would you need? And you ask anybody in science that puts forward any type of theory through there, they will tell you exactly what's required. But you can't get this from the people that take up the pseudoscience positions.
Right, I agree with you on that. So Brandon says evolution is equivocation. I don't get that. See, I think everybody. If I asked anybody in this hangout what the definition of evolution was, I think that the vast majority would be able to give a reasonable biological definition of it and use it consistently that way in a conversation, so they don't have equivocation. No, I wouldn't. It's not change over time. That can be applied to anything.
That's the layman's term of it, not the more
way
technical term.
layman's.
Yeah.
But
okay,
Mike,
but
what do you
Steve, okay,
well,
but the problem is then which evolution are you talking about? Biological evolution?
Yes.
Okay, then that's the one we're talking about, not not the star evolution crap.
So Mike, what is a good definition for biological evolution? What would you say?
Change of gene expressions in populations over time.
Okay. Heritable traits.
Yeah.
Right. So a change of either allelic frequency or heritable traits in a given population over time.
Yeah.
I think that's kind of ubiquitous. So as long as you stay with that particular definition in an argument, you can't be guilty of equivocation.
Yeah, because then I remembered epigenetic changes can be expressed but not passed down in most cases.
Yeah, they're inherited for a few generations, but then they go away.
Yeah. I realized that halfway through. I'm like, screw it, I'll finish it. Close enough.
There's been controversy there whether they call that evolution or not. So.
Yeah, there's been several times in those forums, different ones, where I've asked, I just say, well, could anyone, give me a list of things that are evidence for creationism or intelligent design or whatever you want to call it? Nobody does. Nobody can. And I will give a list of about 6 different things, involving DNA, comparisons, morphology, ERVs, a lot of different things. So I just give this list. I said, can y'all do the same thing? Can you give me just something where I can look at it and it's scientifically verifiable? No, they can't.
They don't even try anymore.
Well, the evidence is the universe exists and you're here. Something like that. There's the evidence. Yeah. Therefore, God.
Well, Heavy Hollow, look around. I mean, come on.
The trees, bananas,
trees are green, the grasses are green, yeah.
Birds and seasons and flowers.
They have such a straw man version of something. I mean, even that chick Faithful of Hope, who, by the way, I go way back with. I mean, one of my first creations on the ground videos was about her. She actually was the admin secretary for the Facebook group page for Josh Shelley, if you guys remember him. Richard Raspberry.
Wasp on the Moon.
Yeah, Wasp on the Moon. So she was like his best friend kind of thing. So they've been around for a very long while. And she was saying with the transitional fossils that posted, I think Nestle made a meme about that, and she's like, well, they're being deceptive because they're trying to convince people that we evolved from chimpanzees. And I'm like, who the fuck? Why the fuck would they do that? Nobody in their right mind would think we evolved from chimpanzees.
I forgot to tell. I've mentioned this before. I was doing some read. You know how we joke around about guys like Tommy Hall and Josh Shelley and all these guys. They just troll on the internet, but come the work week, they put on the lab coats and go into the lab, and they're actually scientists.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I was reading some papers the other day, and I noticed that the author on the papers was a Jay Shelley, and it kind of threw me off there for a second. And then I had to look. I'm just like, what the fuck's going on here? And then, never mind. Apparently it's a Jacob Shelley. Okay, we're good then. We're okay.
Hey,
good.
Stock, let me ask you, what fallacy is this? And listen very carefully. Ready? Brandon says, falsify ID by demonstrating unguided nature is sufficient to explain the systems that ID says uniquely corresponds to an intelligent cause. So he's saying falsify X by showing Y is wrong, or Y is not sufficient.
It's an argument from ignorance.
There you go.
Yeah, that's
not a falsification criteria, Brandon. I did not misstate it completely. I read it verbatim right here. Falsify ID by demonstrating unguided nature is sufficient to explain the systems that ID says uniquely correspond to an intelligent cause. Did I not read that verbatim just now, guys?
Verbatim.
So,
but I mean, the other thing too is just like,
so it completely. Yeah.
Wasn't that the topic of your last debate too?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. 1 second, Brendan. But the other problem with that is that it's saying basically that because what he's asking for is a falsification of evolution, or if you were to go out, in order to falsify ID, what you'd have to do is show that evolution is false.
Right.
That's what I got from that.
No.
That's an argument finger.
Is it exactly the opposite? Can I talk though? Can I talk?
Yes, but first you said I misstated it. I misstated it completely. How could I misstate something if I read it verbatim? Then answer.
Because I said right in there, you have to demonstrate that evolution works, and you're saying I'm saying that you have to demonstrate evolution doesn't work.
No,
that's exactly opposite. No. That's exactly opposite of what I wrote.
I corrected
that's what
myself.
You said.
I corrected myself, but I read exactly what you said. Falsify ID by demonstrating unguided nature is sufficient to explain the systems that ID says uniquely correspond to an intelligent cause.
Yeah, so demonstrate evolution can do that.
Okay, but here's but ID here. Sorry, Brandon. Here's the problem: is that let's say that Steve couldn't. That doesn't prove your position. That doesn't falsify ID.
Well, that wasn't the question. Proving it wasn't the question. No, falsifying it was the question.
No, yeah, but that's the thing. If somebody fails to falsify evolution, that does not mean that you've just that's a way to falsify ID.
Yes,
that's the point.
Here's the thing,
like ID should be completely independent of whether the mechanisms or whatever the evolutionists will say.
Exactly. Intelligent design says that intelligence is required to produce certain things. You demonstrate that nature can produce those things. You falsified the claim.
So basically, evolution proves intelligent design, right?
See, I don't think it would. I see what you're saying, but it wouldn't. If I could demonstrate unguided nature,
what are you talking about?
Because listen.
Okay, I will listen. Go ahead.
If I could demonstrate that unguided nature is sufficient to explain the systems that evolution uses, if I could say, okay, here's evolution, unguided nature, whatever you want to use. I think it's kind of poorly, Saka. Hang on.
Oh, sorry, I'm playing.
Oh shit! Sorry, I didn't mean to mute you in the middle of your thing there. I just heard clicking. So if I could demonstrate that unguided nature, which again I think is poorly worded, is sufficient, it doesn't falsify ID because all ID has to say is, you know what, God just made it that way, or the intelligent designer made it that way.
Well, that's not the argument.
But that is the argument for a lot of ideas.
No, the argument is that there are effects that correspond to intelligent cause. You don't just insert intelligent cause just anywhere you want. That's not what they do. They say this effect is uniquely correlated to intelligent cause.
So if we can demonstrate evolution is enough to explain biodiversification, ID is wrong?
Well, that's not the example that I used.
How about this, Brandon? This would be an example. In order to falsify ID, you would have to. The statement is that these things are come about from a process. From what? From an intelligence. So what you're saying?
I missed the last half of that. Can you say that again?
Sorry, I gotta reload this. I think. Give me 1 sec.
Okay, so let's say I don't know, and ID people talk about digital code. I mean, there's a lot of nuance there, but let's just say that's the example we're working with. So you just demonstrate that nature can produce digital code, and then you falsified that claim.
Oh, dude, you are so off track. It ain't even freaking funny.
Yeah, I don't see how that even relates to anything. First of all, digital just means not analog. That's all it means. Zero, binary,
digital means discontinuous. Yeah.
I mean,
look. We're talking about the structure of the argument. Okay, you don't even have to get into specific examples to see that the structure of the argument is falsifiable.
I don't think there's a falsifiable criteria for ID. What you stated is not a falsification criteria.
Yeah, but I just got.
Yes, it is. If you say that something is necessary to produce another thing, and then you demonstrate that it's not necessary, then you falsified it. Then you falsified that claim.
That aspect.
And they changed the.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Yeah, that's all they do is say, well, God, whatever, the designer designed it that way using unguided nature, but there's still a designer behind it. That doesn't falsify ID. Just falsifies that one small claim of it, but that's not a falsification criteria.
You're confusing the claim.
I don't think I am.
You're confusing the claim. Yeah, the claim is that ID is necessary to produce certain things. Like, I can always say that, hey, God did this or that, arbitrarily. I could do that,
Yeah,
that's not. Yeah, but you can say evolution did this or that. Even before
we can
Darwin
demonstrate it.
Even before Darwin, you could say evolution did it, even if you don't know how. Or that's not the falsification. That's not the falsifiable claim of the theory.
But evolution has falsification criteria.
The conclusion
if two dogs get together and have a chicken, it's falsified.
The ultimate conclusion of I don't know what I'm saying here.
Well,
the ultimate conclusion, it's not always falsifiable in a theory. You can't just say the sentence "evolution occurred." That sentence is not falsifiable. You see what I'm saying? The conclusion that evolution occurred.
Yeah, your mic's shit, so I'm trying to get you in because your mic is shit right now. So
I might have to go to a different room, but Brandon, you do know that digital code thing is analogous, right?
That's a whole other conversation. I don't think it is, but that doesn't actually pertain to the structure of the argument, anyways, though.
What does the structure of the argument have to do with whether something is true or not? If you have evidence that something is true and the evidence is provable and verifiable, screw the structure of the argument. Here's your proof. I'm not proof.
The structure of the argument is how you arrive at the conclusion. The structure of the argument determines whether the argument is falsifiable.
Yes, and I don't think idea is a conclusion. I think idea is an assumption that's kind of a circular argument saying we want to accept that there's an intelligence and we're going to try to find evidence for it. Rather than
rationalization.
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. Yeah, sure.
Well, you can think that, but the way the argument is structured is falsifiable.
Well, here's a question. Sorry, this is the part that was brought up. Is that do you think that it's possible for a intelligent designer to design things that they would follow the routes of evolution?
Well, sure, that would be possible.
Okay, well there you go. Okay, so in which case it doesn't disprove evolution, right?
No. That's not the argument, though.
Or intelligence.
No, but that's the point. It's possible. So
that is not the argument.
Therefore, your argument fails. No, because say it again. Is that in order to you said that in order to falsify ID, you would have to show that these things could not come about through strictly natural processes. Okay. Well, you've already you have the great catch-all here too. That even if they did come through natural processes, that it's entirely possible that intelligent did that as well. So, in which case, it wouldn't actually falsify ID.
anything is possible. It's possible we're living in the
No,
Matrix.
not anything's possible.
No. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah,
Not everything is possible.
Santa Claus is actually real. It's possible.
No.
You don't determine if something's falsifiable by saying that some generalized claim can't be disproved.
You just said
you demonstrated
you said that this would you said that this would
argument.
Okay, but you said that this was falsifiable, and then when I asked you a further question on it, you actually basically admitted that it wouldn't therefore falsify an intelligent desire behind things.
You can't. Hang on one sec. Hang on. God damn it, people! When I talk, you stop talking. I'm gonna pull Antonio.
He made an argument
Brandon,
twice.
you said, yeah, I understand that.
I haven't had to chance to respond to.
You said that anything is possible, and that's bullshit. Okay, there are things that are impossible, right? Because that's why you get into like possible worlds and shit like that. But there are impossibilities. If I say pick a number between 1 and 6, and you pick 7, that's an impossibility because it's not within the sample space. So there are things that are impossible. So I hate when people say, "Oh, anything's possible." That's just a cop out because you're trying to say, "Oh, well, yeah, you never know this because it's anything's possible." Well, yeah, that's bullshit. But anyways, go ahead. Oh, Brandon said, "Hang on." Does everybody agree with that? There are things that are impossible.
Yeah, I mean, of course, there's things that are impossible. Yeah. But I mean,
like 6,000-year-old Earth.
I think that the main point that should be brought here is that the statement was that ID is not falsifiable. Therefore, it doesn't meet the requirement for to providing a methodology for anything. Mm-hmm. And then Brandon gave an example of how something could be falsified. Yeah. But yet, when asked the question about whether or not if we could observe this still, or whether an entire designer could do this, he said, "Well, yeah, it's entirely possible." Mm-hmm. Well, then hold on a second. Then your criteria for falsifiability has just gone out the window. What the very thing that you said would falsify it, you admit now would therefore not falsify it if that was the situation. So they put forward a method of falsifiability.
And Santa Claus is not possible. I've actually had this discussion. I can show 3 different ways that Santa Claus is not possible because he would have to travel faster than light speed to get all the presents out and a whole bunch of other things, right? So yeah, it's not possible. And when we say not possible, we are talking about certain frameworks. If I say within the framework of science, it is not possible for this to happen, that's what we mean. We mean within our limitations of what we have to deal with. Eric's like, silence when Steve is speaking. Yeah. No, I've told you guys I'm angry or I'm ornery today. I'm not really angry, but I'm ornery as fuck. So
I have a question. I'm not real right on a lot of things, but what was that he was talking about, the structure of the argument? What does the structure of an argument have to do with whether something's true or not, whether you have evidence or not?
A good structured argument, though, if the premises are sound and good, the conclusion necessarily follows. So, I mean, I don't have a problem with that. But hey, Sarah, lightsabers are impossible. No, actually, lightsabers are not impossible. Mishukaku actually has a very good video demonstrating how to theoretically make a lightsaber. It's pretty cool, actually.
That's a good point about Santa Claus. When you try to,
hang on, go ahead, Floyd.
When you try to identify a person or a character or a being or something, you have to identify the attributes and the limitations. With Santa Claus, okay, yeah, it's a person that has to travel on a sled to every kid's house in the world. So you have to hold them to that criteria. And if you can't accomplish that criteria, or you've shown that criteria is impossible, then you falsified that being.
There you go.
I think you can do the same thing with the Bible God as well.
Different versions of it. Yeah, I mean,
well, some of the stories that happened in the Bible just simply didn't happen. So if you identify this God with those events, and those events didn't happen, therefore that God can't exist.
Yeah. No, that's exactly my point, Floyd. Thank you. That's exactly my point. So I think there are things that we can definitely demonstrate are impossible. But I don't think ID itself has any kind of real falsification criteria because the reason that Sock actually pointed out, look, if you can say that an intelligence designed everything to go through these evolutionary processes, how do you falsify that? How do you distinguish between natural evolutionary processes and processes that were designed by some kind of intelligence? There is no criteria for deciding between the two. There just isn't. Would you guys agree? That's
I
right.
would agree with that.
Yeah.
See, when you agree with me, it makes me happy. See, I'm not as angry.
Yeah, there's no way to falsify. Whatever reality is, whatever the situation is, we'll just say, oh, that's the way their God wanted it to be. And it doesn't matter what the situation is. So there's no way to falsify it.
Right.
It's like a get out of jail free card.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're talking about
intelligent thought free card.
Yeah, I don't. Well, good.
They'll retreat to the God of philosophers. They'll just strip off as much attributes and so forth, and just reduce it down to an intelligent being.
Hunter Bailey tried doing that the other day. Every so often it comes around. Oh, look at Mishu Kaku had said that God this, God that. The universe is determined by God or whatever. And he is talking about the God of philosophers, and they don't seem to quite understand that concept, which is not an actual being, right? Which, by the way, we are trying to get him on. There is works for that to happen, so we'll see.
It was a similar God that Einstein believed in, correct?
Yeah, same thing. God of the philosophers. Yeah.
When they said God,
Spinoza's God.
Spinoza's God.
That's the word I was thinking of. But they didn't actually mean an actual deity like the Christian God.
Right. Matter of fact, it's contrary to the Christian God. It's completely.
Yeah, there's a subtle difference between Spinoza's God and the God of the philosophers, but still basic same. The both those God concepts are incompatible with any type of organized theology that we have nowadays.
Yep.
Yeah. I argue that the Bible God is not the God of philosophers. That the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob is not the God of Anselm, Aquinas, and Augustine. Basically those later theologians are just applying Aristotle's views, Greek views of God to the Bible God, but it just doesn't match Scripture.
What would be the God of philosophers? Is that just like some sort of amorphous intelligence?
Yeah, all powerful, all good, all knowing, and that's a prime mover, uncaused cause, that sort of thing.
Aseity.
Yeah, aseity, unchangeable, and so forth.
Yeah, and what happens when you do
compared to Spinoza's God, which is just the God of God of order. He's a God of order. You'll
hear Trey Kylo argue for the God of philosophers, basically, which again, in my last conversation with him, I showed him that's not the God of the Bible. This idea of pure actuality is a joke. Did the Bible God on day 3 have the potential to make humans on day 6? I think it's
really kind of no, actually. I mean, the argument stands now, basically, isn't it, that things had to be the way they had to be because of God's maximal greatness? It couldn't be any other way. Like he didn't have a choice.
Yeah, but did he have potentiality?
Potentiality, but did he have a choice? I mean, the way things are, could have God made things any differently than he did?
Yeah. Well, Trey's God is just it's like almost like a platonic form. It has no consciousness really. It's like a computer program. It's like read-only memory. It just does, and it can't react. It just runs the program, and that's about it. It's pretty.
That sounds more like deism.
Yeah, but it can't act. It can't respond. It can't reply. It's just. It's all
God.
It's all output. There's no input to this being. It's all output.
Wouldn't the later outputs be a reaction to the earlier inputs?
What's the problem? Yeah, this God is perfect, and it cannot change. It's pure actuality, so it's all output. It can't respond to any input.
That's a very limited God.
That's what I'm saying. It's like the later outputs are contingent upon the earlier inputs, so it's acting upon actions that's already made.
Oh yeah, but Trey would say, but this God can't be contingent on anything. So you just made this God contingent. That's no, according to Trey.
Yeah, so even me, who knows absolutely nothing, just ruined his argument within 10 seconds.
Yeah.
Yeah, it really doesn't sound like an almighty deity, just some glorified supercomputer.
Yeah, all output, no input.
God level Big Blue.
Well, Big Blue has input, right? What's that computer that won on Jeopardy?
Big Blue. Was that what it was?
Yeah, well, that took input.
Yeah.
I started to say deep thought.
No, it's oh shit, what was it? Was it? Goddamn, was it Watson?
That's the other one, I think.
Was it a different one?
I think that was a later version of it, or like a. I want to say one was MIT. The other
It was
one
the Big Blue. Yeah, I don't remember.
I know there's two, two of the big institutes that came up with them, and now I've killed the conversation.
No, just a lull. I'm actually looking at Antonio's feed real quick because I'm just curious.
Hey, speaking of lulls, anyone seen Darwin's Greatest Hits recently?
Yeah. Why? What? Anything special that I may have missed?
I was talking with him about basic philosophy, and he didn't understand that the laws of logic operated, at least for me, as properly basic belief and an axiom. Like he didn't know that they were philosophically equivalent to the axioms of a worldview, and
he never has. He's never understood that. I'm the same way.
Yeah, and DGH, and the funny thing is, DGH actually validated everything I said in that conversation.
Yeah, no, I've said the exact same thing. Darwin doesn't get it. He doesn't want to get it. He has a script, and he won't deviate from that script. That's all. Yeah.
Like he was too busy shifting the burden of proof onto my worldview. Meanwhile,
why do you bother?
Yeah.
Seriously, why do you bother, Wolf? I mean, Darwin's deity is a waste of fucking time. Why you guys engage with him is beyond my ability to understand.
Hey,
I
didn't invite him
anymore.
I didn't invite him into the room. I mean, Antonio's on his nuts right now. I mean, that's not my fault.
Yeah, he's just a waste. He'll say, logically justify your foundational beliefs. Oh, you can't do that, then I'm just going to continue to criticize you on that. That's his main argument.
So let's ask.
Free.
No, he's worse.
I'm just saying he'll be completely forgotten about in about 6 months.
Oh yeah. Well, no, I don't know about that. He's got a legacy. Darwin's really has gone down to be one of the most evilest, deceptive, manipulative bastards around the G+. I mean, Nephi was just stupid, right? Darwin's deity is just fucking evil. There's a
I'd love to hear him call him the atheist experience.
But let's ask
Get him
Brandon.
Matt Dillahunty's phone number.
Let's ask Brandon. If I have a natural system, can you give me a criteria by which I can say, okay, this natural system was just because nature, or this natural system was designed by some kind of intelligence, which to me, by the way, no longer makes it natural, but that's okay. We'll put that to the side. But how do I look at the system and go, okay, this system was just nature did it, or this was designed? Okay, he can't talk still. All right, anybody else want to try? Is there any way to do it?
I mean, it can't only be demonstrating evolution, because that would just be a God of the gaps hypothesis. So
no, nothing about evolution. I have a natural system. Now, I want to be able to determine whether this natural system came about naturally, which, by the way, definitionally is true.
Yeah, I was going to say definition.
Yeah, but let's put that aside. Let's put that aside, Mike, because I mean we know it's definitionally true. So if we put that aside, how would I demonstrate that this natural system came about naturally or by an intelligence? What mechanism could I use to experiment on that? Go, okay, yes, it's one or the other.
I don't think you can.
I don't think you can either.
Because the point of contention is the origin of the universe and the origin of life. There could have been a deity, a creator that did the thing and universe. And at the very beginning of life, on the cellular level or RNA level, a deity may have did that spark that started the ball rolling. But after both events, that's where nature comes in. And so scientists nowadays, I mean, they know a good bit, but there's a lot they don't know, but they can still go back so far and see and figure out the very kind of the beginnings or what happened after life actually began and go forward. Same with the universe. When they can go back just so far. When the universe is boom or whatever, and they can pretty much get an idea of what happened after that.
See, the way I see it is this intelligent cause would have to be like, just assuming that there was an intelligent cause behind life, right? Its ontology, its nature would be as such that it would have to be beyond our comprehension, like some kind of superpowered alien or like a time traveler from a different era, like somehow inserting its DNA into the primordial ooze or something like that. It's just.
Thanks for quoting Prometheus.
Yeah, I know. That's the thing. That's my point, right? It's like it's It's almost like a parody of something. It's insane.
And let's see what Brandon answered, because this is so flawed on so many different levels. Brandon says, "Why is this confusing? We do the same thing in archaeology. How do archaeologists differentiate?" And it says, "Does a system exhibit qualities that have a unique causal link to intelligent cause?" We can tell in archaeology because we have prior precedent to look at. We can say, "Oh, we've seen this before. We've never seen a entity or an intelligence design anything of nature." So again, how do we differentiate between a natural system and one designed by an intelligence? There is no way to do it.
GMOs.
The only way I can think of doing it is witnessing this intelligence creating the system. But beyond that,
sure, yeah, okay, fair enough. That's
the only thing I can think of.
Yeah, no, I agree with that.
Yeah, to be the witness for this occurring, you'd never be able to demonstrate it beyond witnessing it unless you have some sort of way to record it happening. But even then,
he says we have prior precedent. Okay, we've had prior precedents of intelligence creating natural systems? No, not one.
Steve, he said you just described how to do it. We have prior precedent. No, we don't. We don't have.
No, we don't. Not at all.
Creating the universe or life.
Yeah.
We do have prior precedent of us fiddling with life. But
yeah, we're not creating a natural system. We're just moving around things, right?
Yeah.
I don't think Brandon
we can only rearrange the blocks. We can't make new ones.
Yeah. In fact, okay, let's put it this way: we can understand the laws of physics. We can formulate the laws of physics. Go try to create a law of physics. That's what I'm saying. We've never seen any intelligence create a law of physics, have we?
No.
Okay, we've only formulated them.
We're playing with the Lego set. We just don't know where it came from.
Yeah, we have no idea where the hell fuck the law of physics came from. But that's
from Lego one of the stairs.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a worse place to find those things.
Yeah, especially before Christmas when it's still wrapped up.
but that's the whole point. If you're an intelligent design advocate, show me an intelligence that created a law of physics. Go ahead. And I don't mean formulating. I mean actually creating it so the universe worked that way. I'd be much more interested to see that than anything else. But you just don't see those things. Oh, hey, Ronald got banned from over there at Antonio's feed. Sorry, man. You're welcome over here, Ronald. I love you, man.
Yeah, if I understand right, at the moment of the bang or the expansion or whatever, all the laws of nature and everything, that was it. It was set right there, I think. I mean, because everything that happened after that had to be a certain way. You know, they say that it's what's that word about those things? They can't, if they changed a little bit, the universe would blow up or die. Constants.
Fine tuning. Yeah, constants.
Yeah, the cosmological constants.
Even so,
that's just the way nature. That's the way nature is. I mean, that's the only way the universe would work. And
yeah, do you know there's actually the book?
I'm sorry.
No, you're right. And by the way, like Lamed, I did state it correctly. It's like you just kind of read it too much in it. When I mean create a law, I don't mean like formulate the law. I made it very clear they create the physics that make our formulation of the law. So I mean, yeah, I could formulate a law like the law of gravity, but I want to see the intelligent agent create that law so it works, right? Create the physics that makes that law be the case. That's what we don't see. But I'm reading this book now, and I haven't got much further in it, but the cosmic landscape that Lamed actually was nice enough to get for me. And I'm slowly getting through it, but it talks about the megaverse and how that there's like 10 to the 500th power different universes out there, just mathematically. So there is some wiggle room on these constants. So just saying.
I know this information's probably quite dated, but you know, I used to watch like all the science programs on Discovery when it was actually good science. That I thought that one of the physicists said, even without the weak nuclear force, our universe would be almost indistinguishable from what it is now. I'm not sure if that's
well
thinking or if that's
the weak nuclear force is what leads to decays, and so if you don't have decays, there's going to be a problem, right? Beta decay is due to the weak nuclear force.
There could be another universe with totally different constants and be teeming with life. It wouldn't be this sort of life, but it could be easily another form of life that we simply don't know about.
Why not?
You know, if you change it, things wouldn't be as they are now. Well, yeah, but they would just be something different that we don't know about.
Yeah, well, it goes to the whole puddle and water argument.
It assumes that life has to be the biological life as we know it. No, it doesn't. It could be any sort of life.
I think silicon's the next most compatible element that they could theorize that silicon-based life could be somewhere out there.
Did you guys hear that NASA's now saying there's a pretty high probability that life exists on that moon of Saturn?
Enceladus?
Enceladus? Mm-hmm. I mean, that's a pretty big jump for them to say that. So now, I mean, even if it's just microbial, even if Enceladus just had we found anything, we found any type of life, that would be a game changer. It really would. Would you guys agree?
Like Floyd just said, it would have to be similar to what we already understand, or we could just be stomping on something we don't recognize as life.
Wait a minute. Can we at least go out on the limb here and define life?
Yeah, I go by the what is it? 6 different criteria. Reproduction, respiration,
made up of cells.
Response.
What about just a self-replicating protein that maintains itself?
I wouldn't call that life.
Okay, but that's
protein does self-replicate.
No. Sorry, not. What is it?
Are viruses alive?
No.
Virus. See, it depends if you ask.
So I forgot.
A virologist says yes,
Steve,
usually.
I heard something about a protein once that it was too long ago, though. It's one of these ideas of how life starts.
Okay, I got one. A self-sustained chemical system capable of undergoing evolution.
Yes,
biological.
there.
Yeah, I'm okay with that. I mean,
there we go.
Definitions are flexible, right? I mean, again, to a virologist, a virus is probably alive. To a bacteriologist, a virus probably isn't, right? So it's in a gray area that can kind of go either way depending on how you look at it. And I think a lot of things are gray areas. I don't think everything is just binary. It's either this or that, right? I think it's how you look at it.
Binary is 4 digits, isn't it?
According to Ronnie, yeah.
Well, the way that the way that they look at it is that everything's made out of matter. Okay, so what characteristics does a group of matter have to have in order for it to be constituted as life compared to non-life? And I wouldn't say they're necessarily arbitrary in a sense, but if you bring in something like viruses, you can see how it kind of is. Because one of the things that viruses do is that they don't self-replicate, that they don't produce themselves. What they do is that they'll inhabit other cells and use those cells to reproduce, which takes it out of the, which even though it meets the other criteria of what life is, it fails on that one account. But other than that, it acts, it has its own RNA, it has its own other things that we attribute to other life out there. So why doesn't it meet the criteria of life? And it's basically because of
virus life. I don't have an issue with it, to be honest with you.
It's just that it's that one, again,
life.
It's an arbitrary kind of designation that made it life.
Well,
or not life.
It just goes by, again, how you want to look at things. I mean, it reminds me, the other day somebody had talking about simultaneity. They wanted me to explain to somebody, and I was kind of giving them a definition of simultaneity, and it made me think of what's called the ladder paradox. Have you guys ever heard of that? Ladder paradox is a problem in special relativity, and it goes to how different observers are going to observe different things. And the way paradox goes like this: there's a barn, and the barn has 2 doors. There's an entrance and an exit. Okay, and there's a ladder that's traveling at the speed of light going through that barn. Okay. Now, we all know that because when you get near the speed of light, things contract, right? Lorentz contraction factor. You guys all agree, right? Okay, so let's assume that the ladder is a little bit bigger, or the ladder is a little bit bigger than the barn itself, okay? So if you put the ladder in the barn, it's going to stick out the doors a little bit, okay? Normally at rest speed. But now it's going faster than the speed of light. It's going to shrink. And at some point, would you agree that ladder will be contained in the barn in totality, right? Because it's shorter. So even though the ladder is normally longer, it's been contracted. So it's traveling at large speed. It can actually fit within that barn, such that if both those doors shut, the ladder would be trapped inside. Would you guys agree? You guys are following this in your head?
I think so, but I would think that depending on which frame of reference you're looking at.
Well, hang on. That's what it gets into. But you guys conceptually get it so far. You have a ladder that's longer than the barn, but because it's shrunk a little bit because of the contraction, it'll actually fit inside the bar. Okay, so if you're riding that ladder, you'll actually see yourself contained in that barn, and if the doors shut at the same time, you would say that you are self-enclosed into that barn. right? You get okay, but to an outside observer, I'm sorry, that's to an outside observer. To the person on the ladder, the barn is actually being contracted, right? So the ladder is going to stick out even further. So you have two different viewpoints. One's going to say the ladder is completely enclosed when both doors shut, and the other one's going to say it wasn't completely enclosed. And that leads to a paradox because you can't shut the doors at the same time if the ladder is sticking out from both sides because it's longer, because now the barn shrunk. So it's called the ladder paradox. You can go check it out. But it reminded me of that because it's what you just said, because that's looking at the same thing two different ways. Whether I look at a virus as alive or it's not alive, it's just how you want to look at it. It's a frame of reference. You know, without very long-winded to explain the paradox that I probably fucked up early. I should have done pictures, huh?
We'll get back to you on that.
I get the argument. I'm just trying
pop-ups. I recommend pop-ups.
Pop-up
diagrams.
Scratch and sniffs.
Paradoxical.
Rumpus! Hey, Rumpus!
Hey, Steve, this is a PowerPoint-free zone.
Yeah, you know you lost the argument when you have a PowerPoint, right?
Yeah.
So you said it was called the ladder paradox, right?
Yeah, it's called the ladder paradox. It goes by other names, too. There's like ring paradox. You have a line in a ring, and the line is going through the ring. And normally, the ring, if the line is longer than the ring, it wouldn't fit. But because it's going to the speed of light, it contracts, and it could actually fit. But to the person on the line, the ring actually contracts. So it's a paradox because one person's seeing it go through the ring at the same time, right? And the other viewpoint is that it's not going through the ring at the same time. And it can't be one, and it has to be one or the other, right? It can't be both at the same time. That's why it's called paradox. But there is a solution to it. There really is. It's just it goes to your frame of reference, but they call it a paradox. But it's resolved.
This is a bit like the observer moving at the speed of light versus the observer being at the stationary point.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know where you're going now.
Yeah.
Although technically anything that has mass can't get to the speed of light.
Right.
It's hypothetical because obviously infinite energy required to move any mass at the speed of light, isn't it?
Yeah, it's an asymptote. So the closer you get to the speed of light, the more energy you need to go in the system to make it accelerate.
It's an exponential.
Yeah, I'm just being stupid over semantical is all.
But if you guys never heard of that paradox,
how can you mean what you say?
If you guys never heard of that paradox before, go check it out. It's called the ladder paradox. So, ladder goes in. Lamette says ladder goes in, ladder goes out. You can't explain that. That's good, Lamette. That's funny. Yeah, you can.
I read something about oh god, O'Reilly being sacked or something by Fox.
Yeah, he did.
Oh yeah.
Well, it's about I used to listen to O'Reilly, but he got way fucking out there in La La Land, so I stopped listening to him a long time ago. But yeah, I got no problem with him being sacked. He's kind of creepy.
Yeah,
he started following Alex Jones too much.
I'm not kidding. He couldn't leave those blondes alone. But then again, that's the curse of Fox News.
Well, no, I think it's a curse of narcissists. I mean, he's a narcissist. Trump's a narcissist. They have the similar things. They think they can grope women, at will, kind of thing.
No. But the reason I'm saying that is because historically speaking, there was a executive producer, I believe, who got in trouble for the same thing on Fox. I forgot his name though.
Oh,
yeah, but you've also got to think about the age O'Reilly came from and what he's grown up through and the history of media. I used to work for the BBC, and it was kind of part of. I mean, Christ, I've got to say this fucking carefully. I don't think that a lot of the men in those positions, sexuality was used as a method of progression in a lot of cases, and it was, whilst not right, was accepted. There you go. I managed to get that without.
Really I don't disagree with that, but you know what? Get the memo. That's just not acceptable.
Yeah, exactly. But and I think people fall into habitual patterns, which is why once you become an arsonist, a rapist, a murderer, whatever, certainly if you've done it 2 or 3 times, that forms a very distinct pattern of habit. And patterns of habit, by definition, are hard to break.
Yeah. Well, I mean, look at though. You got Alex Jones and you got Dyslexia Jones. I mean, come on. Don't you see the pattern there? Yeah. Because I think they might be the same person.
Oh, that's pareidolia, pattern seeking.
Yeah. Hey, what happened?
I just want to give Bruce 2 words.
I put the Oh, fucking hell,
Sam was going to make that video, but somebody goes to explain to Ronnie the difference between pareidolia and apophenia, because he keeps conflating the two. Actually, he doesn't know what apophenia means, but
someone,
he uses the words pareidolia incorrectly.
Can someone explain to Darwin the difference between criteria and criterion? Because
I don't think he explained to Darwin's anything.
It irks me every time he says, because he uses criterion to mean multiple, and the multiple of criterion is criteria. And I know it's really pedantic, but oh god, it bugs the crap out of me for some reason. That's probably due to a slight amount of technical OCD.
Yeah, so Dyslexia says that O'Reilly got fired with a $25 million golden parachute. Holy shit! Yeah, poor guy. Yeah,
poor guy.
Yeah, got it, guy. He is an artist.
We have on.
When he said about the tides, I was like, okay, I'm done. I'm just done.
Did y'all see the look on David Silverman's face when he said that?
Yeah, that was just fucking retarded.
Yeah,
That's where the theme came from, isn't it?
Yeah.
There's a little linking in the side there.
I don't even know what happened. What happened with him?
He said tides go in, tides go out. You can't explain that. And Silverman's like, yeah, we can. It's called the fucking moon.
Yeah.
It's called gravity, you dumbass.
But the look on David's face was priceless.
That started a meme.
Yeah.
Oh god, yeah.
Yeah, that was
O'Reilly is a meme. That's all
the
he
sun
is.
comes up, the sun comes down, the sun comes up,
that.
the sun goes down, the tide goes in, the tide goes out. You can't explain that.
So Tyler asks, whatever happened to G-Man's video on DNA and water? It's supposed to come out today.
It dissolved.
And I've already said, listen, guys, I'm telling you right now, it is going to be. Hey, look, I'm going to show, and he's not going to talk about the drama. He's just going to say, okay, DNA goes into water, and look, it dissolves. And we're like, yay, G-Man, you're so smart. That was never the argument. So whatever.
I will give G-Man props for actually turning up, going to the museums with Fiona JD and the guys. I mean, that does take some balls, and I will give him that. However much he has fucking annoyed the shit out of me in the past, I will give him that. That does take guts.
It's a point. I mean, it's a nice little get together, but it's a pointless endeavor because G-Man is science illiterate. He's not going to learn shit.
Right.
It doesn't matter. He still had the props to turn up, and that's not. That's not always easy. Okay, he didn't know exactly how many of them were going to be there, but he took it all with good grace. And I think, if nothing else, I always like to, we always talk about the negatives of people. I think sometimes it's nice to, even if you have to look for it, to find something redeemable.
Yeah, but in some cases, to me, it's like looking through shit to find some corn.
Pretty much.
Yes, yeah. Just going back to the David Silverman thing, I actually looked at a study at the Huffington Post. Apparently, there's new surveys out there that suggest there are more atheists in the United States than what is currently known. I think that's pretty interesting.
I think that, I mean, it's entirely possible because I think it's one of those subjects that, if you're talking about atheists, those that are, outspoken people that will make, comments like, gods don't exist or whatever. Like, you're not going to find as many of those. But I think the amount of people that would at least fit into the category of apatheists that just don't care anymore. It's like that are like, okay, you know what? Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is a fiction. Whatever. Moving on. Let's just go on with our life. It'll phase out eventually. I think that those people, that position has grown quite a bit.
I'm an apatheist online.
Yeah, that's uncharted territory. I mean, it would show that the level of non-belief is actually greater than the current percentage actually suggest, and that's not really all that surprising given the levels of secularization that's been going on the last few decades.
Sure. Hey, Brandon, there's actually a new channel starting. I think the first episode is this Sunday. It's a debate channel headed up by Negation of P, Truthmonger, Lovely Kitty, and some other names I don't remember off the top of my head. I'm going to try to be a part of it a little bit, but they're doing debates one-on-one on their own channel. So, hey, knock yourself out, Brandon. I'm sure somebody would love to debate intelligent design with you. I don't know why, because I think it's a useless topic anymore. I debated Ronnie on it, and he got his ass handed to him.
Oh my! I just got challenged to debate Brandon on intelligent design. I declined. I mean, really, it'd be like debating the non-existence of God.
Yeah, it's no proof. It's so useless.
I'm not a debater. I mean, I can do
Brandon.
in print.
And I'm just going to respond to something Brandon said in the chat. I'm actually a very friendly person to talk to.
You guys, hang on. Hey, Drews, let me say something real quick. You guys gotta stop stepping on Heavy. You don't even let him finish his fucking statement.
Sorry. Mate,
I mean,
that was my fault. I'll step back.
Yeah, he was about to say he's not a master debater.
He's not letting Heavy finish.
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah,
you see what they do? You see what they do? These fucking these atheists. You see what they do? They eat their own. Heavy, were you done, by the way, Heavy?
Well, there was the master debater thing. If you drop one little syllable there, it gets real interesting.
It changes the whole context of it, yes.
Yes, it does. Yeah. But no,
yeah,
I've never been in a debate. Conversations, yes, kind of. But I'm better at, doing one by text because that gives me a chance to look up stuff because there's a lot I don't know. There's a lot I can't remember. But debating intelligent design, there's nothing to debate. It has no evidence. It's not real.
Did you guys see how much evidence that Ronnie bought?
That's like debating about the existence of or not of Santa Claus.
Hey, Heavy, how much evidence did Ronnie bring to our debate on intelligent design?
He didn't bring a damn thing.
There you go.
Brought a rebuttal.
Not a thing.
He brought a closing statement. I'd like to leave now. That was
the only debate Steve, you can have. Sorry, you never actually address his argument though that the computer of the brain and
the neuron
and the neurons and the way it's laid out and therefore checkmate, motherfucker.
Yeah, I was. He had a throwaway statement in that entire debate. There was one throwaway statement, and that was his closing argument. Steve never addressed it.
I had a really interesting.
Why would you address a non-argument?
I had a really.
That was a good point. I even said the same thing. He literally had no argument. I mean, I even said that to begin with. I'm like that. He didn't. What am I supposed to respond? There's no argument there to have a rebuttal on.
Shit, I don't know the subjects very well, and I could have done a better job than he did.
Yeah. And by the way, Brandon, we're not ever unwilling to defend a position. I have these rooms 3 days a week. It's just that intelligent design is so goddamn stupid anymore. They've tried forever to try to come up with arguments for it. They failed miserably every time. Where do you want to go with it? I mean, evolution is a fact. We all know that. Even you accept evolution, Brandon.
I mean, I don't get it. He seems to have some kind of hard-on for debating Heavy in the side chat, and I already said that I have the potential to have this convo. I mean, it's not like it's not like it's not like this is a difficult subject to even talk about. So
yeah, Wolf is a little bit of a masochist. He'll debate you on it one of these days.
Well, I'm more of a sadist than a masochist. So that's true. I mean, it's whatever. I mean, the argument is tedious, but I don't give a fuck. I mean, I could just get loaded and talk about this.
It is tedious. It's so tedious, to be honest.
I like it that I need to defend my assertion. It's not an assertion. Yeah. I can list evidences for evolution. Pretty easy. I've got them in a word thing. There are like about 6 different evidences for evolution that are backed up by so much scientific evidence from so many different fields of scientific study. And all you have to do is you can go to Google. You got the wealth of human knowledge there right at your fingertips, and you can look this stuff up and verify it. But no, you want to stick with something for which there is absolutely no evidence. It's an assertion. Intelligent design is nothing really other than a cover for religion, to get religion in schools.
Amen, brother.
And see, here's the thing. I just want to say real quick. I just want to say something real quick, and I'll drop this. Basically, if you're an ID proponent and you're saying that, if you're saying that evolution hasn't answered every single question on biodiversity, therefore intelligent design, I mean that's just the God of the gaps hypothesis. I mean, you could pretty much say that. I mean, there could be evidence that could basically require evolutionary theory to reform, if not to be thrown out altogether. That doesn't prove intelligent design one bit.
I agree.
Okay, that's just a ridiculous God of the gaps hypothesis. This isn't hard. I mean, we've been talking about this shit for years. That's the only reason why we've moved on as skeptics, because it's just boring.
Yeah, that's what there was. Let me say that real quick, if I may. It is boring anymore. That's why it's like we talk about it every so often, but they haven't came out with anything new. I don't even talk about young creationists that much anymore because there's nothing new anymore. The arguments are all played out. They're done. You have a couple people on the other side of the pond there, right? Just thinking they falsified every theory we've ever had in humanity, but they never give any evidence. And then they say, oh well, look at Steve and the crew over there, and they never give evidence. And Heavy just said there's overwhelming evidence. Go to fucking Google Books, open something. There's evidence, right? And by the way, True Sherm is in the fucking live chat. True, I want to put a shout out to him because I haven't seen him forever. So, hey, True, I missed you, buddy.
I mean, Philip Johnson.
Hold on, I'm sorry. I think one of the really cool things, Steve, you made a post the other day, and if you want to read that out or go into it, about if ID isn't a religious argument, if it isn't just a placeholder for God or whatever, why? Yeah, why isn't there any? Why isn't there any atheist? Young Earth creationists or something. Yeah. It had to do with young Earth creationists, but I thought it was a really good post.
Because most of the well-educated scientists are atheists. So
I know what I said was basically, and I was talking to a couple of friends of mine, and this was kind of a paraphrase of what we all kind of came up with. Bill Ludlow kind of formulated it probably a little bit more articulately than I did, but basically, if young Earth creation has creation science, and they're trying to use actual science to demonstrate that the Earth is young, then why aren't there any young Earth atheists? You don't see any. Now, Doctor says there are. He says he knew of one. So there might be a rare exception of some whatever statistical outlier. But the reality is you don't see any young Earth atheists because it'd be nonsensical. There's no science that supports young Earth. So
yeah, the Kitzmiller versus Dover trial, for some reason, that really grabbed me because it exposed so much hypocrisy and lies on the intelligent design side. I mean, there is a long list that we could talk about, but I'm not going to go there. But even the Philip Johnson, he was one of the main guys behind intelligent design or creation science, whatever. He was the one that wrote the Wedge document. He has said quite a few times, or at least twice that I know of, I was about to exaggerate, that it's not about science, it's about religion. He's one of his things, and I can't find it right in the moment, but it pretty much said that what they're trying to do is get intelligent design in schools or whatever. I mean, that's just a means to get God in science classes.
Yeah, exactly. And as a theist, I object to that.
Was behind the stuff. This is what he said, and people have it down as what he said. But see, yet and still, we got these people that are still trying to hide creationism and ID, and they don't know what the fuck. I mean, really, it's like they're in this dream world. They don't know the facts, or they ignore the facts, or try to sidestep the facts in the movement. Philip Johnson, the Dover trial, and some trials that happened before, the Edward versus Aguilar. In the book of Pandas and People, they had creation and designer or something like that. And then when Edwards versus Aguilar happened, and creation science could not be taught in schools or whatever, they just did a hunt and replace. They replaced creation with intelligent design or something like that. There was just this big word swap. And then Barbara Forrest, fortunately they had quite a few drafts of Pandas and People, that went back several years. But in each draft, it was pretty much the same stuff. And she pointed this out. She found this out. Then she found a place where their word and search thing kind of messed up. And where in between creationists, it said, see design proponicist or something. But see that right there shows, how they're dishonest. But see, these fundies and the creationists, they don't want to see that. They don't want to talk about that in that forum thing. There were quite a few in there trying to defend Bill, the Buckingham and Bonsall for some of the lies that they said or something, or they were misrepresented or something. Bullshit.
Hey, Wolf, did Brandon just kind of indirectly admit that ID and young Earth creationism was kind of related, or is that just my imagination?
You said young Earth creationism, and he said that there are atheists or agnostics that support.
Yeah, was that just a slip of the tongue of him, or did he try to relate them?
He's actually in the external chat right now saying, people do tend to conflate the two, but if you're telling me that no, ID is not necessarily a religion, then my assumption stands correct.
I said you just don't find any science leading to young Earth atheism. There isn't any.
I appreciate y'all putting up with me during my rant. I feel better.
I fucking ran on, Heavy. No nuts.
And Heavy, I apologize if I talked over you. But there's one quick.
I have no clue. I ain't been paying. I don't know.
There was
Yeah,
one
we got a lot of
quick-
people watching today.
quick-
Holy shit.
There's one quick point I wanted to make out of that. And this is, and again, Brandon, this is just as a not as an attack, but just as a criticism of how you tried to get an emotional response out of Heavy Hauler by saying, well, if you don't want to do that, we'll let the record show, and going down that kind of, well, you're too chicken to do this, and then said in a later post, he said, I just want a friendly chat. That doesn't say that was going to be a friendly chat to me.
I think.
Yeah, no, and I'll talk about any of this stuff, but there's only so many times you can give these people evidence and they just stick their fingers in their ears. I mean, the same thing happened this morning when you guys saw with Faith, Love, Hope. You give her evidence and she's just like, oh, you guys are just being deceptive. Where do you go? Where do you go? You can't have a rational conversation with somebody who's irrational, as I said.
She's a nice person, but yeah, I
have a love-hate relationship with her, whatever.
Yeah, same as. I mean, I comment on some of her more divisive memes.
Yeah, she's never blocked me, So I mean, we've always kind of been going back and forth, but I don't insult her like other people. That's when she gets pissed off, right?
Yeah, and that's unfair, and I think that's why. I mean, I don't insult her faith. I just
she doesn't do
make
that to me,
points
so I'm not
out
gonna
of.
insult her.
Yeah, I make points out of where I disagree with how she's using a meme.
Yeah, what's funny is even when I did the Fruit on the Ground creationist about her, I was pretty civil, and she actually kind of liked it. So whatever.
Yeah, well, there's.
Hey, Tom. Tom's in live chat. I gotta put shout out to my peeps. Man.
Okay. I got confirmation. Okay, so basically,
Awesome.
what he said, what Brendan said is, so you're saying I'm wrong to assume that creationism and ID are the same.
Wait, he said that?
Yeah, he just said that. I'll screenshot right now. Hang on.
So you're saying I'm wrong to assume that creationism and ID are the same. Whoa, I don't know how to take that.
Well, I mean, if it means young Earth creationism.
I thought they're not supposed to be the same to them. Yeah. Was that the whole point? They're trying to separate themselves from the creationist movement? Don't know, man. That's weird.
Legally in the US, that's a very interesting comment by a member of the public.
So he has been consistent with himself.
Okay, well, that's fine. I think that. I think ID and creationism are just two sides of the same coin.
Yeah.
So
ID is just creationism dressed up prettier in an East.
Yeah. They say it's just creationism.
Still a turd, though.
Yeah.
Well, this is what happens when you get lawyers involved who then change the language to ensure that it doesn't conflict with the law.
Tom says that he was watching Ocean sparring in Antonio's till he got kicked, and now he's over here. So, yeah, I don't know what's going on in the other room, Tom. I'm not really paying attention. I look at the live feed every so often, but I can tell that their room's dying because they just kick everybody, and so I don't know.
Be cool to send Ocean an invite and find out.
I've invited him a long time ago. Room's full, but I don't think he's going to try to get in. How did we have so many people watching today? I know it's Saturday, but damn.
How many we got?
Yeah, come on, people. It's a nice day out.
Yeah, go outside and play. What the hell are you listening to my shit for today? I'm ornery today. I told you. Shouldn't really be paying attention to today.
Look, people, you got a smartphone. Go onto YouTube. Log into this so you can so you can listen to it. Put your headset on and go for a walk.
Oh, that's okay. You know what? That's probably a better idea. That way,
Yeah.
I couldn't sleep, dudes. I tried. I laid down and I kind of like what you would think be technically sleeping. But you know when you have that kind of sleep where you don't even feel like you actually slept? That was me. Wait, Sarah said she's chained in the basement. I want some more.
Sarah's doing laundry.
Well, you just spoiled that for me. Fuck. Well, I thought it was a lot more exciting than that. Oh well. Tyler's commuting to work. There's Ocean. Speak of the devil, and he appears.
Nah, just call a brother and he comes.
Yo, what's up?
Hey, I heard you just got your ass handed to you, and they threw you out because you didn't know what the fuck you're talking about. And
yeah, that's largely what happened. So,
okay. It was feel free to elaborate on that, by the way.
It was like an ocean color scene.
So what happened was, I'm attempting to get in there and talk about Darwin's deity's positions. And I've noticed that kind of what Darwin's deity does is that he turns around the criticism and fires it back at you as soon as you start trying to criticize his position, try and figure out whether or not it's exhaustive. And my strategy in that situation was to take as many hits as I can, but to still just ask questions about his position. He doesn't let that happen. And what happened was that instead of there being any questions on his position, he gets down to the brunt of my position, which is that I assume that my experiences are trustworthy, and I also assume the laws of logic. Which, if somebody wants to talk to me about how philosophically there's like more ways around Darwin's deity, around those things when going from a defensive aspect, I'm open to it. But
I asked Matt a question in that hangout on through text, and I said, if you hold to a foundationist a priori belief and you try and justify it, is it still foundational a priori belief? Because I don't think it is.
Okay.
Which is why you don't get into circular reasoning with a priori beliefs, because you're not trying to justify them. You only actually get into circular reasoning when you try and justify a premise that you're basing it on.
You're absolutely right. So let us finish, because Flower is she's getting her noodles excited right now. Yeah.
Oh man. All right. So
she wants you, dude. Whatever. I don't. Hey, you know what? It is what it is.
I mean, I don't necessarily mind.
We don't judge.
So, anywho,
You said something about heavy too, by the way. Whatever.
Well, what I'm attempting to do is find out what his damn position is, and figure out why he believes it, and maybe ask a couple of questions about it. Because the ultimate problem is I disagree with his position. He holds his position. I see issues with it. I'd like to ask him some questions about it. He's not interested in answering questions. He fires hard. He's more interested in putting his opponent on the defensive than actually receiving questions, which is a frustrating aspect about him. I wish that wasn't the case. I'd be interested in if he was capable of having that honest conversation where he answers questions honestly about what he thinks about a position. I'd be more interested.
He never will. He never will.
Instead, he diverts and puts you on the defensive.
You have to understand, a pre-supper's job is not to have dialogue with you. It's not to debate you. The whole drive and purpose of presuppositionalism is to shut mouths. That is their motive. It is simply to shut mouths. They do not want to have a conversation with you.
Well,
so you really can't talk to these people.
That guy that I told you the other day that kept messaging me on the pre-supper, I'd answer his questions, and I answered them quite well. Matter of fact, he'd never even heard of half the terms I use, because we use similar terms here. And then whenever I try to ask him a question, what do you think he did, Floyd? He asked me a question. He never bothered.
He criticizes others for answering a question with a question, and then he gets mad at you when you answer a question honestly.
Right.
Whatever point you bring up, the size script will then say, respond by saying, "How do you know that?" You're just trying to set it up.
And fine, if you want to get to the bottom point and say, hey, I'm a foundationalist, or hey, I'm a coherentist, because we got into both of those things where there are some things that I'm a foundationalist on, and there's other things that I'm a coherentist on. And I think that when you get into questions of theism, coherency is important.
So you're going to be a found heretist one of these days.
There's a compatibilist position on that.
Yeah, found heretist. I'm looking into it.
I think it's called foundational coherentism or something. That's found herentism? That's stupid.
Yeah, found herentism.
That sounds like the internet made it up.
No, Susan, what the fuck is her name? Susan Hack. Made it up in 1983.
Does she have an internet connection? Oh, anyway, no. Okay, so anyway, but my ultimate contention with him is that I think that his God could be dishonest, and I think that's a hole in his position, among many, but I think that's a big one. Because I think multiple people have had different kinds of supernatural experiences, so to speak, and have had different sort of things revealed to them through these supernatural experiences. And he's holding this position that there's like a natural revelation that is consistent across the board. And that doesn't seem apparent through human history. It's just something else. But then if you present that to him, he just goes, well, how do you know that human history is a thing? Fuck, do you disagree with me?
No, he's
like,
that's
the frustrating thing about it is that they'll say, how do you know that on something that it's like, well, is this a point of disagreement? Do we really need to explain this? Like this, because when he would ask that, I was like, okay, well, how do you get out of this?
It distracts from the actual conversation. That's
but there's it's a trap. It's not an honest
Sure.
conversation.
Oh, absolutely.
So it's really annoying because I wish there was more of a way to have an honest conversation about these things.
What he'll tend to go back to when he's going through this kind of script is he'll say, well, from my world belief, I can justify that. That's when you've got to pin him down. Now, can you demonstrate how? That's normally when he will start to run if people catch him at that point. The trouble with his argumentation is you've only got sort of like specific slots where you can actually try and hammer back a point. And
I think you're all wrong. Because you guys engaging with Darwin's deity, I think you're all in a position where you're wrong to begin with. Because look what Antonio Fletcher just said. I disagree with Ocean. What Ocean said. We can rewind the tape and see Ocean was clearly able to finish his point, and his point massively failed. You cannot have a conversation with these people. So I think Ocean, he's right in the fact that as soon as you begin to have a conversation with Darwin's in their room, you've lost.
Oh yeah, no one with mind controls that Darwin has. I wouldn't go into a room with him.
You guys do you see what I'm saying by that though? You've already lost. Whether you're philosophically sound or not, you lost. That's why I have a rule. I don't go into the rooms where Darwin's has mods or has ever had mods, and certainly will never engage in those rooms.
The problem is that and you can look at the tape, and I never get to this point where the next point that I wanted to make was that was Darwin's as an imperfect receiver. And I was attempting to get there, but every single time that I would get to get close to that point, but not actually there would be an interruption, at which point Darwin's would be going in on me.
Yeah. Hold on. I thought it was a giver, not a receiver.
No. Okay. So there is God as the giver, and then there's the receiver of the revelation. And if the receiver of the revelation is imperfect, then there's another point of question there, as not only is the God dishonest, but is the receiver misinterpreting.
Yeah.
And
how do you know you're knowing the wills of God? How do you know that's right?
There's 2 points
God
there.
is perfect. The receiver is not perfect. Yeah, that's an argument I've used as well. Are you fallible?
Right. And I couldn't make that. That point was never made in that conversation. And I wanted to make that point for about 30 minutes, and I could not get to that point. And I don't know what their response to it would be. And another problem is that every time I would ask a question, they would turn it onto a reverse. It's like, no, I'm trying to make an internal critique here, regardless of whether or not my position is consistent. And it was interested in being like, fine, there's an inconsistency in my position. What about you? And we can do that all day. I don't give a shit.
So you didn't answer my question. Did you leave or did they eject?
They ejected me. Now, whether or not my position is consistent doesn't matter when I'm asking about a critique of their position.
Yeah, we all get that, Ocean. But again, this goes back to you've lost the argument as soon as you win there. You're never going to get DD to have a dialogue with you and be able to answer questions. That's why he stays in those rooms. That's why he won't ever come into a room like this. He's not man enough to, because he knows that he can't play that fucking game.
I was happy to stay in that room as long as possible because I'm a stormtrooper. I can fucking handle them, the ganging up thing and all that shit, and be calm in the process. But
no, I get that.
I wish that they could do the same thing.
You don't even have to do that. You can just deal with them like a comedian. I mean, like, you just parodize his argument, and then just see how far you can go with it. Like, this is a natural catch-all like that.
Well, one of the funny things is that I've had a lot of off-air conversations with other preceptors, and that Brojo and Antonio have listened to. They didn't really contribute much, but they're in the room, and guys that are much more sophisticated than DD, and they've listened to these guys and me talk about different epistemic frameworks like Valherentism and coherentism. Difference between internalist and externalist justification. We've had some really good conversations, and now I don't even get an invite to those rooms anymore because they don't want me to go up against DD. When I talk to these guys and they're like, okay, yeah, well, that makes sense. I disagree, but that makes sense. Can't really use this, whatever. And you see this the last couple times I've gone in with DD, he hasn't been able to refute anything I've said. I get kicked out. I mean, the first one was, or the last time I got kicked out was hilarious. It was give me something that would falsify the uniformity of nature. I'm like, okay, great, change in the speed of light. And He's like, oh no. That's just one aspect of it. That wouldn't disprove all of the uniformity of nature. Give me something that disproves the uniformity of nature, like the set of everything. You want me to name one phenomenon that's going to disprove every single thing that we hold to as a uniformity? I mean,
it's pretty surreal.
Are you seriously asking for this? And you got those guys in the room. They're like, yeah. So we can't answer that question. I'm just like, nobody can answer that question. Like, how the fuck do you name one thing that can falsify everything? Like, that's just a stupid question.
The theory of ultimate falsification.
They have no justification for the uniformity of nature either. They'll say, "Oh, our God is unchanging, and therefore He created nature that way." Well, no, nature is changing, and just because a creator is some way doesn't mean the creation is the same. The creator can create anything, can create a creation that's totally different. In fact, in Christian theology, God is wholly other. So saying, well, God matches these characteristics, therefore we can justify it in the creation. No, you can't.
Floyd, what's wrong with this saying, I assume the uniformity of nature because it works for me. I can rely on it. What the fuck's wrong with that?
Well, you can just assert my worldview includes the base, brute, natural regularities. That's part of my ontology. That's part of my worldview. Please do an internal critique of my worldview.
And Floyd, I'm sure that you've caught on to this as well. And I mean, this is one of the things that I don't understand is that their position is they start off as anti-foundationalists. Their main goal is to show you that foundationalism is irrational. But they never go into their argument because, well, I mean, if they're followers of Van Til or Bahnsen,
they're foundationalists.
They're foundationalists. It's their position. And the same charges that they levy against you can levy against them. They have a slightly different kind of defense for it, but they still fall victim to a lot of the same problems that they're trying to put on you. So, if their thing is, if they're anti-foundationalists, they still fall into the same,
the coin toss
you're in.
The coin toss tactic is whoever can ask these questions first wins the debate. It's like, okay, I go first. Solve these philosophical problems. Oh, you can't solve it? No, I'll just keep on questioning you until you can solve these philosophical problems. I don't need to answer you. So I win by going first.
But I think that's a good point. I mean, they might have different precepts than I have, but how are they any less foundationalist than I am?
Yeah, they're externalists.
Because
foundationalists. They hold all this.
What they do is that when you take a look at like the Munchausen trilemma that challenges some of the notions of foundationalism, is that they won't agree with the first two, that infinitism isn't a real thing, and that basal assumptions are just assumptions. But they then accept the third horn of that says that you can just claim something as a self-evident axiom, and then just brush off your hands, and there we are, done and done.
Well, actually,
that God is self-attesting. That is a joke. God can be self-attesting all he wants, but we're asking you to attest it. God is outside of you. You're an externalist. So God can be whatever God wants. We're asking for your justification for your belief, not God's justification for himself.
But what Darwin does,
self-attesting is meaningless.
Darwin has actually said this. He's actually said that the trilemma only has one horn, and it all boils down to circularity. Which makes absolutely just batshit no sense.
So, Steve, do you want to know what I was kicked out over?
You exposed yourself on camera again?
You're being smart.
My penis came out. It was too big for the camera, too big for the hangout, and it just crashed.
That's a problem we have.
That old ball and chain.
You just gave Flower Ma a heart attack. I want you to know that.
So what happened was they asked me if I thought why I thought that the God of the Bible was not real, and I said that I didn't think that contradictions exist. So Darwin said that I think the law of non-contradiction was an issue with God, and I said that I think that it's an issue with the Trinitarian God, and he said, does that apply to the God of the Bible? I was like, well, is the God of the Bible Trinitarian? Which Christians disagree on. There is a huge disagreement there. And he did not want to answer that question for some reason. I don't know why. That seems like something that's be pretty simple for a Christian to just be like, yes, it's Trinitarian. Or
sorry,
no, it's not. You know,
Bible studies with non-Christians. So in other words, I'm not going to let you do an internal critique of my worldview. That's
right.
That's the way of saying that.
Hey, does somebody want to drop for Zulu? Zulu wants to.
Yeah. I'll go. I'm feeding the kids here right away anyway. So
I was about to put the kids to bed, so I'll give up a slot, and if there's room,
I just gave you the link in the outside.
A question to ask all these Christians is, in your worldview, where does consciousness come from? And they'll answer, oh, well, you see, my God is conscious. So, and we were made in God's image. So that's where consciousness comes from. No, wait a minute. You didn't answer the question. The question was, where does consciousness comes from? Not where does human consciousness comes from. You're just by saying my God is conscious. Okay, no, I am asking you where did his consciousness comes from? Oh, well, he's always been. He exists eternally. So there's always his consciousness. Well, we can say the same thing. Well, this consciousness this arose because of the nature of the physical universe.
Wait, did you see what I wrote on my Facebook page on the fail logic that I think just JD that had posted something similar thing? Here's a fail logic. Everything has a creator. God is that creator. God doesn't have a creator. Same thing. Everything has a conscious, or all life has a conscious. God has a conscious, but who gave? Or so, wait. How do we say this? Consciousness came from something else. God gave us consciousness, but who gave God his consciousness? Right? I mean, you can have this infinite regress.
If they don't need to answer where God's consciousness comes from, then why do we need to answer where any consciousness?
Special pleading. It's definitively special pleading. Mm-hmm. Well, how is that any different from the argument that I had the other day? They're like, abiogenesis. And I'm like, everything's abiogenesis. And they're like, well, you can't prove it. I'm like, yeah, actually I can. Abiogenesis. Premise 1. At one point, life did not exist. Premise 2. Life exists now. Ergo, at some point, there was abiogenesis. What that was, that's a whole different topic. But abiogenesis happened at some point, whether it be the Christian version or chemical, whatever it was. Abiogenesis just means life from non-life. And they don't seem to understand that for some strange reason.
I've heard the cop out of that is that their God is a living God, so therefore abiogenesis didn't happen.
Yeah, you know what? And somebody did make that argument, Mike. But you know what? When they were talking about the living God, he's talking about salvation. He's talking about God being life. And I'm like, that's a salvational claim, right? That's not biological life, unless you're saying that God is a biological entity, which is just silly.
The question is, where did biological life come from? God is not biological life.
Yeah, but it's equivocating to say that biological life is the same as salvational life, because that's what it's talking about in the Bible. You know. How you doing, Zulu? Did they kick you out over there too? I think they did, didn't they?
It's freaking deity, man. And trust in Jesus. Trust in Jesus, man.
One of us.
Yeah.
No, I'm not one of you. No, I'm not one of you. It's just that one guy, and he's manipulating everyone in there.
Dude,
he's a mess.
Hey, Zulu, I know that you're very, very Christian. I don't know why they have a problem with you.
Yeah, and listen, I don't have to be
because I'm SDA. No, Steve. Do you know what it is? I'm SDA.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
you're not the right Christian.
See, Zulu, it's not one of us or not one of us. It's not like that. It is. We told you these guys were going to do this to you. We've been around a very long time.
Mm.
So I hate to say we told you so, but we told you so. These guys are not interested in you being a Christian. They want a very select group of persons that will agree with them. And God forbid, if you stand up to Darwin's, you're done, dude. You're done. You're out.
Yeah, see, the thing here is with our Antonio Fletcher's rooms is that it's mostly composed of ditto heads. And they basically just elected Darwin's deity as their pope for that room.
Yes.
Dude, if I don't have a voice, I don't even care if they say, why are you bringing this on live? I don't have a voice on our channel. I'm going to have a voice here.
Yeah, I don't care. And dude, we have so many people, Christians, that come over here. We don't give a shit whether you're a Christian, not a Christian. It's completely up to you. It's rational against irrational. That's the whole thing.
Yeah.
We're rational. They're not. That's it.
Yeah. We agree with you, man. That place is anti-free speech.
Yeah.
It's whatever.
Yeah. I mean, look at Wolf. Wolf's a Satanist, and you're SDA. But you guys can have a probably great conversation in here.
I had a conversation with Wolf the other day for like 2 hours.
Exactly.
Smart. Yeah. Well, hey, I'll tell you right now, Wolf's a lot smarter than people think he is. They really underestimate Wolf. I know. I've known Wolf a long time. Motherfucker is a lot more smarter than people ever give him credit for.
I mean, I didn't come in here to bash anybody. I just came in here to join in the conversation. But I just had to address that quickly because I've been for the past 30 minutes, I've been trying to get in that hangout. But I realized that Didi's blocked me. So that means I know it's not Antonio's fault. I can't even get in the hangout because of Didi, and it's not even his hangout.
Well, it is kind of Antonio's fault a little bit.
It's basically like sniping. I can't even get on anyone's hangouts when.
Yeah,
but I mean, Antonio's.
I mean, you don't need to be in a hangout where you can't be able to like articulate your position anyway. I mean, that's just not healthy for you anyway.
And it is kind of Antonio's fault because Antonio has no balls. He won't stand up to Darwin's. And trust in Jesus has become one of the bigger taint lickers over as well.
Yeah, he's a mess as well.
That guy, he's such a ball licker. I never really had a good opinion of him. He's a sycophant when it comes to
do you know what it is? Do you know what it is? Didi is manipulating people. He will do something, step out of line, and he'll be like, "Oh, sorry, I had to boot him. He's talking nonsense."
I know.
It's not your hangout, Didi. I don't care if you're a moderator. No, guys, Steve, I'm a moderator.
Dude,
I've never kicked anyone out.
Yeah, exactly. Here's the thing, Zulu. This isn't the first time he pulled this. There was a couple of years back where he was actually on another guy's channel. What was it, MK's?
Yeah, MK's.
And
MK.
He used to like whine and bitch and moan about anyone supposedly trolling him or talking over him or whatever. So I mean,
that's why MK's name shows up so much on the soundboard.
Zulu, do you know what it means when Darwin says somebody's trolling him? Do you know what that's code for? That's anybody that can beat his
not following
ass.
The script.
Yeah, more important, that's anybody that can beat him in a philosophical argument, which is anybody in their right mind can beat Darwin. He's trivial, but he won't ever go into a room where he knows there are going to be people in there like myself or Floyd or Heavy or any of these guys in here can obliterate him easily. He's trivial.
Yeah, or even
he knows
I mean, like anyone who basically has the stones to call him on his bullshit, basically.
They were all mobile users, I think.
Phone problem, not sniping.
Yeah. I just want to say one thing, and I think this is the difference I see is there is an acceptance for people with different points of view. And that's what I think Hilarious is learning, which is the fact that you'll get more acceptance of different points of view from a rational community than you will from an irrational community.
Hey, look what's in here.
I couldn't agree anymore.
Druss and I are definitely theists. I think are we both polytheists?
Yeah, I'm polytheist.
Okay. As I've heard you describe yourself as a pantheist as well. So.
Well, yeah, it's kind of I always do. I believe in more than one God. Yes, I do. But I also have.
You're mainly focused on goddess worship.
But I'm mainly focused on goddess worship.
But it's all about the conversation, right? I don't make fun of people because of their religious beliefs. I've never have. Whether you're a deist, Christian, Baptist, SDA, Jews, I don't give a shit. That's never been anything we've ever brought up over here, but all you ever hear from them on the other side is, oh, look at Steve's room. It's a bunch of atheists attacking people that are religious. That has never happened in my room ever. So I don't know where they get that from.
Yeah, look at the mix of people that you get in. Seriously. You get Christians, atheists.
Well, even Dr. Hugh Ross wants to come back. He messages me today saying that he'd be happy to come on and talk about one of his books that I'm going to be reading here soon. So I mean, we get actual intelligent guests. They don't over there. You're never going to see Antonio get a guest. Yes, sir.
Steve, all I gotta say is, man, I'm cool with Antonio. I'm cool with everyone else here. But Didi, I had hope I prayed for that guy. You know, okay, I'm not gonna go deep. I'm not gonna say anything. I'm not gonna expose him. I prayed for that guy because we had uncomfortable conversations. I'm trying to give him a chance.
You can't. We've known Darwin's for a long time. He is an evil, depraved
heresy, right? I would still talk to him more. No, but Steve, I would still talk to someone that's Mormon. I don't want to block someone just because they don't believe in what I believe. I want to hear them and try and help them. Isn't that what you should do as a Christian? Help people instead of blocking them and kicking them out.
I agree with you. Matter of fact, I'm sorry I didn't get a chance to go to your hangout the other day. I mean, I do have a little bit of experience with Mormonism, and I was going to try to lend you some info on that, but I didn't get a chance to go over there, so whatever.
Actually, just on an interesting thing, if anyone hasn't seen it, watch Hacksaw Ridge. Quite a good film.
I think I heard.
Yeah, it's the Seventh-day Adventist, and he saved 70 people in the Seventh-day Adventist. I think that's more spiritual than anything he's ever done. I don't even know. No one even knows what denomination this guy is. He just sits there and talks precept all the time.
Well, because Darwin doesn't give any information about his actual beliefs. He doesn't want you critiquing his beliefs. You can't do an internal critique of his. His one shtick, and that is to try to precept you and to try to get you to basically contradict yourself or do something where you can embarrass you, because he is a narcissist. That's all he is. He's a fucking narcissist.
Yeah, I just asked for the link and they refused to let me in. I mean, it's just, I mean, they love their safe space to the point where if there's any dissenting opinion, you're out of there.
Yeah, that is a safe space. Well, that's why this is like bring it, insert some random descriptor here. It's like they'll sit over there, okay, bring it, guys, and then anybody that can actually give them an argument, oh, let's kick them out. Oh, we're not listening to them.
I mean, I just want him. I mean, honestly, I didn't mind him like running a spiel. I mean, it's just like, dude, shut the fuck up until I'm done with my sentence. I mean, can you do that? And the stupid thing is, this stuff is not like difficult. Like what I'm saying, like Matt Dillahunty gets this shit. It's like basic beliefs are philosophically equivalent to the axioms of a worldview, and they are immediately justified. That's not some difficult thing. He's so damn busy trying to shift the burden of proof to my worldview that I can't even get a fucking sentence out. So fuck.
Yeah, I would say that they're not justified, but I don't have a problem with that. I mean, a properly basic belief, by definition, isn't justified.
By definition.
Yeah, but I don't got to. But see, Darwin has an issue with that, but he can't give any philosophical reason why. There's nothing philosophically unsound about that. So.
Well, he thinks it's gobbledygook, and if that's the case, then fucking William Lane Craig is talking gobbledygook. And I'm not even a professional philosopher, and I get this shit.
But Steve, honestly, like, don't you think it's really ridiculous? Like, okay, let me ask you a question. If you were to block somebody or remove somebody from the group, what would be your like extreme conditions? Obviously, you'd have warnings. What would you extreme? Like, this is it. I'm kicking this guy. I'm blocking him for my.
I've only kicked a handful of people. It's usually because they're not listening to me after I give them the warnings. Certain things like racial talk, I won't tolerate. Epitaphs, they're removed. But it's so like people disagreeing with me. I don't think I've ever removed anybody for disagreeing with me, right? Because people disagree with me all the fucking time. That's part of the nature of the beast.
Or even like block anybody.
Yeah, no. The only reason I block is for trolling, and I mean literally. People like one person put the same comment, it's cut and paste that was like 15 paragraphs long on 15 of my videos. That's just spam, right? So you can block for that. People going in the live feed, just basically spamming shit rather than actually having the conversation. If somebody goes to my live chat and says, "Hey, Steve, you're an idiot. I really don't think you know what the fuck you're talking about. I disagree with you," I'll be like, "Okay, cool. Can you give me reasons?" But I want to dialogue with them, right? I'm not going to block them for saying that. Even everybody that has spanners in my live feed knows don't block anybody because they have an opinion. Block them after they or time them out when they won't give any justification for their opinion. That's when you start timing them out, because I don't have time for that. If you're going to assert something, give me reasons, right?
Yeah, wow. I'm done with that guy. I'm sorry. I've tried my best. I just don't like the way he acts. He doesn't act like a Christian, and he tells me I'm going to hell. He tells me I'm going to hell. No, Steve. I understand if the guy says I disagree with your beliefs, but don't tell me I'm going to hell because
he's an antichrist, dude. He's by definition.
No, Steve. It's literally. It's only the Sabbath. It's only the Sabbath. It's literally the Sabbath day, and he said I'm going to hell.
Yeah, he's an antichrist.
Dude, friggin' Jesus could come back and be real and stuff like that to Darwin's, and he would preach up. He's a dude.
Yeah, he would.
I know he would.
Jesus.
like honestly, forget him. Like he doesn't speak for your spirituality. He's just a douchebag.
No.
But his
I don't have the skills to do that. But hey, Darwin's greatest hits. You always listen to my shit. Make a video of Darwin's deity, precept, and Jesus. That would be awesome.
He already wait. Technically,
he had William Lane Craig, but he didn't have Jesus, I don't think.
Yeah.
So someone actually already did that. That's the funny thing about it. Like DD precept.
How do you know you're Jesus?
Yeah.
The thing is, it's just a total lack of respect for anybody else's position over his, which is why I think Steve's point of narcissism is not an unreasonable view, because he has no respect for anybody else's opinion or point of view. He really doesn't. The only people that he kind of likes are Some of the ones where he feels that, oh, this is when Alex Malpass went and had a conversation with him. You know, because Alex Malpass has a rep and he is actually a professional philosopher. You know, he was quite nice to him. That's the nicest I've seen him be to anybody.
Well, I don't think it's any big secret to tell you that Alex Malpass, you know, thinks Darwin's deity is a piece of shit, right?
I know that.
Yeah, it's not. I'm not portraying anything from Alex. I'm sure. You know.
Yeah, but that's only because he has the capacity to call him on his bullshit. But then again, anyone who has some like basic level of knowledge of philosophy can do that.
Yeah, I mean that's why I've been looking into the philosophical arguments because of Didi.
Yeah, Didi's an even bigger retard on science, so it's not like
hugely.
It's not like a big difficult task to show he's wrong on something.
It sounds like I missed something. What did I miss?
Oh, a whole lot of drama, honey.
Really? Yeah, I was out bowling with my daughter.
Brandon was just all over me, wanting me to debate him and everything. I told him, dude, I'm not a debater. I've never debated. If you would like to debate by text, hey, I'm up for that. But sitting there back and forth, no. I think better in text. I gave him a lot of facts about the Dover trial. Facts about Philip Johnson, some of his comments about it's not about science, it's about religion. And he's still trying to call my ass out on that, saying I'm just making assertions.
Brandon's one of those guys that is all about making assertions, but really doesn't back them ever, you know?
Yeah.
He uses a lot of words, but never says anything.
Yeah. How dare you use facts?
Yeah.
That's how dare you.
Well, it is. I mean, I don't know much about a lot of things, but the Dover trial, I'm pretty much on it because that pretty much is the bottom line for intelligent design and creationism for me and shows it for what it really is.
Hey, real quick, speaking of creationism, hey, Zulu, you should have listened to Creationist Cat, Vadim, the other day. It was a really good hangout. I think you should have listened to it. Do you know who he is, by the way? But
I think he left.
Zulu, do you know who? No, he's heard us all.
He flaked out and came back in. I'm going to go and put kids to bed, guys. So
I don't take Creationist Cat seriously because he's a troll and he just pretends.
Of course he is. That's the whole point. That's exactly the point, Zulu. Creationist Cat points out absurdity by being absurd. That's why he's brilliant. I happen to like Creationist Cat quite a bit, actually. But see, we get these bigger names in here. Creationist Cat, love him or hate him, he's a big name in the YouTube community. You're never going to find any of these people that ever want to go to Ronnie's room or to Antonio Fletcher's room because they just don't even know how to handle a guest. And I thought I handled that hangout pretty well the other day. You guys think I did an okay job? Because I was so tired.
That was a good one.
But
that was good. I'm getting one of those paper dolls too. I think he's sending me one in the mail.
Yeah, honestly, this week has been Didi's worst week. Kicking out admin, kicking out Ocean. This guy is a joke. I'm sorry. I'm saying this, man. I'm done.
Don't be, dude.
Yeah, you're mad. Huh?
We know.
Zulu's mad about me getting kicked out.
I'm really pissed. I'm really pissed. No, I'm really pissed. No, he can be an evil guy, yeah. But don't tell me I'm going to hell. Who do you think you are? I'm so sorry. That really got me mad. It really got me mad.
Well, see,
I'll tell you this much. I mean, no one in this room is omniscient, but I'll tell you what. Even if there is a God, it's not Darwin, so fuck him, okay? Like, you don't have to give a damn about his opinion, so honestly, he can fuck off with that.
Age of Atheism actually asked a really good question. He says, hey, Steve, thoughts on the change of wording in the Texas education system from evaluate to examine? I do have something to say on that, actually. These words mean very specific things. When we're talking about evolution or anything like a scientific theory, it's not something we examine. We're not doing an examination on them. And evaluation actually is a more appropriate term, but evaluation has a very specific meaning too. If I say, hey, in math, evaluate this or solve this, they mean two different things. A lot of people don't realize that. I know you math guys out there do. But the difference between something you evaluate an expression, you solve a relationship. You solve something with an equal sign. So if I say 1 + 1 =, you solve that problem. If I say 1 + 1, you evaluate that. So these words do have meanings. You don't examine the theory of evolution. I think that's kind of a poor choice of words to use when it comes to the curriculum. I wouldn't say examine. I would say evaluate. Now, do you guys want to throw down what you think about that? You know, Am I overreaching on that one, you think? You guys have no say on it? You guys don't give a shit? All right, there you go.
I'm not a huge math guy.
Age of
I know
Atheism
some
is
is
a question
equal.
I liked, so I whatever. Yeah, examine. Yeah, see, ergo cognita says, yeah, evaluate to me means a judgment to the validity. Examine means to study. Yeah, and so I think what they're trying to do is they're making the examine to be a critical analysis to see that if evolution is true or not, right? If they, to give it once you just look at evolution and decide for yourself whether it's right or wrong. That's not how it works. It is real. It exists. There is no your opinion on it. It doesn't matter, right? Your opinion makes no difference to the theory of evolution. The theory of evolution exists. It models biodiversification. That's it. There's nothing to examine on that, except if you mean it to study. So
that's why it's nice to be on the right side of that,
Oh God, yeah. Well, I mean, look at that, man. I'd rather be in the company of 99.9% of the people that have IQs in the genius level than these people over in Antonio's hangout that between all of them probably couldn't pass a GED. Okay, equivalency test. So yeah, I'm okay with that. They don't even know what they're arguing against half the time. Their straw men are so poignant. I mean, even with Faith, Love, Hope, she was trying to argue literally that, oh, look at these transitional fossils. They're trying to say that humans, evolved from chimps. And I'm like, that is not what they're fucking trying to say, Faith. That's just stupid. But that was her straw man argument. She thought that that's what they were trying to promote. And I'm like, no. We didn't evolve from fucking chimps. That's just...
Yeah.
One of the skull comparisons is to show the progression or the differences and similarities at the same time, isn't it?
Well, it's show comparative anatomy from similar species that are related to each other, just like from cousins, right?
Yeah. But
we didn't evolve. You didn't come from your uncle and aunt's lineage, but you're related by common ancestry.
I was just about to say that, like, you don't evolve, like you don't descend from your cousins.
Yeah,
you share a common ancestor down the line.
But they think that humans evolved from like Homo erectus or something. It's like or Homo neanderthalis. It's like no, it doesn't work that way.
Yeah, those
They could have come from your aunt and uncle, their brother and sister.
Well, they think we came from Adam and Eve, but that's just genetically pretty much impossible.
Yeah, there's no.
Satan's system is wrong unless they need it to be what creates humanity.
Yeah, I mean that's just retarded. I mean, there's no such thing as a cat to dog. A cat and dog probably might have a common ancestor that was fair, like probably was arboreal, but
Well, look at what True said. True said, something along the lines of, even if two dogs got together and had a cat, it wouldn't falsify evolution. They would just find a way around it. I'm like, are you fucking serious?
That is fucking retarded.
That is just beyond stupid. I mean, like that's like the ultimate in falsification criteria. There's no recovery for that. There's just none.
And that very falsification criteria for evolution is what they demand to see for them to be validated to them.
Yeah, they're like, oh, well, if evolution is true, then we should be able to see chickens come from two dogs breeding. It's like, you're just an idiot. Just stop, please.
Yeah, at that point, you wouldn't even want to deal with that. I mean, that's just beyond stupid. I wouldn't even dignify that with a response.
But it's daily, Wolf. I see people all the time on Facebook. When I'm not on G+, I'll spend a lot of time in these creationist forums, and Heavy sees me over there. We see some stupid shit, don't we, Heavy? You just look at it and go, God damn.
Yeah, that whole crocodile thing is ridiculous.
It's like, how the hell can people get out of bed in the morning thinking the way they do, like when they come into these hangouts and say the things they do?
And you can't correct them. It's like you can't. You can show them. Look at, like for example, like 3 times in the last couple of days, 3 fucking times. And I'm being conservative because I think it was 4, but they said something along the lines of, "Oh, well, you have a mosquito population, but you know what? Several generations, there's still mosquitoes." I'm like, fuck.
They just don't get it or won't get it because like you or someone made a comment like about Tommy or True or some of these other people that they have pretty much gotten the equivalent of a college education because of everything that you have been telling them over and over and over and over and over, and they will not get it.
If I asked anybody, hey, population of mosquitoes a million years from now they have populations that diverge from that, are they no longer mosquitoes? I think that everybody in their right mind would go, no, they're still fucking mosquitoes. They're just a special type of mosquito. They're going to have new traits or whatever, but we're still mammals. We haven't stopped being mammals. Anything that evolves from us are still mammals. Anything that evolves from a mosquito is still going to be a mosquito. It just gains more specific traits. Like we were you know, your eukaryotes, we still are. We specialize and we got spines, right?
Yeah, I mean, sure, we're part of we have the same order. That doesn't mean we you know, genetic changes or adaptations hasn't occurred in that amount of time.
Yeah, it's Meyer's law of monophyly, and they don't understand that. They think that you somehow lose your historical taxonomic level. So you have dogs, like G-Man doesn't get that dogs will always beget dogs. That it's going to be, there might be a special type of dog. You know, they may even look like dogs, but they don't lose whatever they are. They're going to still be that billions of years from now.
No, it's not. It's not even that. He got to ask backwards. He's saying that a dog will become a non-dog. Non-dogs produce dogs.
Yeah. Well, I use the same thing. Look at species X came from Y, with X being a subset of Y, but you never have species X becoming non-X. That's the difference, because whatever you have descendant, that's a subset of something else. So if X becomes Y, Y is always going to be a subset of X. Right, it's still part of X. So if it's cow, and then you have it turns to Y, it's still a cow, but it's gonna be like cow something or other. And they just don't seem to understand that's not the same as X becoming non-X. That's completely different things. I think what they fail is they never taken any set theory. Right, Venn diagram would probably fuck them up for life if they saw one. Right, they don't understand it. I am really cranky today, am I? Wow, I can see it. I feel it.
Well, the fact there's I know, right? It's always my fault.
I know. I am really cranky today.
How about the fact that there's monkeys that are actually communicating with sign language, and they're using tools?
They're the Stone Age.
Yeah, for real. That's us. That's us back. You know, it's right there, right now.
But Tony, if you have a creationist say, okay, well, these monkey or these chimps that are in the Stone Age or the pre-Stone Age, well, you know, are you saying that eventually they're going to evolve and become humans? No, that would be fucking impossible. That's not how it fucking works.
One of their offsprings down the line might.
It could become something similar to us, but it wouldn't be.
Sure, they might. Well, they might look similar, but they're not. They can never be phylogenetically human. Period.
Could have a convergent evolution where something comes up to be very similar. But
well, there's convergent evolution, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's not the point though. They think that, oh well, why do chimpanzees exist if they have all evolved to humans? I'm like, you're just stupid. Just
the best way I could think of an analogy is I think it's like a level up system from an RPG where it's always going to be the same stat per, you know, like chimps were before humans. Oh, you know, chimps just leveled up to become human. No.
RC says eat a Snickers, Steve. You're becoming a diva. That's actually not a bad idea. I wish I could go for. I don't have Snickers, but I got key lime pie left. JD Kane. Yeah, he'd recommended me to try this key lime pie because I really like the turtle pie by Edwards. It's fucking amazing. And I said, you know, I'll try something different. So I got a key lime pie, and it's so rich that I can literally only have like a fork of it at a time. I can't eat very much of it. The other pie was rich, but I can eat the whole goddamn thing in a sitting. Key lime, no, it's very rich.
I'm eating beef jerky.
Oh, I love beef jerky. I like venison jerky.
I got jelly beans.
Have you ever had venison jerky, Zudo?
It's too expensive, man.
Oh, yeah, it is, but it's so good.
Yeah. We went hunting, got a 5 point, and we had sausage and meat for a year. It was great.
Damn, that's good.
Eat like king.
You guys ever have wild turkey?
Yeah, that or Jack Daniels, sure.
Yeah, I was just gonna say.
I'm not referring to the alcohol. I'm actually referring to the bird.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I was gonna say I've had a lot of wild turkey before back in the day when I used to drink.
You got the same.
Well, you guys eat pork?
Yes.
Pork? Oh yeah.
Bacon, baby.
Yuck.
Dude, bacon's the shit, man. I love bacon.
Dude, it's so toxic. The pig is so toxic. It's classed as a scavenger. I wouldn't eat that crap.
So isn't lobster, but we eat that.
Yeah, lobster's delicious.
I don't eat shellfish either.
What?
Yes, Seventh-day Adventists, there are certain things that they do not eat. They even have their own meat substitutes, and I've had them. And
but that doesn't mean that the shit's not good. You can decide not to eat lobster or pork, but that doesn't change the fact that they're good. They're yum. You know?
Yeah, but just it's
not
very
good, it's
toxic.
delicious.
If you look at science, if
It's
you look at the
succulent.
scientific, no, they're saying that the pig's digestive system, it doesn't release toxins efficiently. So some of it is transferred to our bodies, and that's why people get a lot
That's
of.
why you cook it.
Or even when you cook it, no, you can cook it, but I mean,
And
it's
pork-
toxic.
pork I don't know where you get that from. Pork here's the truth. Pork you can actually eat semi-raw. Okay, I know a lot of people are going to get on me for this, but that trichinosis thing is bullshit anymore. They haven't had a problem with that for like several decades, and I'm sure Fiona will go like, Steve, that's bullshit. No, I trust me. I looked into this pretty heavily just not too long ago. The way they feed the pigs anymore, there's not been a single case of trichinosis in how many decades, right? Because it's not the same way they feed these things any longer. So this eliminated that. So
I mean,
a lot of these restaurants are starting to serve pork rare. Now there's obviously bacteriological concerns, but you're not going to get trichinosis.
No, but if you look at the pig's digestive system and you look at the cows or the clean animals are described in the Bible, if you look at their digestive system and how they release toxins, you'll see that they efficiently release toxins in a way that it won't affect us as much. If you look at how much processed, bacon, and if you look at all the effects it has on people, you can look it up. I don't know too much about the science, but I have a brief, very simple understanding that this meat is very toxic. And it's the way the animal eats and the way it functions doesn't show signs of edibility.
Well, the
That's a
main
word.
issue with that is that American and most advanced societies has a very red meat heavy diet, and that's where a lot of the problems come from. It's not just from pigs; it's a combination of excess from red meat and the negative aspects that has.
I mean, I'm gonna try not to eat meat, but obviously at the moment, some people can't afford to have all the fancy vegan foods. So sometimes I eat the clean foods, like I eat steak, I eat chicken. I'm gonna try duck. I haven't tried that. Apparently, it's in the Bible. You can eat duck. But I stay away from crabs, shrimps, pork, and all.
People are talking about tapeworms. People are talking about tapeworms in live feed. Yeah, well, normally when you sear something, it's enough heat in there to kill tapeworm, any kind of parasite. So I mean, I'm not saying like eat the shit pure raw, but I mean it doesn't have to be like extremely well done as people used to think it had to be. I think the internal temperature for pork, I think the safety, they just lowered it, but it was like 165 internal temperature, and I think they've actually gone lower on that, like 145.
I mean, even if you look in history, pigs were used basically to throw the garbage outside and they'll eat them. Like that's the kind of perception people had on that animal. So I don't see how that animal can transfer to your plate when it's basically your garbage. Well, it was used as a garbage.
Butcher knife, and
it's like eating a dog. It's like eating a dog, Steve. It's literally like eating a dog or a hyena.
I never had a dog, but if dog tastes like pig, I would consider it. I love bacon's
Come
awesome.
on, man.
Oh God, bacon's so good.
If we have readily available sources for any animal, I'd eat it.
Yeah. At this point, it's like eating your best friend. So I mean, I couldn't do it. But on another note, I do like shrimp. Like the fuck.
Yeah, they said pig is like human, like the skin, like meat, flesh, and everything.
I know horse isn't available here in the States, but I believe in Japan it's readily available. And
in the UK,
some people have said it's supposed to be some of the best meat you can eat.
Oh yeah, they love some horse rump, man. They love that horse ass. They love eating.
Wait, what do you guys think about the leaked scandals about McDonald's, having human DNA or having like human meat, or like the Chinese corned beef factory had used human meat? Like, what's your take on those kind of things?
Someone fell in the meat grinder.
Someone fell. Yeah, it's all for mass quantities of it. You'd have to be digging up a lot of corpses. Do
you know how many parts per million insect parts there are in just peanut butter?
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, it's literally there's a specific. Yeah, there's a lot of insects in peanut butter. It's ground up with it. I don't particularly care if something tastes good. Whatever, man.
Really, and it's good for your immune system too.
I'm not gonna go eat.
They have insect bugs. Wait, don't they like get rid of them? Like
no. There's more insect bugs in peanut butter than pretty much anything else. It's just
regulations allow for a certain percentage.
Depends on which insect. Because if it's a dung beetle, I'm throwing away my peanut butter right now.
Yeah.
Well,
I'm not gonna like eat beetles and stick them in a pan and saute them. Not my thing. I mean, if I'm eating something that's processed, I know there's going to be egg larvae, some spiders or whatever in there. Like peanut butter is going to have that. It's just just don't psychologically think about it.
I mean,
Yes,
I'm allowed to
have-
eat bugs. I can eat grasshoppers and locusts and stuff like that. So
Oh, who the fuck would want to? Ew.
So that's a
No, but
plague.
Steve, if you think about it, Steve, look how much protein it has. And if you look at the way the world's going and
it's
how
really good for you. But ew.
yeah, and when you're in the forest, some like what if you're stranded like?
But here's yeah, well, okay, if I'm like a survivalist. But Zulu, here's the thing: those laws, the Levitical Code, the 613 mitzvah. Do you know that they never followed those? Those were never implemented. No, go look at any research. You'll find that nobody ever followed those things.
Yeah, but a lot of that stuff from the Old Testament about the diet and stuff, that's what the Seventh-day Adventists follow.
I know.
But Steve, it's capital. But Steve, do you agree, Steve, that there's a lot of capitalism and that like how there's GMO and how they put hormones in foods, all the garbage.
I am so pro GMO. You don't even know. GMO will solve the world's hunger problems if these idiots stop saying that GMOs are harmful. Because they're so ignorant of GMOs.
Isn't it harmful to the body?
No. Absolutely not. We've had GMOs for a very long time. We have 20 to 30 years of research on GMOs. Yeah, GMOs are the most safest fucking things in the world, and yet people still are fighting against it, and the people are starving to death because of ignorance.
Is my mind
GMOs
working?
alter one or two genes at a time. Crossbreeding can alter hundreds or thousands of genes and cause even more complications than what you intended.
I don't think my mic working was earlier. What I was trying to say was a lot of dietary stuff in the Seventh-day Adventist Church comes from the Old Testament, as does the going to church on Saturday. But Nestle brought up something though. Hyenas are not canines; they're felids.
Yeah, they're felidae.
Cats. They're kin to cats.
It's funny how some Christians choose to eat pork and drink and smoke, even though the Bible doesn't accept any of those things. It's funny,
The New Testament doesn't say anything about them.
No, actually, even when Jesus had the Peter's vision with the animals on the carpet, Peter still didn't eat unclean animals. That indicates he still didn't eat unclean animals.
Do you know why I think that in the Bible, and maybe this is my own personal thing, but do you know why they probably didn't eat shellfish in the Bible? Because I think probably people had allergic reactions to them, anaphylactic reactions, and so they didn't know what the hell that was at the time. And I think that's kind of developed this aversion to eating shell food, because we have people nowadays that still are they're highly allergic to shellfish, right? And so they probably had some kind of thing where people were experiencing these reactions and they thought there were signs of demonic activity or condemnation from God. It's something to consider the possibility of.
Yeah, the point I was trying to make is even if you look at if you look at the statistics, if they say that Seventh-day Adventists or the ones that are following the dietary laws live 7 years longer than the average American. I don't know if this is a biased statistics. It might be from the Seventh-day Adventist Church, but I believe it's from external viewpoint.
I doubt if they've really done any research on it. SDA is not a.
I mean, there's the woman that's like. There's a woman that's. I know it's not a big church. I think there's only 18 million in the world. But it's very interesting how following clean diet. Actually, the Adventist diet actually says that we shouldn't eat meat at all. We should be vegan. But like I said earlier, some people have problems with money, and some people actually need meat because if they stay on vegetables, they might need protein and
Hey, by the way, Zilla, you're popular right now. Tony has 9 people watching. We've got 70. So
I need
to try and monetize my videos, Steve.
It was popular when I was in there.
I'm trying to get more subscribers.
Yeah, but Ocean, your mom was in there.
Well, hang on 1 second. First of all, you have to have 1,000 subscribers before you can monetize.
No, 10,000 views.
10. Is it 10,000?
Dude, I literally got 1 cent on the balance. I'm not even joking.
How'd you monetize it? You have 10,000 views already?
Maybe he's
the highest view count. The highest view count is like 107, and they said that on my balance, my revenue is 1 cent.
No, that's okay. First of all, you're looking at YouTube, right? You're looking, yeah. I don't think you know how this works. So let me explain to you. YouTube, when you go to the analytics, gives you an estimate. Okay, that's not how you get paid. You don't get paid by YouTube. YouTube doesn't give you anything. You get paid by AdSense. And AdSense is a process. It takes about 30 days to you have to apply for you have to apply for it. You have to get something sent to you via email or mail, snail mail. You have to sign it and send it back to them. You have to put a PIN code in. It's a very long and arduous process to get monetized. And then once you reach $100, they'll send you a check or more.
Or close your account and they send you the balance.
Sure. So you're not monetized yet, because unless you've done all that, it's a huge process.
Yeah.
And you don't make that much. I the most I've ever made, I think I probably pulled 50 bucks in.
Not supposed to discuss that, Steve.
That's great, Steve. Imagine you can still work and get paid just for uploading a video. Come on.
Oh yeah, no. I agree, but I have 380 videos. That, I mean, it adds up. But yeah, you don't.
Yeah.
Right now, with the fact that they've dropped the revenue to 80 to 90%, I'll probably pull in about 15 bucks this month. Yeah, so it's not like
big money.
Yeah.
Zulu.
Yeah.
Knives. It's all potential.
I need the money, man.
The YouTube analytics only is the potential until you do you have an AdSense account?
Yeah, I've synced my AdSense account and everything, but I looked at the requirements. It said I need 1K, but I even went on AdSense to look at the balance and everything. It said 1 cent.
I thought it was 1K. You have to have 1K subscribers and 10,000 views. I thought was the criteria for AdSense.
No, it changed to 1 cent. I don't know why, but it said 1 cent on my balance. So
that's your yeah. Well, I don't know. Well, I tell you what, you're not. Go out and buy a gumball.
They'll never give you that 1 cent. Yeah.
Oh,
Zulu. It's probably going to be less because it's going to transfer to UK currency.
You're 18. Hilarious. You are 18, right? By the way, don't lie. Don't lie.
Yeah, I can drink and do everything, man.
Okay,
but I don't.
People are like they say they donate more to your channel if you take off your shirt.
Hey, whatever. You don't want to see you don't want to see the perfect human physique.
Look at that. He's
getting real in here.
He's got that atomic
It's a
form.
Christopher.
Yeah, pull a Christopher.
Well, Steve, I'm completely
don't
nude
pull a
at the moment,
Christopher, please.
What's Ocean? What?
Well, the pull up
I'm
Christopher.
completely nude at the moment.
Oh, Ocean's. Hey, you hear that, Flower? Ocean is completely nude.
There are no clothes on me.
Your mom's completely nude.
I'm shirtless, but only because it's like 180,000 degrees right now.
Now I have to put my clothes on again. Zulu turned off his cam.
Oh, stop, man! Oh my gosh.
Well,
I'm eating a mayonnaise sandwich, man.
Oh,
you guys are killing my man.
Turn the camera back on.
I hate it. You got treated by Dee and them like that because you're fairly neutral.
I hate the fact that he gets treated like that too. Actually,
yeah. I mean,
Dude, the way he gets treated is so shit.
Ocean, I felt so sorry for you, man. Honestly, you told me about him as well. I should have listened to you. I should have listened.
We all warned him. Darwin is a fucking piece of shit.
No, but Steve, the only thing that annoys me is because of SDA. That's literally it. It's nothing else. That's what annoys me.
I told you, I don't care.
Zulu's referring to a conversation where I trolled his fucking pants off, and I also told him just kind of about DD, kind of loosely, and he was just like, no, I don't believe that as a Christian's going to be like that and everything. And it's just like, you just watch. And then shit hit the fucking fan between Zulu and DD, and faster than I thought. I thought the two of them were going to get along for a little while.
Oh, this phone bug sucks, man.
I know, it's terrible. But I thought I was amazed at how quickly DD turned on Zulu.
I'm not.
I should have predicted it because he's SDA.
I did predict it. I told him straight out.
Well, I mean, I predicted it was going to happen. I just didn't think it was going to be like,
Oh, hey Tom, thank you for Tom just sent me $5. Says eat a Snickers, Steve. On my PayPal. Thank you,
Tom. Connection. God damn it.
Yeah. By the way, I like the super chat. Don't get me wrong, but PayPal you get a lot more of the you get everything at 100%. So I like my PayPal a lot more than the super chat. So just FYI. But if you really have to like super chat and you want a comment read out, go for it. But PayPal, if you want to donate, PayPal is the way to go.
Do you know what's funny? He just kicked out another person.
Did he? Thank you, Tom.
Oh, sorry.
Who did he kick out?
Well, that's why they only have 8 people watching right now, dude.
No, he
8
kicks out
fucking people.
It's an 8-person circle.
Yeah,
that's not even enough for a good
that's
orgy.
why I get all the cool people coming over here, right?
Yeah, that's not enough people for a good orgy.
And I have a room that we can hold 25 people, so
that's an orgy.
I don't have it open right now, but
I think if Antonio's smart, which I mean I kind of doubt, he'll realize that DD is poisoning his rooms and eventually remove
he won't.
Him.
Nope.
But given the fact that
I think he's got kind of a Christian Alliance thing.
It's going to be a while. All I'm saying is it's going to be a while because Antonio was a sycophant.
Yep.
So I think that there's an interesting thing about DD that he's never defended the Trinity. I wonder if he's a Trinitarian. Do you have any idea?
I've heard. You know what? I don't want to say for sure, but I think I've heard Jack actually mention that he's anti-Trinitarian. But I could be wrong on that.
So I was removed from the room asking if he was a Trinitarian.
I could be wrong about everything I know, though. So it doesn't.
Yes, you could be.
So, I'm talking with a friend, and we're both kind of realizing that Darwin's has never been challenged on the Trinity in any real serious way. I'm not sure if anybody knows that whether or not he is.
I don't know, but him and Becca would be able to have that conversation.
Right.
I'm not even sure if he's really religious. I think he's a friggin' troll. I think he does it just because this is what gets him off.
I think he was. I think he's religious.
No, I'm a little bit different on that. So here's what I think is going on with Darwin's theory. I'm going to put out my completely unsolicited opinion on this. I think what's happening is that he was converted very young, because he said that he became a Christian in his late teens to early 20s, and he's remained a Christian since then. I think that over time he's realized a couple of issues with his faith, and he holds to it through this line of argumentation that he's defending. I think that he's honest about it, but I also think that it's like his sacred cow. He's defending it really, really strongly, and holds to it almost in a state of denial of anything else being the case. So this is the reason why he attacks so violently when you get him into a situation where he's in a corner or he can't beat you.
Oh, I think you're totally right, Ocean. I think you're absolutely totally right. And by the way, here's the difference. I mean, again, people are like, oh, why always compare metrics? Because there's a reason we compare metrics. It does gauge the caliber of different things, and if you're being more successful. We have 68 people watching. We had 70-something. We have 23 thumbs up, 0 thumbs down. He has 9 thumbs up, 31 thumbs down. Now, I'm sorry. People could say you're just comparing e-penises. Fine, whatever. But it does give you a little bit of different...
It's funny. I'm not even one of the thumbs down on his channel.
I honestly did give him a thumbs down, but I don't have 15. I don't have 1,000 sock accounts. You know, he's like all these people. You know, it's like 31 thumbs down. They're all Steve. No, I have 1. Occasionally, I think a video is really bad. I might log in sarcastic, but I mean, I just do 1 thumbs down if it's a shit video.
I think we should let's expand. I mean, I don't know. I guess you agree with me on my analysis of Darwin's that
yes,
this is like a sacred cow, a little kind of his last wall.
Yeah,
as I'm not even like. He might be doubting in his faith, but he holds on to this almost to a point of denial.
I think he's a narcissist too, though. So.
Well, yeah, that might be true as well. And I think that he might actually think that his argument is a good argument, but he won't answer questions about it. And that's always been an odd thing to me, that he doesn't answer questions on it. Or when you get to questions to him, he winds up turning it around and attacking a skeptic or agnostic or whatever it is worldview.
Well, I mean, he thought that he had an argument that was affirming the consequent. He thought was a good argument. So yeah, he does think these are good arguments, but he doesn't understand why they're not. He doesn't understand affirming the consequent is a logical fallacy to him. No, there are no logical fallacies. I don't think when it comes to that, because God makes it so. It's like kind of like there are no God of the gaps because God knows everything. It's that kind of silly argument, right? It's not a logical fallacy because it's God that makes it true. Okay, whatever.
Yep, all the other arguments failed, and this is the last. That's the last wall of defense right there.
Yeah, Age of Atheism just fucked with me by giving me a thumbs down. I will find you. I don't have a lot of money, but what I do have is a special set of skills. I will hunt you. I will find you.
You've gotten 2 thumbs down.
Convert you to agnosticism.
You've gotten 2 thumbs down, Steve, but your thumbs up have gone up to 29. So.
Yeah. Stop thumbs downing my video. Change that, people.
Now you're getting more of them. There's 4.
You suck. Nobody ever watches.
Brought it up.
Nobody ever watches this shit.
Started talking about it, and everybody starts being like, you know what? I think I need to fuck with Steve.
Yeah,
all right, guys.
Them.
Competition right now. I want Steve to have more thumbs downs.
Oh. No, not in this video. This is a good video, actually. I'll make a video next time you thumbs down the whole thing. I'm gonna say what. Change all your thumbs down to thumbs up, and I'll make a video coming up here.
Got 7 thumbs down now.
Aha!
I will, and I'll have it. I'll be like, all I
win.
want is thumbs down on this video, and we'll see what happens.
Steve, did you see my hangout on the Kemetic and politics? Kemet and politics.
I didn't. I'm going to be straight up with you, dude. I don't know jack shit.
Okay, now that we got Zulu here, Zulu, what the fuck is Chemetics?
Go for it, man. I don't get it. I don't understand it. I'm not. I know. I mean, I know what it is. I know it's an Egyptian form of.
I can answer this.
But
Well,
I think
basically,
okay, let
Pagan.
Zulu go first. Then Ocean can explain whatever version he has.
Yeah, I want.
do you know, Steve? Do you know what'd be even better? I'll explain it, and then I'll add the person
I'll
out.
tell you what.
That
I'll tell
was
you
there.
what. I'll let
I
you
got 10
explain it
thumbs
if all
down,
these
guys.
people stop thumbing down my video and fix that shit.
11.
Yeah, stop.
I am winning, Steve.
Fuck you.
Hey, Steve, you're actually getting thumbs ups too, by the way.
Yeah, you got 33 thumbs ups now.
We just got 15 more viewers too, so I don't know what the hell.
Mod
I feel like joining the trend now. My thumbs down as well.
Oh man, this is going bad. This is going real bad. Shouldn't have brought
That's
it
14 for Ocean.
Yeah, who's Mayberry?
You shouldn't have said anything. Steve.
Okay, all right.
For
Let's
real.
get on topic here.
I'm cool.
Hey,
Alright.
wait a minute. Who's Mayberry? I don't know this person. That concerns me.
Mayberry? Throw him out.
I'm taking over your hangout, Steve.
Hey, is this the Kemetic guy or who?
Let's see here.
Oh, so yeah, go ahead and explain
One
what Kinetics are.
follower. They got nothing posted.
Yeah.
Nothing posted. It's a porn bomber.
That's, I don't have anything posted
All right,
on mine.
Zulu. What are Chemetics? Or what's
Okay, so there's Kemet. There's you know like how there's Hebrew Israelites, basically a Black nationalist movement, right? There's Egyptian mythology, which is basically, and then there's Kemet. Kemet is basically a Cockney version of Egyptian mythology, but everyone's black, and the white people were genetically modified, and the black people nowadays are descendants of the Egyptians who were in the state of knowing there were no religions in those times, and they knew that the sun was providing life. They knew that the water was providing life. There was no religions, and basically, white people aren't human. They're genetically modified, and we have magical powers because of
Is this the big
melanin.
head scientist thing?
Yeah.
I think
it's
Steve,
probably
you know what? Yeah, you know, Steve,
It's all
you know
a
what?
spin-off of each
Steve,
other.
Steve, you know what? Yeah, should I add this woman on here because she's hilarious. She got me 107 views. I've never had that much on my channel.
I get that the one time. No, I'm sorry. No, that's good. That's good. Seriously, I'm not trying to.
Yeah, go ahead.
So for me, should I?
Hey,
add
but
it?
before you continue, can I get somebody to join so I can fill this up? So that we've got somebody. The link got out, and I don't want this to end. So can we have one person that I trust come in so we can have packing peanuts?
Hold on a
Please?
second. Let me.
Wait, I won't be able to add it because it's 4. Someone needs to go.
No. Hilarious. When you add a packing peanut, it's like a second account you can drop out to bring another person in.
Yeah, that's fine.
It's just to fill space.
Yeah.
Oh, God damn it.
Do I have to do something? No.
What's the matter, Ocean? You got to call your mom to get logged in.
Ocean will take care of it.
I was taking care of it, but now it's bringing me to a fucking help page.
There.
Oh,
There we go.
Oh, I bet Ocean's been taking care of it for a while. He's been naked.
Yeah, his mom's been taking care of it.
Oh. Okay, so I mean, I kind of got the gist of it. Now you don't subscribe to that bullshit, right?
It's absolute garbage. It's garbage. It's racism. It's motivated by the people. You know what she would do as well? She would say, read the book, look at this website. She'll send me a video of Horus and Ra and everything. These are from black naturalists that hate white people.
Okay, so
yeah, no,
I call it. This is why I call it reverse KKK.
Can I respond to this? Because I come from a couple of backgrounds in this that makes this interesting. I dated one of these people for quite some time.
In bed? No.
Not bad. Anyway, so what happened? There's a number of different ideas around Afrocentrism that show up with this, and Kemeticism is one of the more recent ones that has started doing this. And I want to point out to Zulu that it's not Kemeticism as a whole that does this. It is one branch of it that's been getting a lot of popularity recently. It's like saying that heathenry is white nationalist. It's not entirely. There are aspects, there are groups that are. Same with Kemeticism. You have some people that are like basically that follow Egyptian polytheism that call themselves Kemetic, that are not black nationalists and that do not believe in any sort of black supremacy and take history seriously. And they don't have all these like weird beliefs about some ancient African empire that took over the world, or that the Olmecs are black, or that the Vikings are black, or that there's black Celts, or black colonists or anything like that. So,
but African goddess, she is one of those.
Say what?
She's a Kemetic.
Yeah.
Oh, that chick in the live chat of Antonio's hangout.
Guys, please watch my video. Honestly, it was absolutely hilarious.
Anyway,
she was telling
5 hours of that crap.
But move this. All right.
No, skip it to like 3 hours. She was telling all the white people in the chat that they're not human.
Yeah, well, no, they believe the white people.
You have people like that. Those people exist.
Yeah,
and
aliens were aliens had sex with demons. And
but I don't. What I don't want to have happen, and I'm not gonna. I don't want to stand for while I'm in the same hangout as this, is that this is Kemeticism. It's not.
Yeah.
There is Egyptian polytheism that is not racial, and is not this crap that is being espoused by whoever it was that Zulu was interviewing. So I wouldn't define Kemeticism in that way. Kemeticism simply is defined as Egyptian polytheism, and there are radicalized groups of it that are racialized.
Ocean,
just like the black Hebrew Israelites.
Ocean, can you tell your minions, because they follow you? Can you tell them to fix their thumbs down, please? Because this is a good video. I want people to watch this thing.
All right, fine. So, I now recant.
You can't ask people just to do whatever their hero says and fanboy them.
I want more thumbs up for Steve.
Yay! See, you hear and obey. Hear and obey.
I just thumbs up.
Ocean
Steve.
has spoke.
I even got Dharma's greatest hits in the live feed.
Now the thumbs downs are going down.
Hey, Dharma's greatest hits. Did you ever make a video of Darwin's having a precept argument with Jesus? I don't remember if that was you or not, or there was one on that or not.
That wasn't him initially, but he liked the video that did that.
I think Darwin's could do a better job on it than maybe, because I mean, seriously, like, how do you know you're Jesus? How do you know you're on the cross? I think that'd be a really good video.
Right.
How do you know it was a cross?
Yeah. How do you know?
How do you know Jesus died for your sins?
How do you know there's stakes in your hands?
Look at those thumbs down chains. Look at that. Look at all that. Oh my God. It's like.
How did you know you performed?
Steve, what you have to do now is acknowledge that I have power now.
No, I fully admit that. No, sure. I'd be down with that.
No, it says Ocean a bunch of socks.
I just provide the room. It's all about Ocean.
Ocean, do you remember that conversation we had about sex?
Yes.
Whoa.
That was so hilarious.
TMI.
Okay, so what happened there was I wound up getting Zulu to yell at me a lot.
I've never been so pissed in my life that day. Oh my God.
Okay.
So okay, do we want to describe it like what happened, Zulu, or do you just want to let sleeping dogs lie?
Oh no, you got to tell us fucking now.
Yeah, okay. Drama, we want it.
Yeah.
Don't lie, Ocean. Don't lie.
What do you mean, don't lie?
Don't try and add anything or try and make.
I'm not going to add anything.
Don't embellish.
Oh, just say the story. Come on.
It's interesting enough by itself. So basically, I informed Zulu that I dated a few Seventh-day Adventist church girls, and that they are wildly kinky in bed.
Yes.
And not only that, but they also don't tell any other Seventh-day Adventists people that they had slept with me, and that I also think that this is probably normal. And
sure, Mormons are the same way.
The woman that he winds up with in the future might tell him that they're a virgin.
Yeah.
But they probably aren't.
Yeah, Mormons are the exact same way. There's a running joke that the bishop's daughter are always like the most freaky, right?
Oh yeah, no, dude, I've totally been with a PK.
Yeah. So I mean, there's truism in what he speaks.
Yes,
but Zulu got mad at me for saying that, like very mad at me.
Why? Zulu, you'd be surprised. I mean, Ocean's pretty well spot on that. I'm sure.
Yeah, it is true.
Yeah.
I mean,
I don't agree with him calling my sisters in Christ, all my SDF friends, calling them whores.
No,
whores.
No, hold on.
That's not what he said.
Steve, let me. I can speak for myself. Thank you. So I was not calling them whores. I was simply suggesting that people in general are sexual beings, and regardless of religion, they're going to be sexual beings. And that's not to say that they're whores. I don't think that they are, and I wouldn't call them that.
Yeah, a whore is
Bro, I'm 18. I'm 18. I've never had sex, bro.
Hey, a whore is not
great.
Who's it? A whore is not somebody who sleeps. A whore is
I
not
didn't have
somebody-
sex until I was 18.
A whore
either.
is not somebody who sleeps with you. A whore is somebody who sleeps with you and then sleeps with your best friend. That's a whore.
Yes.
You're also full of shit about that. I'll never have sex, bro. Please.
Yeah. Give it a few more years.
No, I'm having sex until I'm married to. I'm married.
Yeah,
because
that's about one. That's
Yeah,
about
I wouldn't do that.
What I'm
What
saying
happens
is,
if she's not good?
Yeah. By the way, the only time that ever happens if you look like Antonio, then you could probably pull that off.
Yeah.
Oh,
They're not equally optional. It's just.
Yeah, but you don't want.
All
you don't
right,
want
Steve. I'm gonna say
Yeah,
it.
you don't
Come
wanna-
on, even Happy Cabby had an STD.
Oh yeah.
Figure that one out.
Come on, man. That wasn't cool, man. Come on.
Well, let him come here and defend himself.
I mean, it's like 33 years old. He's a virgin. I'm like, I don't know if that's necessarily by choice.
Whoa. Did he said that?
Yes.
Oh
Wait,
my
Antonio-
god.
Antonio's a
virgin.
Antonio's a 33-year-old virgin.
Oh my god.
That's amazing.
Jesus Christ.
That explains a lot. That explains.
Why the hell would you say that out loud?
Okay, all right. Listen, it's not like he.
Oh my god.
That explains everything, really.
Jesus Christ. Oh my god. Well, who says that shit out loud?
I don't know, man. I'd be probably a little. I would be embarrassed. I guess. I don't know.
That's amazing.
I mean, I have like
It is
13,
amazing.
I have like 13 ex-girlfriends just on my Facebook alone.
Dude,
you know, it's like
dude, at that point, yeah, I would have to do the unholy thing, man. Like, I think people should get married at like 25 young ages. You can get married at like any age.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I think sex is great. I just want to try with a partner once, you know. But
I mean, when you wait that long, you know you're fucking up. That's I'm just gonna say that.
yeah, no shit, right?
Like, I mean, like the whole marriage thing aside, I mean, if you wait up until your early 30s and start talking about this sexual relations phenomenon, let me try that, dude. That's bad.
That's like
The thing is, yes, I see like
the old adage that the first time I had sex, I was cold, depressed, and alone.
Yep.
See, I feel like at a young age, especially 18, 20 to 21 to 25, your hormones are crazy. I feel like that is the age that you should get married. So where, for example, from my view, you're not really, fornicating, having sex with 7 people. You're having sex with that one person. But because also it's your temperance as well. Like if you're addicted to porn, you can't control yourself. Then you gotta find a way.
Yeah, we are pretty crazy. Oh, wait a minute. You said hormones. Okay.
Yeah. Porn's all right.
No, Steve,
Who has time for
Steve,
porn?
Steve.
Wait. Who has time for porn? We spend our lives in fucking hangouts, and I'm making videos, and I'm on Facebook,
Steve,
or whatever. I ain't got time for it. I mean,
you
I'm
can
sure that
like multitask while in a hangout, you know.
Yeah.
Is there things in porn that are new that maybe was?
Yeah, what do you think? I'm doing?
Yes, there is
Go
lots
Steve,
of
go
stuff.
Steve.
Every
The
time
thing is,
Wolf King mutes, think about that, people.
Well, yeah.
But
His
Steve,
type of
Steve,
porn
thing
is
is,
probably
Hey! A man has the right to look at his pod collection when he's not talking. Okay.
Yeah. Hey, I'm going through my Yu-Gi-Ohs right now, so
the type of things that he watches is banned in like 13 states. So what do you want?
all I'm gonna say is, Steve, all I'm saying is, I'm gonna be real with you. I've had a lot of temptations, and I've done a lot of things. But one thing I haven't done is sex before marriage, and that's the ultimate no-no for me. I mean, I'm not gonna go into detail, but I'm young, right? Influence, peer pressure, everything.
You're
I've
Christian,
gone.
dude. All you got to do is just say, "Hey, I fucked up. I asked for forgiveness."
No, I do that. I do
No,
that.
no, if
But
you
the thing
get
is,
some
I want to be strong. But Steve, I want to be strong. I want to say no. You know what I mean?
Dude, okay, look at it this way. There's like 0.001% of anybody who's lived their entire life without having sex before marriage. I know one. In my entire life, I know one couple that got married, both of them virgins. That's statistically almost impossible.
Well, in my church,
oh no, those
Steve,
women, those girls in your church, they're not going to be married. They're going to be virgins when they get married. I tell you right here and now.
Steve, I think one thing you can agree on, if you look at it's a generational thing as well, because the trend these days is one night stands, casual sex.
Yeah.
Back in the day, it was courtship. You're marrying this.
No, it really wasn't.
No, it wasn't.
I believe someone's never watched Austin Powers.
So this is a
all relationship. Hang on, all relationship is 2 one-night stands in a row. Okay, that's all relationship is, dude. So yeah, go ahead.
So
and by the way, finish.
You guys can fornicate all you want, but I'm staying with one woman.
Hilarious. So
she's not gonna be a virgin.
Yeah,
this is a problem that pops up.
The places I look, you guys look.
I am trying to say something intelligent.
Okay, let's all come to one.
All right.
Ocean, you gave me pissed again. Ocean, you gave me pissed again.
And if you ever get a chance to have 4 women at once, do it.
Yeah, this is something that happens with every generation. We start to romanticize the previous generation and think that they did things that the image that they had was completely honest, and it rarely is.
I agree.
If you go back in time, teen pregnancy was higher in the 50s than it is now, which is ridiculous, right?
Yeah,
with all the hookup culture that we have right now, it was worse in the 50s.
Yeah, and what about the hippies free sex generation?
Right, and then the 60s happening. Oh God. But then you had the pill get introduced. So, but the thing that brought down teen pregnancy and unwanted pregnancies in general was contraception, not purity.
Yeah. Somebody had mentioned that, like, Steve's gay or something, and somebody had said, if Steve was gay, I think he would tell us. You're right. Actually, if I was gay, I'd be happy to admit it. I have no problem with my sexuality. I just don't like men. I'm not attracted to the physical male form. I don't even like seeing 2 guys kiss, and I'm not trying to sound homophobic. I don't particularly like watching it. But that doesn't make me homophobic. I not at all. It's just something that I don't find to be visually stimulating. Well, you know what? That's normal. Can I say something? But I like 2 girls making out. But yeah.
Can I say something?
Yeah, if I was trying, I want to point out that very clearly. I think people that are gay should be very proud that they're gay, and they should have no issue by saying it.
I think.
Yeah, my roommate was gay.
Because what I said was aimed at him. So.
Tony, how'd you find out he was gay? How'd you find out he was gay? Were you sucking his dick and it tastes like shit?
I was gonna say no. I woke up with his mouth around my dick.
That's hilarious.
But yeah, anyway, I was gonna say, like, you're saying, the girl I might end up with might not be a virgin. But the problem is, when you look at a girl, you have to look at, their personality, and you look at what they stand for, their morals. You look at their standards. Okay. You can tell.
And she looks at you and looks at
you can tell. You can tell when a woman is. No, listen. You can tell when a woman is sexually active by the way they move, the way they cross their legs.
No, you can't. You're too young. Man.
Zulu. Have you heard of Lady in the Streets, Freak in the Sheets?
Yeah. I have no idea what you're talking about, man.
Okay. So what that refers to is a woman that is very good at making people think that she's virginal, when she's definitely not.
They get paid for that, actually.
What I'm saying is, the places I look for, I don't go to pubs, I don't go to, I don't bars, I don't go to strip clubs, I don't go to crappy places. I go to church. I go to church, man.
I used to go to church to pick up women.
Zulu. Yeah, that is right. That's what I was about to say. Is that some of the most interesting hookups that I've had is when I went to a church randomly.
They're having sex in the.
Bro, Ocean, you're saying you had sex with the SDA, but you've got no evidence. You're just saying it.
I'm not going to provide fucking Are you kidding me?
No, but I can say I slept with the Mormon. No, but I can say I slept with the Mormon, but like, how can I really know? You really know? How do you really know I did that?
Zulu, if you want to doubt me because I'm not going to provide evidence out of respect for people, then fine, you can do that. But I'm being honest with you.
Show me a picture. Show me a picture.
I'm not going to send you a picture of this person. I'm not outing anybody.
Thank you.
Because this is like the situation that I'm talking about is specifically with 2 different girls that at the time were not interested in letting their churches find out that they were in a sexual relationship, and they still don't know.
Listen, if you can show me a picture of you and her in intercourse, I'll believe you.
No.
How
why do you
do that?
Wait. Did you just say you want to see a picture of them having intercourse?
Yeah, he just wants some.
Hey, I don't judge.
Hey, Steve,
Zulu, do you want to see me naked? Is that what it is? Are you?
I'll blur you out.
Who doesn't, Ocean?
That's true.
Yeah,
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah,
go for it.
Yay! Hey,
Oh, there's a girl here.
I just want to say,
There's a woman.
technically, I was a virgin when I got married.
Oh,
Amen. Well done.
Yeah, and I wouldn't recommend
Wait,
it.
did you have oral? Because that counts as well if you have oral.
I would not recommend it. Is what I'm
Yeah, I wouldn't recommend
Zulu, for a guy who doesn't want to have sex until marriage, you are very interested in sex.
No, because
He's
young
18.
men, you know what young men are like, man.
No,
I have to
see,
control
here's the
myself.
thing. So I got married kind of young, and I was a virgin because I was super religious at the time. I was really, really, really lucky because I happened to find a guy that was perfect for me, and we both kind of matured at the same rate in the same direction, so it worked out for us. But I wouldn't recommend it. Yeah, it's really, really rare. It didn't work out for my sister, however, who was divorced 5 years later, because of sex. Specifically, it was sex that caused the divorce.
Yeah, but maybe the guy wasn't performing good enough. That's
it
personal.
turned out. No, he might have been gay. We don't know.
Char, what do you mean by technically a virgin?
Well, like, so there was some petting and stuff, right? But there was no intercourse. There was no oral.
Stroking.
So there was no penetration. As long as there's no penetration.
The definition that I've heard before is that anal is fine.
Yeah, you were doing the
No, we didn't do that either.
The loophole for Jesus.
Actually, anal's forbidden as well.
Sex can never involve the butt.
Yeah, no butt sex.
Butt sex is animalistic. It's not human.
Well, there's a G spot up there. That's pretty good.
Wolf King.
So there was a girl that I dated.
One
who was a
moment,
Pentecostal
Wolf
that
King.
had anal sex before she had vaginal sex.
Yeah,
Wait, Steve, is this live?
All I know is
Time out.
this is going to be not a friendly advertiser friendly video by the time I'm done. So
it's a good thing you're not monetized.
Wait, Steve, is this live? Steve,
Yes.
I don't want my family watching this
Now,
video.
then be quiet. Wolf
They
King,
won't
you've got to do a video where you do a series on sex education.
Because
it's going to be fucking hilarious.
I want it so bad.
Do it.
Please.
I'm gonna do one as well.
Steve, what I want you to do, here's what you do. You should do like a series of videos and stuff that like a lot of people for some reason just don't know. Like get out a banana and put a condom on a banana and make a video out of that.
There you go.
I had to do that in high school. It was so disgusting.
Yeah, you know what? Let me tell you this too. By the way, Zulu, if you don't have a little bit of practice, whenever you do get a chick that you may want to marry, that first time, you get married, and then the first time you have sex, you'll be like, "What the fuck did I just do?"
Yeah, you got to know where the G spot is.
No, you're gonna like it even more, man. Because first time.
You guys are all wrong. Here's what really happens. When you were brought up believing that sex before marriage is a sin,
is wrong.
You can't help but also think that sex in general is a sin. So what happens is after
God made sex.
No, I know that technically, but here's the thing: it messes with your psyche, it messes with your mentality. So when you have sex, you feel super guilty about it. Even after marriage, I felt guilty.
I disagree.
Yeah,
but that's you personally. I won't feel guilty because Adam and Eve had sex. How do you think we're here?
There's a difference between how men are treated on this and with women are treated.
I'm just saying, it made me feel really guilty. I had a really hard time adjusting.
But that's you personally.
It's me personally because of what I was taught.
Trust me, once that wedding ring's on, I'm throwing down the bed and I'm gone.
Yeah,
but you're not gonna know what to do.
You're not gonna know what to do. Char, hang on, Char.
Did your husband have the same issue or no?
I don't emotionally. No, I don't think so.
Char, how long
do you think
did
it has to do with just how women are treated and how men are treated in the church?
I think yeah, like I was so the thing is I was brought up not only to believe that like sex outside of marriage was wrong, but like pornography was wrong and like looking at people naked was wrong.
Sure. Hang on, Char. I want to ask you. Well, hang on. I want to know the specific. How long did it take for you to actually have sex for the first time with lights on?
Oh no, that wasn't really it was more after the fact where I just didn't.
Really, I know very many women that for some reason they think having sex in the dark shields them from like God's prying eye.
No, that
what the heck?
Hey, the first time you have sex is
I
not the greatest
was
thing.
asking you, I think, an important question.
Dude, isn't it your last 10 minutes in the first time?
So I think there's something that Zulu doesn't. God damn it! I think there's something that Zulu doesn't understand here that is about what the perception is from women and what the church tells them and how it's different from what the church tells men regarding sex and marriage.
True.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
I think that Char's point about feeling guilty after sex as a woman is kind of like speaks to that point.
Yeah.
That there is sex is more taboo for Christian women than it is for Christian men.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I see.
Well, no, not overall, not over her personally, because I know a lot of Christian women that say they can't get away to get married either.
Everything I learned about sex, I learned from being able to figure out how to tune off the channel a little bit to get Select TV to get the little bar to move to the side.
Right, exactly.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie. The first time I ever learned about it was pornography, because I was influenced from the wrong crowd, and I started to get into that stuff, and I got out of it, man.
But there's nothing wrong with that. That's the problem. If you think that there's something
you
wrong,
gotta know where it's sexual immorality. It's fornication.
Gotta know where
your right hand shouldn't be your best friend, man.
So yeah, so you just think that like when you get married, it's going to be this magical thing that lasts forever.
Yeah.
That's not how it works.
You guys are going to be all confused, not knowing where things go. What?
I am coming up.
I've watched enough videos. I know how to do things.
No,
wait. How do you watch videos? You're not supposed to watch that.
Different.
I mean, dude, you might know the biological process, but there are other factors and nuances that you need to be aware of as well.
You're also not going to learn
dude,
how to treat a woman.
human touch. Dude, human touch around the area feels good either way, man.
You're not going to know how to treat a woman from pornography, FYI. It doesn't happen that way.
Yeah, you don't know how much to tip them. You don't know how much,
Well, it depends on the
Dude, human touch feels good anyway. It doesn't
No, but
matter
I
what
want to
it
go
is.
back to something Zulu said. He said that he knows lots of Christian women that can't wait to get married. If people are seriously like eager to get married for sex, that's a really bad reason to get married. It's a terrible reason. It's a horrible reason to get married.
Yeah, it's a terrible reason.
They're going to end up getting divorced in no time.
It actually is.
Well, back in the day, people would get married at 8 or 14 or 15. I think that's when they're most sexually active. Their puberty is high. The sexuality is high. I think it's best for them to get married at that time. Look how the biology works. Your sex is at peak at that time. That's when you should be getting married.
Well, if you're getting together just to procreate and that's it, because if you have no emotions in it, seriously, it's gonna. I mean, not just
obviously you gotta like the chick. I know that, but I mean, I'm thinking from a sex view. I'm thinking from a sex view as well.
Yeah, I mean, like sometimes you can be laying next to someone and just let's say you got married, never knew, and you go to touch and it just feels wrong. Sometimes it just feels wrong. It doesn't matter. You could have conversated, everything was great, but you get in bed and something doesn't click.
I thought the biblical term for virgin was somebody who hadn't been penetrated, in which case I would still be obviously technically a virgin. But I mean, is that true though? Because I mean, I'm not trying to be comical. I thought that literally.
Which one are you talking about, Steve? Where is it being used?
In the Bible, they mean virgin. Virgin. It meant somebody who had not been penetrated, and only referred to women rather than men. But I don't know.
No, it refers to pure or young.
When you're defiled by a woman, which means you've been touched or you've been humbled by a woman.
I've been defiled by a lot of women.
Yes, I love it.
Yes,
I've been defiled mentally by a lot of women.
Dude, your dick won't go up anymore, man. You're gonna be messed up.
Well, at my age, that's probably true, but for different reasons.
I'm fresh. I'm ready and fresh, man.
Yeah, but here's the thing. We understand that love is like oxytocin, a chemical that compels animals to breed and shit. But in the case of like young people, like
chemical.
Yeah, oxytocin.
It's all a chemical. Yeah.
Love is chemical.
Yeah.
I mean, dude, people
chemical
need to be
reactions in the brain.
I feel so sorry for you.
Now, why are you laughing at that? Why are you laughing at that? Like that's so.
It's actually a fact.
Yeah, it
actually is a fact.
Wait. I need to. I think I need to grow up now. Sorry. Let me stop talking. Let me stop talking.
Dude,
logic.
I'm legitimately asking. Like it. Like what? You think that's something outrageous? I mean, like oxytocin. That is the chemical which expresses like love and connection to like other people. I mean, it's just a chemical reaction in the brain that compels animals to breed and shit.
Yeah, and they also say, oh, we look at it, we smell each other's pheromones, and then we like each other and all that crap. It's all animalistic. They're trying to resolve us to be exactly like the beasts of the.
Wait, Zulu, are you saying that isn't true? Are you saying that oxytocin doesn't affect the brain? Right?
No, I can't say anything about that. I don't know, Steve. I don't know that much, so I'm not gonna say anything about that. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Well, let me give you an example. Let me give you an example right now. There was this case I watched on this science show, right, about this researcher, this cognitive scientist. He was trying to understand how oxytocin actually reacts to people in certain experiences. He went up on a plane, right? He went up in a plane with this expert skydiver, and he got off the plane like attached to the skydiver. He was entrusting his life to the expert and his knowledge. He had like this machine attached to him which measured his oxytocin levels in his brain. He jumped off with him, and during the experience, like after the results were such that when they touched down, his oxytocin level was equivalent to a newlywed bride like trusting her husband about her vows on her wedding day. So I mean, this is actually something that occurs in the brain. This is actually something mental.
Yep.
That is really fascinating. But I think Hilarious is saying that biology and neurology itself are just a giant conspiracy theory. I think that's the driving point of this.
I don't think he's saying it's a conspiracy theory. He's just saying it's ridiculous. But that's what I'm trying to actually inform him on. It's actually on the contrary.
Guys, I'm gonna have a happy marriage. I'm not gonna sleep around with a 50 woman like a man whore. I am going to do what's right.
Okay, all right.
You'll be the 1%.
Go ahead.
Let's leave it there, my friends. Let's leave it there, my friends. I'm gonna do the right thing, and you guys messed up.
Okay, Mr. Moles. I'm just saying that what you're talking about is completely biological. It is in your head, and it's only when young people are actually informed on the nature of sexual reproduction, both in school and in their experiences, like with using birth control, stuff like that. They can have a healthy relationship.
When you have sex, it's a soul tie, man. You become one.
You think so, right?
Why do you think it's so hard to break up with someone after you've had sex with them? You become one. You left a part of yourself in her.
Sometimes it's easier to break up with them after you've had sex.
It's a soul. It's called type it in. It's called a soul tie. When you have sex with someone, it's a soul. You become connected with them.
You got so much growing up to do, man. You got so much growing up to do.
Well, I mean, when your dick goes into a hole, you seem connected, but
you're really not.
You pull it right back out.
when that's done, the chemistry.
The thing is, you guys don't believe in spirituality, so it's hard to even. Well, everything's just brain chemicals.
That's what it really is.
Zulu,
that's what it is.
To you,
I believed in that when I got married, and sex didn't make us any more connected.
Yeah.
I mean, that's but you can't speak for every Christian just because you've had your own journey.
You can't speak for every person.
Yeah. And
you
don't know what
I presented my view. You can call it garbage, but I'm sticking with it, my friends. I'm gonna find a virgin, okay? It's cool, man. You can't do it.
We're not saying what you want to get is wrong. We're just saying that there are nuances behind the things that you're saying. All right, that
doesn't happen.
And that you're sort of like ignoring that amongst saying this stuff. All right.
All right. I'll call you guys in 3 years' time or 5 years' time, and then we'll have a talk. All right.
First divorce. That'll be your first divorce. About
divorce.
What it actually
That's
is.
my first. Also, now my first kid, my friend.
I have a friend that wanted to marry a virgin girl, and he got to the age of, I think he was 39 when he finally married, and it was her second marriage. He gave up.
Yeah.
So I don't know, but I mean, honestly, Zulu, I just hope you find the right girl and you're happy. I really do.
Thanks, man.
Yeah. I mean, we all do. It just you got.
No, you don't. You want me to get divorced? You want me to have STDs? You want me to have STDs?
Reality.
Don't rush into it.
You're a 1%er right now.
That is a bunch of nonsense. You know that.
You want me to have genital warts?
What I just said.
You want me to have genital warts?
I would hope the girl. No, hold on, stop for a second. I would hope the girl that you get with and try to marry is knowledgeable enough of the consequences and ramifications of fucking you and actually reproducing.
Yeah.
Okay. I would hope she knows that, and she's not some chick that is completely oblivious to having you as a sex partner. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
I would hope that you would actually educate yourself, of the ramifications that you're actually taking when you try to pair up with someone legally.
And masturbate a couple times before you have sex.
It's sinful.
Just so you know what it feels like, okay?
It's sinful. I've done it before.
You're gonna masturbate? You haven't masturbated?
I've done it before, bro. I'm never going back.
You already have. Okay, never mind.
I'm never going back. It's that sinful thing.
Zulu, don't rush
know
it.
What it
If you're gonna marry a virgin, then you've got to give yourself lots of time to get to know her. Lots of time.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Well,
I'm gonna take her out to Burger King every day.
Yes. Give her extra cheese. Have all the cheese you want, baby.
How the hell did we got on this discussion today?
It started with Zulu explaining.
Like we were talking about chemistry, and then he said it was silly, and because it can't explain love, and it's like what?
This is what happens when you have a virgin in the room.
I don't know.
Including all of biology and
It's like a love.
This is why we can't have nice things.
That's like a love of the gaps.
Yes, the gaps. You're right.
You guys need to look at the spiritual world and stop being so natural.
Hey, I lived with a Reiki practitioner. I've seen all kinds of spirits. I've done a lot of mushrooms too.
Tony, poor thing.
Guys, I'm gonna role play.
Yeah, Reiki practice.
I'm gonna role play. Can you observe anything from your sense perception?
Yes, get out of here. That was good though. That was good.
Role play after you find a shit.
I like Zulu, man. I like Zulu.
I can observe a
No,
lot.
no, let's actually role play. Yo, someone be DD.
He's got levity. That's good.
I don't have mod control, so I can't do that.
People just ask.
I'll mute you. I'll eject you if you don't answer my questions now.
Yeah, I couldn't
People
even
just
pretend to be that.
asked me if I masturbated. No, if I just went to go masturbate. No, actually, but close. I went to go get some oxytocin because I'm eating key lime pie. It has so much goddamn sugar in it that it has pretty much the same fucking effect.
Oh, you got oxytocinized.
Nice.
Shit is fucking good as shit, man.
Getting an oxytocinide today.
Mm-hmm.
You get about 420.
So I'm masturbating
All right,
with
Tony.
food.
Do you know what's worse than the Reiki practitioner?
Oh.
Someone who believes in ear candling.
Oh god.
Oh my god.
Listen, I've got a friend. Him and his wife ran a little new agey shop, and in the back, his wife was I hate to use this word, licensed.
Oh my god.
Ear
candler.
Ear candling is bullshit.
Now let me explain. Let me explain. He goes through the whole thing and explains how it works, and it sucks the whatever. You cut them open, and there's all the garbage inside, right?
Yeah.
So I convinced him to burn one without putting it in
Same
anything.
shit.
No, without putting it in anything.
Right. And it still
Therefore,
gives you the same residue.
where is it sucking the crap from?
Yeah. It's sucking it straight from the soul around you.
So
Your
he
aura.
cuts it open, all the crap's in there, and goes, yeah, it must have been a bad one.
Yeah.
That's it. Yeah, I'm telling you, man.
The
Used to think... Go for it. I was going to say, I was with this Reiki practitioner, and when you sneeze and all those little lights flicker, because you sneeze and whatever does all the flickering of light. She thought those were angels coming to you.
Okay, that's not as bad as sticking a hot candle in your ear.
Yeah,
okay, that's just a little weird thing to think.
But isn't it logical?
It does
isn't it
not
logical
affect your life or make you go deaf.
No, but if you think about it, isn't it logical to recycle your own body? Like water into pee into water and all
Who the hell
that.
is making that fucking noise?
Andrews.
Yeah, I was saying, wouldn't mute, man?
Yeah, seriously.
Freaking idiot.
Yeah, people that think that air candling is like helps you. You're an idiot.
Yeah.
Anyway, I was saying, do you think it would be logical though, if you think about it, to recycle you poo into food and stuff like that, you pee into water. So I think that's very reasonable to do something like that.
Well, there's only so many times you could recycle your urine before it would just be.
Yeah.
But that's why you flush the toilet.
In Japan, they actually did experiments when they were turning poo into meat and they were cooking it and everything. I was wow.
But who came up with this air candling thing? Who said, "Oh, I'm gonna stick a fucking candle in my ear, and it's gonna suck all this nasty shit out"? It's like,
okay, all right, Steve.
It's so many things wrong with that. It's just
Steve. Who came up with the idea of making a little bellows with a pipe on the end? You put tobacco in, you light it, you stick it in someone's ass, and you pump smoke up their ass, literally, in order to revive them when they drowned.
Yeah,
well, that
smoke.
That makes perfect sense.
That sounds like a fun Friday night for me.
That is so wow.
I'm not lying. This is true.
I've heard it.
In the UK, on the rivers, there was actually
no, he's right.
Government stamped papers that these things had to be hung up at every so many feet along the canals.
Was anybody here patient zero?
What's that?
Was anybody here patient zero?
That would be a good question. Who was the first guy who said, that guy's just drowned. I think I'll just stick a pipe in his ass and blow smoke up it. Maybe that'll help him. Where the hell does this shit come from? We don't know.
Wait, don't people inject weed? Don't people inject weed into? Don't people inject weed into the assholes to go into the bloodstream or something like that?
No, but if they're
what
not
the
even
fuck did you
suggested
just
it,
say?
so sure
What the
some
hell
people
did you
try
say?
it.
No, I think he's referring to a vodka enema.
A vodka?
No, like they put drugs in their asshole, and apparently it gets to the bloodstream quicker.
It
They do what's called a coffee hycalonic. I think if you did that with alcohol, you would kill yourself.
Well, you
No, that's called parachuting. He's called parachuting. What Zulu's talking about called parachuting, when you parachute drugs up your ass.
Yeah.
Okay, but alcohol going directly into your bloodstream, how would you not get out? How would you not die of alcohol?
I think we all have a mental wavelength because I was thinking about who invented butt chugging. Who invented?
Thank you. Dude, what about putting knives off your bum to steal them into prison or something like that?
This is why drunken peasants have
Oh,
so many people watching.
I was in prison.
Hold on. Time out. Zulu, knives? There's actually been a case of a guy who took a gun.
Up their ass?
A girl did.
And here's the really stupid thing.
No.
It was loaded.
Oh my.
So
Wait, what if the guy needed to take a dump?
So how is it we have the most amount of people watching when we're talking about sticking stuff up our ass? I mean, this is what the Great Debate has like integrated to, guys. Seriously?
Because these people are sick.
Fuck.
No. We all
I'm
know.
ashamed. I don't even know you
people. Stop. We all know it's funny as hell. That's why.
Yeah, right.
Quit blowing smoke up my ass.
Wait, Wolf, you sound black. Like, what the hell?
I am black.
What do you mean he sounds black? How racist that is?
Wow. God, you are slow. Dude.
I am the hilarious Zulu.
Dude, I thought you knew that. I pointed out you were black British. I'm black. I'm African American.
Dude, I'm sure. Dude, I'm the hilarious Zulu. Don't you get it? It's all a character, man.
He's one of your people, man. You guys could be related.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Let's
found out he was related to Veckel.
Dude, Steve, I have a bad feeling that they're gonna reject me after this hangout. The whole crew.
Oh,
they're gonna hate me.
Dark path.
They're gonna hate me. I think I've said too much. They're gonna hate me after this.
You know, Ocean sounds black too. I was actually surprised to find out that he wasn't. So, listen to him.
What?
Ocean?
Dude, no. What?
Yeah, see? Totally.
He sounds Indian.
Really black.
Ocean sounds Indian.
You're weird.
Ocean, do an Indian accent. You racist.
What are you talking about?
Yeah,
I do not
you
know.
racist fucking bastard. Holy cow. This is why my video is not going to be monetized today, I don't think. Yeah.
Ocean,
pretty good.
Did you ever work in a call center?
Say what? Oh, yeah.
No. Was that the accent you had to use, or they tell you they have to talk that way?
Told us that we had to do that. Yeah.
Isaiah says, "Yeah, we're all fucking related. You racist. You fucking racist." I'm like, yeah, good point.
Look at my knock when I'm talking to you.
You do not fuck with me. I fuck with you hard.
You ever listen to those guys that call up these fake scammer computer guys? You know, like you get this message saying like, "Oh, you've got some infection. You have to call this number." And they do all this bullshit to make you think that you have a virus or something. And when they get caught, they'll go into that mode. They'll be like, let me show you what I do to fuck with you. And they start trying to like screw your computer and shit, but they've always have them sandbox. But those videos are fucking hilarious. These guys are going nuts. You ever never see those? They get like 10,000 views and shit.
Now I know what to do tonight. I'll be entertained.
Yeah, do it. Make a video out about it, man. These people make fucking a lot of views by making videos by calling them fucking with scammers or something. I think it's called.
Wait, Steve, you're gonna edit this. You're gonna edit this video, right?
No, I don't edit
Come on,
my videos.
man.
I don't take my videos down. I don't take my videos down either. Contrary to what people think, I'm not Dar's deity or not Dar's a true empiricism. I leave my videos up for all posterity because I'm not afraid of what's being said. But
Zulu just doesn't want to have people hearing him talk about putting things in butts.
Dude, you don't understand. They're gonna freaking reject me after this.
First of all, nobody watches this shit anyways.
Yeah.
None of those guys are watching this shit, Zulu.
Do you realize how?
Well, the thing is with me is I can have fun with people. Yeah, I'm not gonna be stubborn. I'm not gonna be like seeing them like just being like not fun. I'm gonna have fun with you guys, but like I don't want people thinking that I'm not a Christian.
Dude,
wait, hang on.
I just want to say something really quick, dude. Honestly, that is honestly, I mean, when you're not thinking about it from an ideological standpoint, it's kind of immature. Like you're doing that high school thing. Oh, if you're friends with these guys, you can't be friends with us. I mean,
Tribalism.
It's just immature.
It's
They call it divide and conquer.
Zulu, you should hear
No,
some of
that's not what divide and conquer
You should
means.
hear some of the shit that Darwin's deity has said over the years. It would make you blush.
He called someone. He actually called someone a pedophile one time because they.
Wait, didn't he shout out 5-year-old kids or something?
Yeah, they're probably
go eat raw spaghetti.
Go right. Yeah.
Darwin's deity just flat out is irritating and a bitch.
Lewis Tech, yeah, that's Scott Spangler put it. Yeah, Lewis Tech does a scammer video.
Yeah, he screams at people for and the other side is just calm and chill. Like he's insane. Like I wouldn't give him any recognition whatsoever.
Damn it, Andreas, you need to fix your.
There's also the quotes from Darwin's deity about him coming in his dog's mouth.
Yeah, that was funny.
Yeah, that was hilarious. Yeah, he's got a.
What?
We're not even lying.
Someone needs to get that.
Ocean, how hard was that to quote mine?
I don't even know.
Okay.
Somebody had to go look and find all those quotes to make that soundboard.
I'm sorry, I just keep thinking of doing this to his dog, man.
Don't laugh, Zulu.
Zulu, you've never heard of the Darwin's deity soundboard?
I just think that it's funny when he starts talking about coming to his dog's mouth.
Greatest thing on earth.
Somebody it is the funniest thing on earth. Somebody play him the soundboard. I have it, but I can't do the sound through my computer that way.
Okay. Who did it there? Play it. Come on, who has it? Someone just did it. Someone just did it. Come on.
Fuck, hang on, I'll get it.
Oh, it must have been.
I have it. I can give it to you guys, but somebody has to play it. Here, I posted in the internal chat. That's the soundboard. I can't figure out how to play it through so you guys can hear it.
Yeah.
Wait, guys, I think it's working. I will eject you if you don't answer my questions.
Yeah.
Is the mic any better? I just refreshed it.
Sure, let me hear.
You're fine now.
Okay, I don't know why I was going.
Maybe I can do this. One sec. If I put my what do they call it, the stereo fucking thing, will that cause it to play through?
Speakers?
No. You know what? I don't have it on this one. Usually I had something that said mixer card, and I could put it in the mixer, but now I don't have it. But anyway, somebody else can play it. I put it in the live feed for you. Actually, the group chat. So, can one of you guys play it?
Oh, okay, I got it up. Hang on. Let me just fuck. Damn, it's still loading. This is the most underwhelming presentation I've ever given.
We're waiting with great anticipation, dude.
Okay, finally, fuck.
We want to hear the amount of crap that's going to come out of his mouth in the next 5 seconds.
This is the greatest soundboard ever created in the history of mankind.
Suck my dick. Suck my dick. I can see my dick.
That sounds exactly like him.
In bestiality. I am involved in bestiality. I was having sexual contact with my dog. I was having sexual contact with my dog. I'm jerking off.
It never ceases to please.
I'm jerking off into my dog's mouth. I'm jerking off into my dog's mouth.
Oh, God.
Anally rape me? Anally rape me? Suck my dick. Suck my dick. Stop interrupting, stalker. Fucking troll.
You know, and Zulu. Okay, hey Zulu. If you have this soundboard and you're ever with Dirt DD, if you ever play anything off of it, you will be fucking kicked so goddamn fast. But it's so worth it. It really is.
Shut your.
He hates this thing.
Shut your fucking mouth.
Wolf, you got to remix that.
Please.
Do EMK, please.
Yep.
MK, you're gonna allow these guys to troll. I didn't finish. MK, please. MK, please. MK, please.
If you know what, if you do it right, you can actually get him to say certain things like, "MK, please suck my dick." Anally rape me, MK. It's
MK, please. Suck my dick. MK, please. Anally rape me.
Yeah, man, I've had a lot of fun with this thing. I really have.
Shut your mouth. Stop interrupting. God damn it. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Anal. Oh my god. Anal.
I will never get tired of this soundboard. I just won't.
You are forever on my troll list. Come right into her face. Shut your mouth, you little fat, ugly troll. That is what you are, a fat, ugly troll. Suck my dick.
You gotta get the idea there.
Yeah, I get it.
Hang on. Zulu, I'm giving you this is a 7-minute video that I made a very long time ago. I'm putting it in the group chat. Did you see it? I'll put it in the live feed too. For those who haven't been around my channel last years, this is an old video I made. But watch this video when you get a chance. It's Darwin's deity masterfully destroying a hangout in under 7 minutes.
Steve, Steve, MP wants a link to the hangout, man.
No friggin' way. That's awesome. Give him one.
MP is a boss, you know. He actually stuck up for me about the Seventh Adventism, and he's an atheist.
Master too. But watch that video I just put in the live feed and somebody when you get a chance. It is classic Darwin's deity, literally destroying a hangout, and he does the guy's brilliant at doing it. I mean, there's nobody better at destroying a hangout than Darwin's, and this was the most perfect takedown of a hangout I've ever seen.
Wait, how long ago was it?
This was back. I made this video in September of 2016.
Yeah, that was over a year ago.
Yeah, but I mean, it's still. I watched it just the other day, and I was like, God, it's still beautiful. This is one of Hot Tie's favorite videos. He's told me. It's very simple, but it shows how good Darwin's really is at destroying a hangout.
Yeah, he's a joke.
And if anything else, he's a master troll.
Masterful troll.
I think he sits there. It's like he's sitting on the starship. He likes the control, like a moderation. Like I feel like it would be very.
It also has to do with the fact that Antonio's a little bitch. He doesn't have any.
No, I don't think. I think Antonio's a nice guy. He just doesn't want to be. He doesn't want to like be mean to him. He's a nice guy.
That was the soundboard.
He's gonna be on that soundboard too, pretty much. Antonio, please, all that. He's the new MK.
Yeah, and no offense, trust me, Antonio has no spine. No spine whatsoever. He is.
I just think he's a nice guy, and he doesn't want to get on anyone. He just doesn't want to be like get on anyone's bad side. He's just a nice guy.
Yeah, but see here, that's the point though. He's gonna let DD pretty much run his room anytime he's in there.
Right.
Like, I mean, that's basically the thing. DD has even went so far as to call like Antonio's room his room, and that's basically what we've been saying all this time. I mean, like the guy likes to run shit. You know, like, and anyone who disagrees or criticizes them is automatically going to get kicked out of there in a matter of minutes.
I mean, I think I can give an example when Antonio stood up to DD, because when it does get like really out of hand, I'm sure he will say, "Come on, DD, like, come on."
Yeah,
like,
but DD doesn't listen.
Even when Steve kicked out admin, Antonio specifically said to him, "Don't kick this guy out," and
he still kicked him.
But Antonio had a go at him. He told him off a bit.
So trust me, you're definitely not seeing the bigger picture.
No, I see that. I see that DD. No, I see that DD is an ass, yeah. But as much as an ass, it's you still got the control of your hangout. It's just that he's changing the conversation. That's all it is.
I mean, okay. Here's the thing. Here's basically.
I can't take this anymore. Andreas, come back when your mic is. I can't take this feedback anymore. I've told.
Okay, I'm gonna say this. I'm just.
Wait. I see this one happen. I ejected somebody, but there's a reason for it because I cannot take this fucking feedback when I tell somebody 1,000 times fix your shit, and it's so annoying to hear that feedback. So Andreas, I love you, buddy. Fix your shit and then come back, okay? So that's why I keep some.
Right. That's fair. But Zulu, listen, I don't mind having him in the room. I mean, if
just kicked out Han Solo.
No,
that's Andreas.
No, Andreas. That the guy. They hear that feedback we were getting.
No, I mean, I'm still in the other chat. They just kicked out Han Solo.
Oh, okay.
That video's been done forever. They've been done.
No, I mean, they're still talking behind offline.
Oh.
I'm still in the chat.
Oh, I got you. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, but anyway, listen. I don't mind him being in the hangout like DD, but honestly, if Antonio gives him mods, then fuck it. I mean, like that's Like that completely just destroys any potential for a conversation. Like
He
never
only
mind
ever
this
goes
trolling,
into a
whatever.
moderated room. He only ever goes into a moderator room where either himself or someone else that he agrees with or someone else he can actually bully around has the mods.
Yeah.
So there's no point. You
Yeah, he
eventually
won't
you
face
disagree with
anybody that
him,
can.
you're gone.
Yeah, he won't face
Well,
anybody.
my
that
question
can
is, what does he do for a living?
No idea.
He said he was self-employed, but I don't believe it.
Hey, MP, my friend, chess master.
Yo, what's
What's up, bro? How you doing, bro?
I didn't know you were a master. I'm decent at chess. I mean, I'm like,
Same,
I
play
could beat the computer on level 1. I mean, so that would probably put me at like above novice, but that's about it.
MP, you gotta play me at chess, man.
He'll wreck you.
Oh
So,
my
we'll
god.
see. Dude, I'm the Zulu warrior when it comes to chess, man.
How many games did you lose, MP? How often? At master, you probably lose whatever, one out of like 50 games, maybe.
Just to be clear, at one point I was ready to master, maybe about 15 years ago. But right now, I'm probably about an expert, a light expert to medium expert.
Well, that's only because you don't probably play ranked games anymore,
Yeah,
right?
I don't play tournaments and things anymore, so I've lost a lot of the skill. But for instance, like on chess.com, I show the guys I'm in like the 98th percentile. So
Do you know all your moves and gambits and all your shit? I mean, do you actually study the theory behind it?
I used to study the theory, but now where I'm at, I play like 3-minute games, 5-minute games, because I like to see if I can get quick checkmates that way. But
Right.
I don't really play the long
when I
game.
play somebody who doesn't know how to play chess, I mean, I go for a quick kill almost every time. If I know somebody who doesn't know how to play chess, I'm like, I want to show him how to do a quick kill. And when you win somebody in chess in like 6 moves, it's like they're like, fuck.
Yes, yeah. And that's kind of what happened with G-Man. G-Man said he knows that he usually does the same like 20 moves. So I just happened to beat him on the 20th move. And then I think they were all impressed because I wrote down exactly like how I was going to beat him. And then he did exactly what I told him, what I said he was going to do. So.
Yeah. So everybody got along on that? Everybody was having fun? Looked like you guys were having a blast.
I was surprised with Fiona how she was putting her head on him and everything. Like I thought they didn't like each other.
It's the love-hate. You got to remember, this is all love-hate. I mean,
yeah, and they're also not on the internet.
Yeah, real life is a lot different. And plus, G-Man, you got to remember, Zulu, G-Man, and I know you don't believe this, but G-Man is an act. G-Man is an entertainer. That he doesn't even believe half the shit I don't think he even spews. He just will say anything to get himself views. Now, I'm not saying he's not Christian. Of course he's Christian. But, I mean, he literally will just say dumb shit because he knows it'll get him views. And he actually will say to people, come in and start shit with me. He likes the whole drama shit. That's what he bases on. He's a WWF fanatic. That's how he's modeled his channel.
And he loves Pokemon.
You get him in an off-air hangout, G-Man's a lot different person.
Well, I'll say this.
WWE.
Listen, as someone who's just met G-Man, I will say this. G-Man is a great guy. That's just my impression of him. I spent time with this guy. He is a great guy. He's fun to be around. He's always he's always animated. He's got a great heart. The guy's a really good guy as a person. The G-Man online, I think you're right. I think people don't know that even though he acts the same, but it's kind of a totally different type of, even intellectually, the guy has a lot more going for him. And it's fun, I think. I think to come on G Plus, everyone has like their G Plus kind of persona and their real life persona. And I think G-Man is just not, someone like that. But, as a person who met him and just, hung out with the guy for a couple of hours, the guy's a really genuine, really good guy, and I can see
I'll say,
he has to vote. Yeah.
Yeah, I will say this. In small doses, I would have to say that G-Man is okay guy to talk to. I remember he did a movie review for Logan, and I actually upped that, and I told him to have fun, and I actually watched his review. I mean, he's a nice guy, and in small doses, just that whenever he goes into his religious funny mode, he's just insufferable to talk to. He's somewhat tolerable when he's not doing that.
I see what MP says about personages, but I think when it comes to G-Man, he's more an extreme difference, right? I mean, we all have our different online stuff, but I mean, like myself, anybody's ever met me will tell you that I am pretty much almost exactly in real life as I am online. I mean, when I met Jackie and Kevin, they probably would tell you I'm pretty much the same thing. Now, G-Man though is a much greater extreme. You know, so keep that in mind. There's
I
different
agree with that.
degrees, yeah. But you got to meet Reg, and you got to meet Hannah and Drag and JD. That's awesome.
Hey,
It's so interesting
Steve,
to see. Like we all saw the movie Get Out, and if you guys have a chance to see that movie, go see that movie. That it got 100 on Rotten Tomatoes. We all agree that is a must-see movie for this year. Get Out.
I don't know. I saw The Arrival after they said they saw it, and I was like, "Oh, this movie's crap." I'm sorry, I wasn't a big fan.
Wait, how much money did Get Out make? Because even in the UK, it's really big as well. How much money did Get Out make?
I know they're like at 200 million now, but like we saw it. It only took like 20 to make something like that, but we saw it, and it was a really, really good movie. It was surprisingly good.
Oh, Get Out! I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
wait. Are you talking about that movie where that woman stuck in that house with that crazy ass blind guy?
No, where the black dude is dating a white girl, and the white girl.
That one. I actually saw that. Yeah, that was funny. I like that. That was hilarious.
So it's a comedy. It's a comedy.
It's a comedy suspense.
It was suspense slash comedy. I liked it. I watched that movie. It was crazy. And the TSA friend and all that. I love that shit.
Yeah. It was again. It's one of like 6 or 7 films that got a 100% on Rotten Tomato. So this is it's legit. What you were saying, Steve?
Oh, it's something like if it's a comedy horror. Like I watched a movie one time as a comedy horror called The Final Girls. Ever see that? Ever heard of that
I haven't seen it. No,
it's fucking really good. It's fucking actually amazingly good. It's a comedy horror slasher movie. Very kind of low budget. It's one of the best movies I've seen cult wise. If you're talking about comedy horror, watch the movie. It's called The Final Girls. They go back. It's kind of like if the Jason movies, like what do they call it? Halloween? No, not Halloween. Friday the 13th. It's kind of like Friday the 13th, but a hell of a lot funnier and slashier. It's just you have to see it to understand it. But watch it and let me know what you think. It's called The Final Girls.
I'm gonna check it out.
That's my movie recommendation.
Those are like the hardest 2 genres to really combine, horror and comedy. Because a lot of times people can do it and just mess it up, but it's really rare when someone's able to do it, and that's what this kind of movie does. It's a nice blend of the two.
Yeah, I put the wiki link in for you. Go find it on like Foot Locker 9 or something. My movie recommendations are really good. Every time I've recommended a movie to people, they're like, "Fuck, Steve, I never even heard of that. That was awesome." So I recommend movies people don't know. That's why I listen.
Hey, Steve, can I just mention? I was just gonna. Okay, I don't want to change the topic or anything, but I found something interesting. You might.
You're gonna anyways.
Oh yeah. So
go ahead.
No, this might actually make people sad. So I think this shows that GMO labeling is irrelevant, or it should be. Apparently, now 82% of Americans apparently want GMO labeling, but apparently 80% of Americans also believe that that DNA should also be labeled. So if your food has DNA, that should be labeled. But all food has DNA.
Yeah, that's stupid.
That's sad. But no, but this is 80% of Americans.
I'm in favor of GMO labeling. I just
Yeah,
don't
but
see,
like,
I don't see a problem with it.
Yeah, but I'm saying DNA labeling.
Right, that's
DNA. It's got DNA in it. Yeah.
And that's
people
80
have a position that is stupid. That means that this other position is stupid. I
Well,
don't
yeah.
think
Yeah, but it kind of shows that a lot of these polls can be irrelevant. It's like saying, 85% of Americans want this. It doesn't mean that that's a good course to follow.
Yeah.
No, that's
I
not.
think
I don't
the
think that's
DNA
necessarily the
poll-
argument.
But I
I
think
just
the
don't
DNA
understand
poll
why it's not a good idea.
That's like saying we should have warning labels that it contains dihydromonoxide. Okay.
I think it depends on like the content of the argument, but yeah, in that case, yeah, that's ridiculous.
Well, with that DNA poll, that shows the level of science education in schools and how many people are deceived about what biology is.
Right.
I think it speaks more to that than it is than anything else. And we're not doing a service to our children. If 85% of them don't think that their food has DNA in it, we've dropped the ball.
Take the kids out to farms and show them where hamburgers come from.
I am the broad for.
There was another poll that just came out. There was actually another poll that just came out that put the amount of people who say they're atheists at like 3 or 5%, a real low number. But it's interesting because there are two scientists, I forget where they're from. They actually went into the numbers and suspect that as high as 29 to 30% of people could actually be atheists, but profess not to be because of the social stigma. So one out of every as high as 1 out of every 4 people.
It's funny. I get a lot of people ask me that too. They're like, Steve, why don't you self-identify as an atheist? Are you afraid of the social stigma? And I'm like, have you watched my shit? Like, I give a shit about social stigma. I say what I think. I've never want to say, I'm not going to like say this because I'm afraid of what people may think. So yeah, it's not even a blip on my radar why I'm not an atheist. Not even a consideration.
Come on, Steve. We have more cookies over outside.
Yeah, and also, I mean, I made a video about that too. I mean, it's not surprising. I mean, there was once upon a time when religion ruled the world, right? Called the Dark Ages. Where they usually punish people for daring to question religious dogma and faith and all that stuff. It's not surprising that now that we have more science, more rationality, more freedom and free speech, that people are actually coming out and identifying as atheists, or just people that just don't care about that, or just skeptical.
Yeah, and maybe 1,000 years
I just want to point out one thing. I just want to point out one thing in that live chat at the moment. Some guy actually took the time to create an account called Edgarites Unite. They're wanting more. They're wanting more Edgar.
They love Edgar. Yeah, Edgarites. We want more Edgar. Yeah, they love Edgar. I don't know what it is, man. I dreamed about Edgar. I had a dream about him. So I mean,
right. That is disturbing. It's
very disturbing. Anything I felt. First time in ages, I actually got some sleep, and I had a dream of Edgar. Oh, damn.
Yeah, but I honestly think people need to need to be people who are just more skeptical need to just come out of the closet and assert themselves as free thinkers. Just do that.
I love that True Empiricism card, by the way. 5 it's 5 water too. It's 5 clear, 3 water. 8 mana for that fucking card. But at the end of your opponent's turn, if they do not provide a mechanism for the evolution of ATB synthase, you win the game. That's fucking hilarious.
Hands up to Jake Herder's all magic cards there.
I thought about doing that myself. I have made some magic cards, but he did a much better job than I would have ever been able to do. So, props to him. Yeah, people call him Edgar, Egggar, Edgar. Well, what's funny is Edgar goes over to the Clown Car Posse, and they're just thinking he's like the shit, and it's like, are you fucking kidding me? The guy has convinced him that he actually knows what he's talking about, and yet we know he has no education whatsoever. He is so full of shit that when he says that he is civil engineer, it's not even funny. I don't think he even has any college experience. So
I think it depends where you come from. I mean, I've been across a lot of bamboo bridges in Asia, and somebody built them.
Yeah, but I don't know if you got to be a civil engineer to do a bamboo bridge. I don't know. Dark Dawkins, the circular, legendary creature. Whenever an opponent casts a spell, counter it and put a copy of it onto the stack. Whenever a spell that is a copy of another spell is put into the stack counter it and place a copy of it under the stack. Whenever a spell is countered, put a -1/-1 counter on Dark Dawkins. Okay, that's confusing. He's got a 13/13. Holy shit! Damn, that's a potent card. You dumb motherfucker.
I think that
you're screen sharing me or something.
Yeah, I'm screen sharing you. I've seen your thing where it says, what do I say? You're dumb or something? I don't remember.
Let me just start from the beginning then.
I'm assuming Edgar is Mr. Intelligent Design.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Painfully so.
Dude, his English is kind of like good concerning,
It's not a communication barrier. He just literally doesn't know what the hell he's talking about.
Okay, the only thing I can really say that was garbage, the gravity thing, I feel like that was absolute garbage. But
he's so way off the mark.
That's the only thing I can agree with you guys on, because I don't know what he was talking about, honestly. That was not science, man.
I don't even think he
What-
knows what he's talking about.
Talking about, that's the problem. He's putting like 9 sheets of paper and throwing an egg at it. What the fuck does that prove? It proves absolutely nothing.
You dumb fucker, Ronnie.
This guy's written books on this thing. This guy, what are you, 6 books?
You dumb fuck, Ronnie.
Yeah, I mean, hey, Brett Keane made some books. You know, I mean, what the hell does that show?
But here's the thing. Here's the thing. When Ronnie was like, "Oh yeah," he was totally agree with him too. He's like, "Yeah." And then I had somebody asked him. I said to them, "Hey, ask Ronnie to like regurgitate what he just said back, what he's agreeing upon." And what Ronnie said back was absolutely nothing, even remotely what Edgar said. And Edgar's like, "Yeah, that's what I was saying." And I'm like, "You guys don't even know what the hell you guys are saying to each other." It was surreal.
But Steve, think about this though. Think about someone comes up to you about a topic, any topic, and says, "I'm an author. I've written about this topic. I have 6 books on the subject. I've done experiments, and this is my opinion." You know, until you delve deeper into those, you know, what he means by these 6 books and being an author and all these other things, well, you know that this person doesn't really know what he's talking about.
Yeah, it gives you an hour. It gives you an hour. It gives you an aura of authoritativeness that he doesn't have, because he doesn't know what the hell he's talking about. He didn't even know what a null hypothesis was. How do you do an experiment and say you're a scientist if you don't know what a null is? Come on, let's be realistic here. An Edgar soundboard is needed.
That's like one of the first things they teach you about in research methods classes.
Yeah. No, he didn't. He didn't know type 1. Didn't know type 2. He didn't even know what a probability density is.
Null hypothesis is that it's generic along a lot of different disciplines. It's in mathematics, it's in any one of the natural sciences, it's even in psychology. So if you don't know what this is, it's pretty damn good indication that you've never went to college.
But how do you become a civil engineer and not know what a probability density function is? Anybody's at any kind of stats. Even my daughter probably could tell you what probability density is.
What's that?
Shut up.
Well, I don't actually know. Maybe it's called something different.
No, it's not. It's pretty general. It's PDF. Probability. Sorry.
Your mic is horrible.
Probability density. Yeah, I know. Sorry, guys. Probability density function is literally just it's a curve under which all probabilities lie. So basically,
1 sigma,
so
2 sigma, 3 sigma, that kind of shit.
Well, probability density function is typically used for continuous probability. So, like, how do you explain what's a continuous probability? So, something more akin to, say, the population. In a population, how many people have brown hair, or how many people have dark skin as opposed to light skin? It's got a lot of different outcomes in between, a lot of different probabilities, and a lot of different instances. What Mr. Intelligent Design was actually describing was actually more akin to what's called a probability mass function, which is like the probability of the outcomes when you toss a dice. There's only 6 outcomes. There's not like an infinite number of outcomes.
PMF, right?
Yeah, PMF. That's right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
that's
PMF
what he was more
and PDF.
describing rather than PDF. He was more describing this one because he had discrete breaks in his probability. He was saying something like 1 to 1.49, and then the next probability was from 1.5 to 2. So what the fuck happened between 1.49 and 1.5?
Yeah, if you're having discrete, if you're like, for example, I think Sam was trying to explain this to him with a sample set or sample space of a die. You have 6 sides, so each side has a 1/6 chance. That's going to be a PMF function, right? Because it's discontinuous. It's not like a bell curve.
It's discrete outcomes there.
I mean, I'm looking at it on Wikipedia, and like it makes total sense to me, but I don't remember it ever being called probability density function.
You know what? I do remember the term, but we just called it a probability density. I don't remember the term function with it, but it is obviously. But we just called it probability density.
Yeah, like I remember, like the functions look familiar. I just don't remember that term.
Steve, I have a question here. When you asked Edgar about the null hypothesis, did you describe it and define it for him after he said no?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, of course.
I'm just thinking some of the gaps in his knowledge may not be not knowing, but rather some translation issue.
No, it's not
No,
translation. The guy speaks- the guy speaks
no.
English.
He speaks.
No,
He
it-
could speak English,
Yeah.
but not when you get into some of the technical
No,
words.
it's not. It's not a language barrier.
No,
here's
but
the funny
there-
thing.
Allow me to explain. Allow me to
Pseudo,
explain here.
I think it
it's
is.
not. It's not
Guys.
even a language
I
barrier.
mean, I was suspecting too, just a bit. Pseudo talk, so explain.
Yeah, let me explain something here. In Chinese, the word ultraviolet, to refer to ultraviolet light, would literally translate as purple outside light.
That has nothing to do with the fact that that's nothing to do with the fact the concepts
No,
don't
but
change.
you understand that if you asked him what it is, he may not know, but if you described it, then he may understand what it
He
is.
doesn't understand the concepts. We described to him Pythagoras'
Yeah.
theorem. He doesn't understand it.
Well, no, like, look, the problem is twofold. True, he doesn't know the concepts, but there is definitely, I wouldn't say language barrier, but term barrier. Like, there's different terms used in different parts of the world. I know I've worked with some Egyptian engineers that had some different terminology, and once you explain it to them, they're like, "Oh yeah, that's this," and I'm like, "Oh wait, that's what?" You call it different things.
Yeah, I agree. But the funny thing is, Ronnie and those guys over there, they don't even know enough to know that he doesn't know the concepts, right?
Well,
they
no,
think,
no,
they think he actually does, and that's their level. Ronnie's level is so low that he just doesn't even know.
I just think I do
just
think
bitch
though.
made to the extreme. That's all.
I'm only I just want to say that I do think that as much as Ronnie jargon bombs, I think sometimes our side does too, because the terms aren't always the same, right? You can't always just call something by its defined name and expect everyone to know what that means.
But Ronnie does more than jargon bomb.
Ronnie was going. It's actually very interesting. Ronnie was actually going into the fact that he thinks he understands the mind of Chinese people when they've done a translation, and he tries to make up some sort of conspiracy about how. You guys all remember that there was that one article that was written by three Chinese professors, and there was a translation error in there, and it came up with the creator, and it wasn't picked up in the editing process, in the review process. So he's still putting forward that this is some sort of massive conspiracy.
The writer of that said that it was a bad translation.
I know, and that's the hilarious thing. I actually challenged him on that in his hangout. I asked him whether or not he actually understood Chinese, and then he banned me from the live feed.
Yeah, but Ronnie doesn't care about the truth. Ronnie's just in it to make them believe that he actually knows something. That's it.
Oh, look at this, Tommy Hall's here.
Yeah.
Well, I wonder, Tommy, are you going to defend Ronnie on his really, really bitch-made attitude and really bitch-made behavior here?
Tommy will defend any of the Clown Car Posse, regardless of anything. But what happened to the whole DNA and water thing that G-Man's supposed to do today? I'm still waiting for it. Damn it.
So is Dragon to stick his head in the toilet?
I don't know, but I was really looking forward to that. It's so funny. It's so funny though. Check it out. No, check it out. It's like Tommy is, he always loves to have these discussions about biology and other shit. And then when you ask him something very simple, like, does DNA degrade in water in any appreciable time? Well, I don't really know that much about the topic. It's like, okay, fuck off. Yeah, just fuck off. It's like, really? You just don't want to even go there because you know Ronnie's an idiot, so. Oh, this phone bug sucks. Keeps kicking out Zulu. Ronnie's like, I'm not a chemist. It doesn't. You don't have to be a chemist to know fucking 5th grade chemistry.
You have to be a fucking chemist in order to realize that your Chinese skills suck.
Yeah.
He was going on in his live feed about how he's saying, but I know some Korean. Yeah, great, Ronnie. Real great.
I know Korean, therefore I can translate Mandarin. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, you might as well just simply say, yes, I understand that you might know a few words like 안녕 and 감사합니다. Yeah, good work. That's not going to help you.
I know a little Tagalog. Ni hao ma, wo ai ni, kamusta ka?
Well, the first two are actually Mandarin.
No, they're well, yeah, okay, you're right. You're right. Ni hao ma is Mandarin. Yeah, and wo ai ni is Mandarin. And Tagalog would be ilan tona kana and ana pagaran mo. Yeah, you're right. Those are Mandarin. means I love you. Ni hao ma is how are you, and wo ai ni means I love you, right?
Yes, that's correct.
See, I know more than fucking Ronnie does.
I thought it was Ni Men Hao.
Well, it's ni hao means how are, and then a ma is usually for a
Steve, you really want to stop really mangling up the accent, sir.
Yeah.
I'm fucking American. That's what we do. We fuck up accents, man.
Okay, Steve, it's tonal. Okay, it has to have the up downs and the flat bits in there. You can't just read it straight off the page.
Yeah. See, Tommy Hall is this he's like, I don't care enough to investigate if DNA degrades in water or not. Yeah, of course not, because that would demonstrate that you actually would want to know the truth about something and show that Ronnie's a fucking
Pretty
idiot.
revealing, isn't it, Tommy?
How long would it take for somebody to investigate whether DNA degrades in water in any appreciable time? 15 minutes.
One Google search.
Yeah, it's not that difficult, dude. And then Ronnie's like saying, "Oh, well, 3 scientists have said that I was right." No, I will put you in touch with all these scientists, Tommy. They all say Ronnie's wrong. Now, in fact, I just talked to Fuzz Ronald the other day, Fuzz the other day, and I just talked to Hugh Ross today. So whatever.
Does DNA dissolve in water?
Well,
I got 495,000 results in less than a minute.
Let's ask G-Man after he finishes his video. I'm telling you right now, G-Man's going to make video, and it's going to be like, hey, look, I've just demonstrated that DNA dissolved in water. And we all like, yay, good job. Good job, G-Man. You just demonstrated something we all agree with.
And 1, 2, 3, 4. And the 5th link down is J.D. Kane, lying cocksucker of the week goes to Ronnie.
Tommy says, I promise you, Steve, that darn near everyone in your audience is bored of tears without a garbage. Well, that's why I have 80 viewers, and the videos I make against Ronnie are my most popular videos. So, hey, whatever. I don't, I mean, I have a balance. I have actually smart people come in to interview, and then I have this, shit that we do with the Clown Car Posse. It's a fine balance, but it works for me. By the way, Tommy, did you notice I had Creationist Cat on the other day? Let's see fucking them get, CC on. It was Vadim, but whatever. Where's everybody getting dropped
Steve, I'm on our favorite website here of Yahoo Answers.
Mm-hmm.
And the question is, does DNA and RNA dissolve in water or just one of the two? The best answer is DNA and RNA are both quite soluble in water. And then it goes on and on and on and explains more crap.
Yeah, I don't think
so. If we read this like Ronnie, he's right because they both are quite soluble in water.
Well, yeah, they are quite soluble in water. Nobody's contending that.
I know.
Yeah, that's never been the argument. Yeah. No, we're never gonna let that die. That's one of the greatest. To me, that's one of the greatest dumb fuck things I've ever heard anybody say.
No, the circumference of the diameter of pi.
Now this is worse because if Ronnie was right, life would not exist.
Yeah.
So that's a special kind of stupid.
You mean you're telling me he's not right? Come on now.
I don't think I've ever heard him be right on anything. He got one thing right with the Robertsonian translocations, and what's funny is I knew Rodney was right when he said it, and I knew Hogtie made a mistake. But I thought the funniest thing was he actually had said that Sam had made a mistake, and Sam only said like one thing, and what he said was actually right. So I don't know how he put it across the board that everybody was wrong. Hogtie made a small error, but yeah, I mean, but even a broken clock is right twice a day, so whatever.
The only reason why Sam was corrected was because Ronnie doesn't know what the hell he's talking about anyway, so confused the hell out of Sam to talk about the wrong part.
Well, that was another time. That was a different case.
Oh, okay. Thought that's what you were referring to.
No, he was talking about the 16-kDa proteolipid on VATPases, which is a different type of thing altogether than the proteolipid on a FTPase, which is the ATP synthase that Ronnie loves talking about. Which, by the way, I never got to ask him any things about the ATP synthase in our hangout. I was really bummed. Because I still want to know what the fuck Ronnie means by. I mean, I know what it is, but I mean, I want to know what he thinks he means by when he says the C ring, the C to 10 to 15 different subunits, right? I want to know if he thinks that ATP synthase has anywhere between 10 and 15 different subunits for humans, right? Holy shit, that can't be the real Jason Burns out there in the live feed.
Has he challenged you to a debate and then declared he has won?
That's a good sign. If I mean that's the real Jason Burns.
That would be a good sign that it is the real Jason Burns.
Yeah, is that the Jason Burns? Is that the real Jason Burns or a cheap facsimile?
Oh, sick onry after I'm gonna find out.
Where's Blue? Yeah, we need Blue in here. Blue can do it. Blue can. Blue got mentioned in Such an Atheist latest video. Do you guys notice that? Yeah, Sarah says E. coli has 8 parts. I think E. coli has like 8 or 9 in the subunit, but yeah, but I mean, I think Ronnie literally thinks that he doesn't understand there's different ATP synthases, right, for different species, right? I mean, cyanobacteria is going to be different than humans, and he doesn't know really one from the other, I don't think. Oh, it's the real Jason Burns. All right, Jason Burns, send me a message. I'll give you the link to come in.
You're going to bring in Tommy Hall as well?
If he wants.
He
Tommy
can't
won't come
in.
into my hangouts anymore.
He's got me blocked anyway, so he can't come in.
Yeah, Nestle, that meme was awesome, by the way. Yeah, that's fucking brilliant.
Make one dick joke at the guy, and he blocks you real quick.
Yeah, Jason can come in. I have no problem with that, but Jason's got to message me so I can give him the link.
Oh, Shin, why would you do that?
Let me see. I think did he message me?
What would I do?
Nope.
What?
Oh, so it wasn't Ocean who did the dick joke with.
No, that was me.
Oh, it was you.
Yeah,
why would you make a dick joke with Tommy Hall?
He spelled Dawkins as docking in a comment thread, so I linked him
Oh,
to
so that
Urban,
okay. Yeah,
Oh, that's really funny.
Yeah, that is funny. Yeah,
I linked him to the Urban Dictionary version.
that would be
And
really funny. Yeah.
haven't heard a word since. I just sit there and laugh when I see the comment sections of
Oh, it's
everybody.
Mike. Yeah.
Can somebody give Jason the link to get in here, please? Somebody's in here? Because I don't think he knows how to message me.
So my first and only interaction with him on a comment thread resulted in me being blocked because he can't take a dick joke.
Mostly because he can't spell.
That too.
Yeah, he just subscribed, but you need to add me on G+. You need to message me on G+. I'm just trying to add him on the add people thing, but there's a lot of Jason Burns, so let me see if I can find the right one. Holy shit.
Those unsnipeable ones.
No, this is not unsnipeable. That's why I gotta be careful. I got room for one. Jade, if I send it to you, can you send it to him? Do you have him? Well, you know what? Jade, after all this time, Jade has still never accepted my invite for instant message on G+. Do you know that?
She can't find the button.
It's still pending, I swear to God. Invite pending. You'll be able to chat with Jade once your invitation has been accepted. I don't think she knows how to do that.
Hangouts is like needlessly technologically complicated.
Damn it. No.
Not really, Ocean. They just hide the buttons.
Hey, that's what I mean.
We'll make this button really small and stick it in the bottom corner where you don't find it.
Yeah, don't put the link in the live feed.
Or if you're stuck using only mobile, the button probably doesn't even exist.
Jade, can you accept my invite?
No, it'll be the size of a period on the end of the sentence right there. That's the button you have to push, and you just can't hit it.
I don't know how to get into Jade because Jade's never accepted my invite.
Here, I know how to do this.
Do you?
Hold on, Steve. Let me just.
Wayne just took the spot.
I'll kick Wayne out then.
Well, if we get the link to Jason.
Yeah, hold on.
Yeah, Jade, I sent you an invite like 2 years ago, and it's still pending.
Okay.
I can leave if you guys want me to. I can leave.
Yeah, it's no big deal, honestly.
Okay, where's our?
Yeah, no worries. This is not a snipe-proof hangout, so I don't want the link out. We did get porn bombed a couple days ago, so. Hey, by the way, I still got 16 dislikes. Ocean.
There we go. I've sent the link to Jade.
Your Lord Ocean has told you to get rid of the likes and get rid of the dislikes and give me likes. So hey.
Some of them aren't my minions, man. Like
no, they're all your minions.
Sometimes you just got a hater, Steve.
Oh shit! I can send it to Jade via Facebook.
Yeah, it could be it's just Steve screwing around with his sock account, Steve McClack.
For all my sock accounts,
Yeah.
I only have like me and 5 people watching. The rest are all like my sock.
All sock accounts, yeah.
Even all of us that are in here are sock accounts that just audio. He's using
You never hear me talk.
Yeah,
at the same time.
everybody on the internet is a touring bot except for Steve.
That was the rule on 4chan. It's like there's only 2 people on 4chan, you and someone else who posts a lot.
Yeah. All right. Jade has links. She'll get it to Jason. Jason's never been in here before. I don't think I've ever talked to Jason. In fact, I'm pretty sure that I never have.
Are you sure you want to?
Not really. I watched Blues videos on him. Jason's not quite there.
He doesn't know how to use punctuation.
It's a guy from the UK where Aaron Ra went for a visit and he said he was attacking him, right? Something like that.
No, it's Aaron Ra was stalking
no
him.
problem. Don't worry
Stalking,
about putting
yes.
the. I
He was
mean,
following him.
that's like, don't worry about it. I mean, don't. You're fine. It shit happens.
There's this one time my uncle cut off all my hair off and then urinated on me. And I never felt more unloved in all my life. He never even called me back.
God.
He was crying saying this shit. Like that dude he just out of his mind.
Yeah, Jason's one of the OG kind of disturbed people.
Yeah.
You should get Von Helton in here. He's low.
Oh God, no! Please.
He'll do a fucking beating and actually take over this entire hangout.
I can carry on a conversation with Von Helton if needs be.
I mean, he's funny as fuck. He comes up with some crazy shit. Like you gotta balance him out. Like you gotta because if you're fully skeptical, he'll just go apeshit. But like in small bits, on the bullshit, and it's just lowsy.
All right, come on, Jason. We got room. Get in here.
That's the Mandela effect guy, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh God.
I love
Ooh,
that magic
Mandela
card.
effect, sweet. This should be definitely lolsy.
Yeah, he recently. Yeah, here's the thing. One of the guys who was notorious for documenting his insanity was a Secular Opinion, aka Ernie Chrysler. But recently Vaughn has been trying to take down most of the videos where he's demonstrated to be a crazy fucking lunatic and getting pwned all the time by trolls, mostly by Secular. And yeah, he's actually gonna go like with a countersuit against him to get all the material back online.
Hey, just out of curiosity, what's wrong with Tommy Hall's voice? I think Tommy has a nice voice. I'll give Tommy Hall a lot of shit, but I don't think there's anything wrong with his voice at all.
Well, the thing wrong with Tommy's voice is that he knows he wants black cock in there, and he.
Oh, that's just a sexual thing. That doesn't mean there's anything wrong with his voice, though.
Well, it makes him more raspy. It's that wanting, that yearning.
Give me that BBC.
Well, not to say it's wrong, but he's got quite an effeminate voice for a guy who talks a lot
Tommy?
about gay people.
I don't really hear an effeminate voice for Tommy.
No, I kind of hear it. That's a bottom talking. That and one of the things that he loves telling me is that he doesn't take it in the ass. And it's like, dude, I'm not like why are you telling me this? Like it's an insult. Like you're thinking about getting it in the ass.
That's probably it.
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna have to make room for Jason.
I can go. Is he ready to join?
You're just a packet parent.
Oh,
I'm sending him right now.
No, okay, Tony didn't left, so you can stay, Char.
Okay.
I'm sending him the link right now too. He just messaged me on YouTube. Oh, look at this. Jason's being nice. He says, "Hi, Steve. I've seen a few of your shows this week and was blessed. Just asking if I can come in for a few minutes and sit in." Yes, of course you can, Jason. There's the link. I sent it to you. Just go click on it. There you go. Shit.
Everyone play nice.
That's no fun.
I don't know anything about Jason Burns. I've heard.
You don't watch Blues shit? The Jason's Burns?
Neither have I. I'm not sure who this person is.
Hard to explain. Jason's like one of the original Clown Car Posse.
I think that. Okay.
No. Jason had his own moped.
Yeah, he has his own scooter. Do you guys? Well, You guys have probably seen the Seitan Atheist video with Bohemian Rhapsody, or what's it called? God damn it, Ocean. What's the name of that video with Burnsian Rhapsody?
What?
Yeah,
It had
the
Rick
Burnsian Rhapsody.
Keane.
Oh yeah, I heard it when they were doing that spoof of Mamma Mia, Mamma Mia,
Yeah.
Mamma Mia, Mamma Mia.
That was fucking brilliant, just brilliant.
Yeah, that was hilarious. I like.
You have like Fiona on the other side, just like.
What's his positions?
I would say I think he's evangelistic Christian, anti-evolution, fundamentalist, reality denier.
Okay.
And mostly sitting in an armchair.
Got it.
How do you not remember him, Ocean? You've been around longer than anybody, probably.
It's true, but I don't know. I don't remember him. Is he the British guy?
Yes.
Okay, him.
I only talked to him a handful of times. So
The guy that I recall isn't very smart, like at all.
How many of them are?
Okay, well, never mind then. Maybe it is the same person.
Jason's burn position is I can talk God into existence.
He's been around for a long time, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's kind of like the.
I remember him when he was he did this video. He did this video where he was talking about atheists and like he was screaming into the camera, right? He was screaming into the camera about some crazy shit about like stop playing intellectual games and like God's real and all this. Like he's a very manic person.
Is this the guy that Coughlin would talk a lot about?
Yeah.
Okay.
Make it quick, guys, because I'm fading fast. I told you I didn't sleep very well. So I was cranky today. I haven't slept very well in several weeks, actually. So, come on, Jason. Can't wait forever.
Come on, Jason. You
That's my
answer
favorite.
the
That's my
linky
favorite.
thingy. You press the linky thingy. The thingy opens. You click a couple more buttons, and you're in.
That's my favorite card, by the way. Antonio, legendary creature. Eternally confused. Wait, what's this
Confused
card
person.
again?
This African gods chick finally came in. What's up?
Hello.
I'm a white devil. Is that okay, though? I want to make sure it's cool.
Is this the person that Zulu was talking about?
Yeah. I think
okay.
this is the person.
My mom was a demon and my dad was an alien, but it's cool.
I get frustrated with supremacists of any type.
So, African goddess, what do you think of big head scientists?
Yeah. What do you think of Yakub, basically?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Hello.
We can hear you. Yes.
Yeah.
The thing keeps showing up muted, so I'm not sure what's going on.
Are you on a phone?
Yes.
Push to talk. That's what's going on.
Oh, all right. Oh, no. It's fixed. Yeah, it's fixed.
All right, cool.
All right. Hey, so what's your primary belief system? Like what you believe about the world and everything?
What do you mean? Like what? Like
what's your worldview regarding like race?
There's some typical claims that you make. What are they?
Yeah, about your worldview.
Everything's made of atoms.
All right.
That's a good start.
All right, that's ontology. Okay.
Oh my God.
Play nice.
Okay. More specifically, what's your?
Have you ever seen an atom?
Okay, more specifically, what's your primary belief on race? Like how deep you think that goes?
Goes deep. Like what do you mean?
Like biologically speaking, like do you think we're all one species, or that there's like supremacy amongst one race to all other races? Like what?
Oh, we're definitely not the same.
Okay, how are we? Okay, how are we different?
Genetically, we are different.
And what would those genetic
Wise, are we
differences be?
different?
I mean, on what level? Like, how far different are we?
Well, is she a race realist? I would assume.
Afrocentrists generally are.
Yeah, I would think that it kind of goes hand in hand. So if that was the case, then what metric do we determine the distinction between races genetically?
Simple for me. It's like, who can survive under the sun? If you can't survive under the sun naturally, something's wrong.
If you can't what under the sun?
Survive under the sun that provides
that's
life.
not genetics, so that's phenotype. We're talking genomics.
No. What? I don't know what she said.
If you can't survive under the sun.
Okay. I thought that she said
that's a phenotypical trait.
That's a little bit strange, considering everyone needs a little bit of sun.
I mean, you're like, are you talking about melanin?
I seem to be able to go outside. I'm not like total vampire like
I
fucking
burn
Anne
up.
Rice.
No, I actually melt if I go on.
No. That's like, but Steve, like, work with me here. When the sun is out, you're not like hiding inside for fear of burning, right? Like
No,
being
but
set
there's
on
some people that are. There are people that are allergic to the sun.
Yeah, but that's a genetic.
But you're not albino. You're not an albino.
Not
It's
XP,
not like-
right? And it's not even albinos. It's like
I
people with
actually,
XP that
I
are
actually
allergic to
like
sunlight.
laying out at the pool and getting a tan, and yeah.
But I think that people with XP, that's a cross-racial.
I just can't
issue.
swim because my DNA just degrades.
Am I right, Steve?
Water
XP can
and
show up
in sunlight now
with
as
any
well.
race?
What's ocean?
Okay. Can XP show up in any race? You know what I'm talking about with XP, right?
No.
No. It's a light allergy.
Oh, the allergic light. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that doesn't make a difference to your race. That's a genetic thing. You can be any race that suffer from that.
Right. And you could be any race and be albino as well, right?
Yes.
Right. So, and I'm not exactly setting a flame when I walk outside. I'm quite comfortable outside. Sometimes I need a hat.
Yeah. So in other words, if you had 2 DNA samples, how would you test them to determine if these were from 2 separate human races? I mean, there are human races. I mean, Homo neanderthals was a different race. If you want to make it, I mean, it's a different species. But I mean, if you're going to talk about modern humans, how do you differentiate two samples that are just on the genomic level? How would you tell? I'm curious.
Yeah, but I mean, surviving under the sun. I mean, like,
we went away from what the question was.
Absent of being a vampire, we'd all survive under the sun. So I don't think that like having more melanin than others like makes you superior.
Right.
I have a question to ask her about that. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah.
I already asked her a question a little while ago. She's being buried in questions right now.
Go ahead.
So
okay. This is a specific question, if I may.
She hasn't answered any questions yet. So let's wait for her to talk first.
Let me go ahead and ask it, and she can answer it in her
so
time. And
like
if Jason
5
wants to
questions
come
on
in,
the
I'll leave.
table.
All right.
I got room for Jason.
Fair-skinned. However, I have a mutation that causes me to change color in the sun. If I'm out in the sun, I literally get darker during the day, and the next morning, it's gone away. This trait was at one time traced to Denmark, and given that I'm German and Irish and the Danes had invaded Ireland, Denmark's next to Germany, it's logical. So I can survive in the sun just fine. I rarely burn because of this particular trait. What about that? I'm just curious. So anyway, I'll just leave it. And I'm going to leave just in case Jason wants to come back. I just want to ask that one question.
I'm trying to get the link to it right now.
Yeah.
Again.
African Goddess, are you talking?
I'm here.
Okay. Have you heard any of the questions that have been put on the table?
I heard them.
Do you have any answers for them?
But the last one, I don't know what she's talking about, honestly.
She said she had a mutation that allowed her to get darker during the day, despite being fair skinned and surviving under the sun. So I mean,
I'm not sure. I'm not even sure that's just specific to that particular area. I actually have a mutation that also does something very similar. It might not be as dramatic. The change in the skin color might not be as dramatic, but it still does happen.
Yeah, I tan as well.
No,
Are we just talking about tanning or what?
It's not tanning. It's kind of like tanning, but it's short term.
More like it. So African goddess. Do you have an answer to any of those?
Into the what? What's the question?
Apparently, some people, other people, have mutations that allow them to survive under the sun. I think you can just get rid of the idea about the mutations and just like anybody can survive under the sun. It's not really that difficult.
Right. So that's yeah.
Then explain skin cancer then.
Skin cancer is cells that keep reproducing because they don't go through apoptosis usually, or anybody can get skin cancer.
Yeah, too much sun sometimes exacerbates the process, though.
Yeah,
but that can pop up again. That can pop up in any race.
Yeah, you can have what's called ultraviolet radiation actually deposit energy into your DNA in a cell. That causes what's called a pyrimidine dimer, where you have a lesion on the DNA.
That's more complicated than it needs to be, dude.
But that's cancer.
The point is that it can show up in any race, right?
Yes.
Right.
So that's not a criteria by which you determine race.
You know what melanin is?
Overexposure to everything. Overexposure to anything.
Oh, hey, Jason did come in here. Okay, welcome, Jason. Yes, we all have studied basic biology here.
Okay, so melanin is condensed sunlight, right?
No.
Condensed sunlight? No, I wouldn't say that.
What? No.
So melanin condensed sunlight?
Hang on. Melatonin.
Melatonin is not the same thing.
I mean, not melatonin. I mean melanin. That's what I meant.
Melanin. Melanin and melatonin are different things.
She keeps breaking up a little bit. Wolf, repeat what you said, Wolf.
Okay, hang on.
Oh, it is
I'll put the definition of the thing. It's a broad term for a group of natural pigments found in most organisms. Arachnids are one of a few groups in which it has not been detected. Yeah, it's produced by the oxidation of amino acid. Hang on, I'll just put it in a slide chart.
It's produced by ultraviolet radiation.
Yeah.
What about it? So everybody has melanin. Some people just have a higher concentration than others, and that's a phenotype though. That's again, how do you determine race upon that though?
There's three types of melanin actually. There's phenomelanin. I think I'm saying it wrong. Etomelanin and neuromelanin.
Okay.
Yes, there's different types of melanin, right? You know melanin, phenomelanin, and I don't remember the other one. But what about them? Mm-hmm.
We don't have phenomelanin running through our body. We have etomelanin and neuromelanin.
Okay, but how is this related to race, though?
Phenomelanin is animal melanin. We don't have that running through us.
How is this relating to race?
Because anything unnatural under the sun is literally being killed every single day. The sun provides life. No sun, no life. The fact that the sun is literally trying to kill people is like without melanin in their skin, basically.
Are you saying?
What about things that live in caves or in the deep ocean where there's no sunlight?
There's a lot of creatures that live completely without sunlight their entire life cycle.
Or nocturnal animals that come out at night only.
They're not exposed to the sun then.
Yeah, then they live just fine.
But you said no sun, no life.
Yeah.
No, I mean, I'm saying the sun provides life.
But there's things that.
Oh, come on, we don't need to chase down that.
I mean, okay. Can we just? If
you eliminate the sun, the nocturnal animals are going to die too, right?
Yeah, true.
So the sun provides life.
I mean, we get that.
I don't have a problem with that.
We understand that the sun provides like a source for life to exist. I mean, we have an understanding of species that can live in the dark though, and actually that's a part of their cycle. So how does this relate to differences in race?
Yeah, so I'm not seeing the correlation either here at all.
Because melanin is condensed sunlight.
It's not condensed sunlight. That makes no sense.
Yeah, it's
created by UV rays from sun. It's produced.
Steve, even if it was condensed sunlight, how the hell does that make a difference?
I don't. Okay, let's say for the sake of argument that's true but it's not. How does this have to do with
race?
race?
More of making them superior. Oh God! All right.
Hold on. She may have just dropped.
Okay. No. She did say she was on her phone, so let's give her a mail.
I know, but let's invite Jason because Jason's never been into my Hangouts before. He's been watching for a while, even though I've been around YouTube almost as long as he has. But whatever. Hey, welcome, Jason.
Steve, next time she comes in here, let me talk to her because I've dealt with Afrocentrics before.
Hi, Steve. How you doing, mate?
Good.
Can you hear me?
Good. You can? Yes. All the way across the pond. Good. We can hear you.
Yeah. Thanks for letting me in. I appreciate it. It's really nice of you. Thank you.
Well, we have a kind of a thing on this side. We allow anybody pretty much to come in and have a discussion. We like to have open and free discussions, and of course, you got to put a kibosh on certain things, but for the most part, we generally welcome dialogue. So
Yeah, I've noticed that. I listened to one or two. I think it was. Did you have Malpass on? I think
we
I
did.
listened to
Yeah, he came in a little while
View. I
Malpass
really
is a good
enjoyed
guy.
it.
Yeah,
I like Malpass.
I really enjoyed it. It was really good.
Yeah, we had Vadim come on yesterday, Creationist Cat. No,
A little bit about Creationist Cat on your show, and I went to follow him up on his YouTube channel as well.
good. Hey, see, I asked to get some subs for him. Are those all those books behind you, Jason? Are those all books behind you?
Yeah, they're mainly theology books. Yeah, ministerial books, countries, and theology. Calvin's Institutes.
Now you're an evangelistic young Earth creationist, right?
Yeah. I think you would class me as evangelical or creationist.
What do you think about all the stuff going down with Ken Hovind right now about his right-hand man that actually led the charge for his freehovind.com actually coming out and saying that Hovind is a complete fraud? You heard about that yet? Just recently, like last day or two.
I don't know anything about that, Steve, to be honest. Not seeing anything, mate. I don't follow. Is Ken the father, or is it?
The two of them. Yeah, he's the father.
Yeah,
there's the Father, the Son, and the Holy shit.
Yeah, well,
I knew that was coming.
I'm stealing
that.
that.
Was coming.
I enjoy listening to Eric. I don't follow. I think it's kind of pseudo science, pseudo intellectualism, so I don't follow that very much.
I've talked to Eric a few times. He is extremely evasive, to say the least. He doesn't want to stay on topic.
I don't kind of follow that kind of pseudo kind of intellectualism. That's just me.
So why are you a young Earth creationist though? I got to ask. I mean, because my channel is set up to try to get people out of young Earth creationism because I know it's complete bullshit. So
no.
What,
Jason?
Pardon?
How old is the Earth?
I wouldn't like to say, guys. I'm not an expert on.
No, let him answer.
Okay, all right.
He's answering honestly, guys. Come on.
Yeah. Come on.
Okay.
I'm not. To me, I'm not an expert in that area, but my interest. I'm interested in philosophy, like strategic thinking, and so for me, I like to just go to the heart of the topic.
Okay.
To get right to what's the heart, and for me, the heart of the topic for evolution is the actual process, the mutations and natural selection, and that for me, that's the main issue.
I get you. I get you. But if I said the Earth is 7,000 years old, you wouldn't disagree with that, right?
I wouldn't give a date, an exact date. It could be hundreds of thousand years. It could be 7,000 years. I wouldn't like to be dogmatic on the date. I definitely don't think it's billions of years personally.
Okay. I don't want to straw man. I literally want to know what you think on that.
But it's the process for me. I think mutations and natural selection, and just purely on
the upper bound. Are you able to give an
on
upper
a
bound
philosophical
age?
Are you able to give an upper bound on the age?
No, I'm not, mate. No. I wouldn't like to. I prefer to stay to something that I know I can hold my ground on, rather than something that if I don't know something well read on that topic, for me, there's no point in trying to say it specifically or dogmatically. I think is on the issue of mutations and natural selection. Personally, I think it makes sense in terms of a long process of billions of years. I think it makes sense in terms of seeing change in time. Animals, so a rabbit staying the same as a rabbit in time. How, from a philosophical point of view, how it can work with natural selection and mutation to something else over billions of years. That is my heart. If you could convince me, make me then consider other evidence.
Okay, well, let me ask you. I mean, do you accept natural selection happens?
I do, yes. Of course I do, yeah.
Okay. And when you say things change into other things, do you mean that they stop being what they actually are? Like, for example, if I have we love to use dogs. I don't know why we keep going back to dogs, but you have a population of dogs. At some point, do they ever produce a population of non-dogs according to evolution?
Well, I think we've got to be careful, Steve. I think because I'm sure you've done a lot of studying and listening. I've listened to lots of debates and read. One of the problems with this issue, we can go around the houses and say non-dog, dog, and things like that. But I think that if we just be like intellectually honest and engage with each other, it's me that mutation and natural selection, if you can convince me in time, i.e. from a point of view where you can actually observe it in time, convince me of that and give me helpful information and come back to you and say, well, point, and I need to consider evidence for me, then that would make me really consider the point.
Okay, well, I'm just kind of getting a baseline where you're what you think. So you accept there's mutations do happen. You accept there's natural selection. Do you accept that speciation occurs?
You have to define speciation.
Sure. Species that becomes two different species or divergent process by which two independent populations become reproductively isolated from each other. And that's one type. There's other types like anagenesis where that's not true. That's a linear thing.
Yeah, I think you have to define speciation from, if there are any other definitions of speciation.
A population that can interbreed with itself.
Okay.
So a population of
That's
organisms
the
that can breed
definition
with
of a
itself.
species. So speciation would be that from one population that can interbreed comes two populations that can interbreed but cannot breed with each other.
Yeah.
But I don't want to tie myself down saying yes or no on that because on that, but I am aware that there are things. See.
Is his sound cutting out, or is that just my?
Yeah, it sounds cutting out a little bit.
Yeah.
Cutting out now and again.
I don't want to pin myself down because I know, like the very word speciation, intelligent design and evolutionists debate about those definitions. Am I right about that or wrong?
Well,
I think that they have the same definition between the two. Like usually, the more intelligent people that put forward intelligent design are basically just it's evolution with a hat, in my opinion. They accept everything in evolution. They just decide that there's a divine guide behind it.
Yeah, and I think the problem actually is, Jason, is when you try to. Well, I'm clarifying. When you try to define what a new species is, that's a little bit where it gets a little confusing. But when you
that's
say,
what I'm saying.
Yeah,
right.
but that's
not
okay.
a debate that evolutionists and intelligent design people are having. He was asking about the debate between evolutionists and intelligent design proponents.
Yeah, all I'm aware.
I think that the two of them generally agree. It's just that the distinction between the two is that intelligent design proponents believe that there is a divine beginning to life, and that that life is guided by a divine hand. That evolution is guided by a divine hand.
I know
Guided
you say
versus
that, guys,
unguided, they say.
I know you're saying that, but I'm out of touch from YouTube. But I used to like listen to YouTube debates every night on, with creationists and evolutionists, and there'd be hours and hours of arguments about the semantics of language. Creationist saying species means this, and the evolutionist says that, and is that whatever the current scientific definition is of species, if that's what you're giving, if that's what it is, as far as I can understand, with mutation and natural selection, I cannot see how that process can account for the wide variety of change, however we express it in whatever terms, over billions of years. I can see it all changes within time, and I think that is a good evidential evidence, and we have solid factual information for that, and I have no problem with that. So I have no problem that if you go to the Galapagos Islands, that there'll be a variety of islands, finches with different types of beaks, and I've absolutely no problem with that. But when you tell me that the finches can change, and then if we go back, if we go fast forward it to billions of years, that those finches have moved to dinosaurs, to human beings or something. I'm just doing.
No, I hear what you're saying. First, the finches were adaptive radiation, but I think the problem that you're running into is I think you're looking at it from a different approach than most. You're looking at it from more of a top down rather than a bottom up. We can show lineage of common ancestry to all life, going back billions of years. That's trivial to do so.
Well, I think, Steve, I mean, I used to evolutionists say that we're like 70, what was it, 80% or 90% similar to apes?
No. Humans are apes. We're not similar to apes. We are 100% apes.
With the DNA.
Yes, we're 100% ape.
I think he's trying to say that we are about 98%, 99% similar to chimps. And
yes, that's
gorillas.
chimps.
Yeah, that's specifically gorillas, not apes.
All right. Yeah. We're 98%, 98.5% similar to chimps, sir.
So here's the point. Scholarship, current articles that you have read that confirms that. I'm not trying to trick you, because I've read articles would say completely different. Would say that it's like recent research, say 50%, 56%.
No, there's none.
Right, that's the recent research.
Is he citing Thompson's?
Yeah, I think so.
Guys, just listen.
Well, hang on, Jason. Hang on one second, Jason. Are you citing a guy named Jeffrey Tompkins?
No. This was last year, and
there's no scientific paper out there that says that. None.
Can you please cite the article?
I'm not trying to win an argument here, guys. I'm just trying to be open-minded and give you the opportunity to show me whether
Okay, Jason, I got.
I'm telling you.
Sure, Jason. There's no scientific paper that says what you just said. I can guarantee it. None. The genomic analysis they've done with humans and chimpanzees, known as pan troglodytes, it depends on whether they want to use what's called indel, and urology can correct me on this, but it depends how they want to interpret what the indels are, which is a large chunk of mutations that occur at one time, whether they say it's one mutation or happen in one event, or they consider them individual nucleotide differences. But for the most part, using the proper genomic analysis, we are 98.5% the same as chimpanzees. There's no paper, no paper that says 58 or 70.
Well, this was last year, and there's been a number of studies done on it, and there are different ways to compute it, which you've touched on. You're an expert on it.
No, I'm not.
Than me. I'm not.
No, I'm not. I'm not even close to an expert. I'm a pure layperson on this, dude.
Just come on, and I'm just chilling out. I've not got my.
The thing is, we do actually in our community have an expert who did the analysis.
Yes. Well, no, he's not.
I'll come to that. Second, I'll come to that. But the point is, if I was coming on to debate, I'd have my notes and I'd have the information. a hand straight away.
Yeah.
So here's the point: if you're so strong yourself about 98%, what's the recent cutting edge research that you can point to me that I can look at?
Jade, can you find him a link for that while we discuss this? Because Jade's really good at finding links real quick. But I can tell you what.
Just give me. Can't you just say now?
Jade will find it. She's the research person. She loves finding links, so she'll get you the most current analysis while we discuss this.
She's our archivist here.
Yeah. So Jason, though, here's what you're referring to. There was a guy named Dr. Jeffrey Tompkins who I've talked to before a few times. And he did a paper, and it wasn't a real paper, it was actually a blog, that he had supposedly had done a genomic analysis, and he found out that, according to his studies, that we were only 70% the same as chimpanzees. Okay, this was a year or two ago, whatever. Now, the problem with that is the program he used, called BLAST, had a bug in it. And the bug was, if you put things in at a large data dump at a time, it didn't process them right. There's a gentleman named Ruhif that noted this to him and explained to him, if he had put the genomic, if he put the samples in one at a time rather than in large batches, he would have got about 98.5%. But he didn't do it that way because of the bug. Dr. Tompkins realized there is a bug, and he actually took back that blog. And then, so whenever you hear people say we're only 70%, the guy that actually did that, he is a real geneticist, he actually revoked that paper. He actually admitted it was an error, and it's no longer out there.
You're assuming that's what I've read. I'm saying that was last year that I read it. I've not said.
That's kind of why we are asking.
Yeah, that's what we're kind of asking for your source.
That it was, from what I remember, it was not just one study, it was a number of studies. So I'm not presenting that as evidence, that as something that I've read that put a different case on. All I'm asking from you, knocking evidence that I've not presented. If I'm going to debate you and make a proposition, I have evidence. I'm not making a proposition, knocking down my evidence when I've not presented the evidence. All I was saying to you, willing to be open with some data about the current research, and then I will look at it concerning how close we are to apes, to chimpanzees. But the issue that I'm getting at is selection and mutation. Mutation happen by chance?
Depends what you mean by chance. This is the problem that Tommy Hawk gets confused. When you guys mean chance, you don't mean it the same way as everybody else means it. Chance is stochastic. That means there's a possibility of something happening. If I go to a random element, if I go to Vegas, right, and I throw the dice and craps, right, it's really a deterministic process once those dice leave my hands, right? It's going to be just laws of physics, and it's going to end up where it ends up. But to us, because we don't know those laws of physics at the time, we have a gap in our knowledge. It's random, right? Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
when they're talking about randomness, though, of a mutation, what they mean is it's random with respect to the environment. So I have, let's say the one I use, I love to use the most is lactase persistence, which is the ability to digest lactose after the H2. Because what normally happens is you have a gene that switches off the ability to produce lactase, the enzyme to break down lactose. And some people have a gene that doesn't do that. It doesn't switch off. It'll continue to produce this enzyme. So it's completely neutral if you don't drink milk after 2. It's a neutral mutation. It has no effect on anything. It's with respect to the environment, it's neutral. Now, after age 2, you start drinking a lot of milk, right, from goats and cows and whatever, that mutation is now beneficial because now you have a new carbon source, right? So it's the same mutation. It's the same thing, right? But now in one situation it's neutral, and in another one it's beneficial. That's what they mean by random. It's random with respect to the environment. Oh, urology. Would you agree with that, urology?
Like I said, I'm coming from this from a philosophical point of view. When you're talking about mutation and you're saying it's by the environment, yeah, connection to the environment, but within the biological structure of DNA and all the components, are the things within the DNA and in the structure. The guys who know the information about this. When a mutation takes place, how many of these mutations would take place, say, in a human body on average?
Well, you have three. You have a handful of unique mutations that you didn't inherit from your parents. Okay, they're in the germline. These are mutations that literally are due to copying errors because DNA replication is not perfect fidelity. So you have a certain amount of mutations you're going to get.
Oh no!
I don't know, a couple hundred or so. It's not
during a week, human's life, how many mutations would take place on average?
Well, you're talking about two different things. We're talking about the mutations in the germline. The germline is the mutations that differ from you and your parents. So you get half of your genetic components from your mom and half from your dad, right? You agree, right?
Yeah, you're not understanding what I'm saying. No, you're not understanding what I'm saying. Within every creature, within every animal, within us as human beings, the body is replenishing itself constantly, is it not?
Yeah, Jason, I understand what you're saying, but you have a conceptual error, and I'm going to explain to you the conceptual error. There's two types of cell lines. Well, you do.
No,
Jason,
Steve,
listen, you asked me a question, Jason. I'm going to explain it to you. There's two types of cell lines. You have somatic and germ. Okay, the somatic cells are like your skin, right? If they get mutations, that has nothing to do with anything because that's not passed on generationally. If you get mutations in a somatic cell, that's not going to be passed on to your future generations. Through the germline.
Listen to me.
Do you not want to know how this works?
To me.
Well, actually, I'm explaining something. You're not listening to me.
I know that you're an expert.
I'm not an
More
expert.
than me.
I know more than you, yeah, but
philosophically,
go ahead.
Jason, I just want to ask one question here, though. How on earth are mutations a philosophical issue up for a philosophical discussion? This is a scientific discussion.
No,
it's a scientific issue.
Ask your question, Jason, so I can repeat my answer because I don't think you understood it. So ask your question, and then let me give you an answer. Okay, go ahead.
What I'm trying to establish is that it's more than 3 mutations that pass on. But the human body is constantly undergoing change. Is that right or wrong?
Yes, you have somatic mutations.
Okay.
Yes. Okay.
Right. Now, with that change and with the change that you are going to give us information on, that information, go ahead.
The mutations we have over our lifetime are not passed on to future generations. That's not the mutations we're interested in. We're talking about mutations, about 100 some odd mutations in the germline. These are mutations that are unique to you that you did not acquire from your parents. That's what provides the variation that natural selection can act upon. We don't care about the mutations you get throughout your lifetime.
How many mutations has taken to what is the statistical analysis of, if you was to compute it, what would be the statistical analysis of how many mutations would take place, however you define mutation, or defining it in a very narrow way, but if you define it in your way, what would be the statistical analysis of it would take place to produce the human eye that we have?
I think the question is malformed. I wouldn't even know where to begin with that, to be honest with you.
Well, there's the philosophical problem that you have, Steve.
No, it's not a philosophical problem. It's a problem that you conceptually don't understand how the eye was formed over a long period of time.
We go with you, Steve. Okay. Steve, no, we go with your conception. We go with all your information. I grant you that. Now tell me what's the statistical.
Sure. The first formation of something that can be considered to be an eye was a bunch of eye spots, well, they're called eye spots. They're bunch of cells that were sensitive to light. That was very near a nerve or some kind of sensory thing in the skin. So when you have like an eel or a fish or whatever that have these eye spots, they're actually worms. They're flatworms, if I'm not mistaken. Were they flatworms? But they're a type of worm that had this eye spot, and it could actually tell a little bit of a shadowing effect, right? So they knew predators were around, so they would have a higher degree of ability to stay alive. They would be produced more. As time went on, these eye spots got bigger, they got more concave, which means you had more surface area that could be exposed. They would have a membrane go over it, which means they had better resolution. The eye developed over many, many different iterations, and it is actually a very, very well-known process. Darwin understood this. Dawkins explained it.
Okay, we grant you that. Steve, I grant you all that. I give you all that. Now give me some idea of the statistical information that we could have.
The statistics is one. The odds of the eyes forming is 1-to-1, or probably 1.
Is Jason creating a straw man argument here?
Yes.
I'm not creating straw man. I'm asking you. You've not. All you've done is you've said there's a certain type of mutation, and then you've told me information about the eye.
Yes.
I'm trying to connect the dots, right? All I'm trying to do is show you that how many mutations, for many thousands or millions of years, how many mutations would have had to taken place to produce the human eye?
No idea. A lot.
One for every generation.
How many?
Yeah, at least one for every generation. Yeah, yeah, probably. But yeah, I mean a lot. So what's the question though? I'm not seeing your argument here.
Just give us. Well, I'll give you the argument. Just give me some random idea of what you might think.
I couldn't even venture a guess.
Even though it's
yeah, I have no idea. No idea.
Right.
It does. The number of how many mutations doesn't matter. The fact that the mutations exist. That's the point.
No, that's the mathematicians try to compute them.
Yeah, what are you trying to get at here? Are you trying to get us to throw out some really, really minute number?
Yeah, I don't know why it would matter. I mean, we know a couple things, Jason. We know
Do you know Bayesian probability and how that works? Once an event happens. No, Jason. Once an event happens, that event is realized. So it doesn't matter what previous probability is.
Exactly. The probability is 1.
I will send you a link.
Once an event happens, it is realized. Therefore, the probability of that event happening is 1.
Right.
It doesn't
so the
matter
eye forming, the chances of the eye forming, the probability of the eye forming is 1. That's a fact. You can't get around. That's a mathematical fact. Yeah, no, Jason, trust me, that is a mathematical fact.
Edgar would actually dispute that, though.
Mathematicians have actually tried to compute, not just for the human eye, but other aspects of the human body, to see whether it actually works out mathematically. And it does. They've come to the conclusion. They've come to the conclusion that it just doesn't add up, and it doesn't add up because of
why not?
Yeah, why not?
I'll give you a link of the information, and then maybe you could have another hangout.
Oh, I'm sure we've all looked at it before. You'd be surprised. The problem that you're going to link us, and I can tell you right now, Jason, you're going to link us something, which is fine. But what you're going to link is what's called a post hoc analysis. It's going to be a post hoc analysis by Hoyle. Let me finish, please. You're going to post us something that's by Hoyle or Dembski or a similar. That's going to be a post hoc analysis that makes the erroneous assumption that all this stuff happened at one time. And every single one.
No,
yes,
Steve,
I guarantee it. You will.
Steve. Guys, listen. What I've learned from this Google Hangout is, number one, you know your stuff. There's no doubt about that. You know it better than me. I don't know much about it. You know more, right? But what I also have learned from it is you're not willing to look at the logical implications of your position.
Yes,
and I'm asking you just to think, be open-minded. Just off the top of your head, just think about how many mutations it would take to produce the human eye.
Right, let's say it's millions and millions. Go ahead, move on.
Let's say billions.
Billions, fine. Billions of
Right.
mutations. Go ahead.
So here's the question: are those mutations? Back to that question: are those mutations by? And this is the crux. This is the issue.
Okay, go ahead. Ask.
Are those mutations by chance or not?
And I
Hey,
just
you've already
explained
it.
Yeah, I just explained it to you. Chance. There's no chance. It's not stochastic. Randomness means with the respect to the environment.
So here's the point. So you've said like millions of years and random to the environment. Now here's the issue that I have. This is the philosophical issue that has been debated for thousands of years. The pre-Socratics debated it, and it still needs to be debated today. And the issue is, gather the ability to produce intelligence.
You keep dropping out, and I don't know if it's because somebody else's mic is open, but you keep dropping. Can we mute? Everybody mute real quick. Hey, guys, one sec. Everybody mute. Heavy. Yeah, can everybody mute? Because I think he might be on a phone, and I think it's dropping him out, and so I'm getting like every third word.
Is that better? Is that better for you?
Yeah, go ahead.
Hey, I can't hear you very well now because I had headphones on, Steve. Hello?
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
So I'm going to ask this question, and then I'll let you talk for a bit, and then I'm going to... The point is that all your stuff, but I'm a strategic thinker, and it doesn't make sense to me if your position is it's over millions of mutations have taken to have the human eye, and you're saying that the environment plus mutations is what got the eye. There's an Hercules heel in your argument, and that is the environment. You're implying that the environment has a selective process.
No.
That selective process.
No, that's not what. The environment is the pressure. The selective process is natural selection, which you already agreed exists. Explain it.
Yeah. The environment on that. Yeah, that I would totally agree with that. But implication, without realizing it, as if there's some kind of within that selection, and that's the problem. How do you get that?
Sure, let me explain to you. I got this. So can I get some muting because I'm hearing a lot of echo, and I think it's Jade actually. Okay, so Jason,
there's a PhD guy.
Do I ever get to answer a question?
In the 60s.
All right, let me answer the question one thing at a time. So, Jason, you said you're going to let me answer. Okay, so, Jason, I want you to think about this. Mommy and daddy get together. Mommy and daddy have a baby. That baby has unique mutations. Let's say 100 unique mutations. Okay, those mutations, a couple of them are going to manifest phenotypically, something that the environment can act upon. They're going to be non-neutral mutations. Okay, that baby is going to have a better chance of survival because it is better equipped for its environment. Okay, so that baby goes on, it's going to survive more, have a higher chance of survival. It now reproduces and passes those beneficial genes on to its offspring, which then has additional 100 or some odd unique mutations that natural selection can act upon. And if the selective pressures are such that that second generation has benefits to the environment, it has a higher likelihood of reproducing. There's nothing going on requiring any kind of intelligent selection. And I'll give you a perfect example. There's the same example I gave to Dr. Safadi. You've got a population of bugs, okay? Some of them are white, some of them are black, okay? The environment is just a regular environment. They're all happy living together. All of a sudden, it gets really cold over a period of time, and it starts having a snowy type of environment, okay? The white bugs have a mutation that make them white. They're going to blend in more with the snow, right? So predators come along, they're going to see the black bugs, they're going to eat more of them. Okay, this is why it's called differential reproduction, natural selection. So the white bugs, even though they had a mutation that was neutral before, didn't have any benefit one way or another, now has a benefit because now you have a snowy environment. So now they're going to reproduce more, and that over time, this population is going to have a directional result to them all being white at some stage, or at least much more white. Would you agree? I believe it's directional natural selection. Okay. There's no conscious agent, no intelligence, no God required to make that happen. It is a fact that the white bugs are more camouflaged, and predators will find the black bugs easier to beat.
Can I come in? Can I come in now?
Does that make sense?
Okay. Well, here's the point: is we were talking about millions of mutations over time, and what you're trying to do is narrow it down and show that the actual mechanism in time that we can observe. And you made a very eloquent and clear statement. That I ask in that statement that you've made, that these creatures become white, these bugs or whatever. Mm-hmm. There is purpose or not?
What?
I wasn't too sure what he
when
said.
You saying that selection happens in whatever sphere you're working in, whether it be moths, chickens, human beings, whatever it is, and the illustration that you made, there's purpose in that or not?
No, it's just a reality that happens. It really boils down to think common sense wise. You have black bugs and white bugs. Which one do you think is going to be eaten more if there's snowy environments?
Yeah. So but when you're saying
answer the question. I asked a question. Jason, hang on. I ask a question. You answer it. Which one do you think is going to be eaten more, the black or the white bugs?
If you could say that again.
You have the black bugs and you have the white bugs. It becomes snowy. Which ones do you think are going to be eaten more by predators? The ones that blend in or the ones that stand out?
That blend in.
The ones that blend in are going to be eaten more? No. Try again.
I can't hear you. I can't hear what you're saying.
Jason, there are white bugs and then there are black bugs. The environment is very white. Which one is going to blend in and which one is going to get eaten more?
The black bugs.
Okay, very good. So the black bugs are going to eat more. So the white bugs having this mutation will reproduce at a greater rate over the black bugs. That's why the differential reproduction. Wait, hang on. That's natural selection. There's no purpose.
Yeah.
It is what it is.
Why? What purpose is there? What purpose are you talking about?
Here's the point. There was a purpose to save one type of color of. Why would that be?
How did you determine there was a purpose? I don't understand how.
If there is no purpose, why would there be a selection of one and the other?
Because one stood out more than the other.
Hang on a second. Is there a purpose in just snowing one day? Is there a purpose in it snowing one day?
I was going to ask that.
The language that you're using to understand the process, posing a purpose to it.
I just want to. I want to interrupt and say, Jason, I think you should put your headphones back on because it's not helping to take them off, and also like maybe turn off your video or something because I don't know why
cutting out.
Yeah, I think just put the headphones back on, but turn off video.
Turn down your bandwidth. We know what you look like.
How on earth what is the purpose of snow? How is there a purpose of snow?
To make snow
gets colder. It gets colder one day. It starts snowing. Where's the purpose in this?
I don't know why this whole thing about purpose.
Well, see, that's the thing. When you try to explain certain things in nature or in evolution, they have to go back to purpose, as if there was intentional, whatever behind these things. When there's not, they have to cling to that.
I have a question for Jason that might help clear up some of these questions. Jason, if we were to can you hear me?
I'm trying to turn off my video.
Turn down your bandwidth.
Yeah, there you go. Oh, did he get it?
No,
hasn't turned off his video.
It's the button in the middle at the top. Adjust bandwidth and just turn it all the way down.
I've just found it now. Yeah. Okay.
Now we can't hear him at all.
May want to bring it back up. We can't hear you.
Well,
Try turning your video off and just use the sound.
Yeah.
That
Also,
might help.
just click the video button. Turn your bandwidth. Oh,
There we go. See how that does for you.
can we hear you now?
Yes, yes.
Yeah. Okay. So my question for you, Jason, is if we were to just rewind 2 billion years, right, and redo everything over again, what do you think we would have right now? Do you think things would be the same or different? Like what would you expect in terms of evolutionary theory?
In terms of evolutionary theory, I think
what
they
do you
would be the same.
No. No.
I would.
That's a very good question. There, it kind of defeats the thing about purpose completely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because
But
you're
so if
going
you-
to the root of the fact that evolution and not natural selection, but evolution itself and mutations are inherently stochastic. There is no guarantee that if you roll the die once, you get a result. You roll the die the next time, you're going to get the same result. There's no guarantee of that at all.
Have you ever read any philosophical literature on this topic?
I don't think philosophical
philosophical
literature would have much to say about biology.
Yeah, I don't understand philosophical literature about mathematics. It doesn't make any sense.
Have you ever heard of Francis Ayala? Have you heard of him?
That name does sound familiar, but refresh my memory.
He's a world authority on evolution, and he's a philosopher as well as an evolutionist. And he's written quite a lot of articles on this. And
Hang on a second, but a philosopher and an evolutionist. Well, first of all, an evolutionist. What's philosophy got to do with it?
I'm trying to explain to you. He wrote some article that after the Second World War, biology students to make sure when they were writing their PhDs, to make sure that the language of emotive language like purpose was taken out of their PhDs. Any ammunition to people like creationists or people like that, because it gives the wrong. But often, like PhD students would write about natural selection with this kind of emotive language that there is purpose to what's going on.
Yeah, I think what happens though.
Yeah, it's important. And the other reason why he was saying that they were trying to get rid of this kind of language about purpose was of meta-narratives, because of Marxism and Nazism. Biologists were still influenced. Can I just finish? Biologists were still influenced by grand meta-narratives, and this idea that history has a purpose was part of this grand meta-narrative of Marxism, Nazism. So the PhD students in the 40s and 50s were told to get rid of this emotive language about purpose in history when you're talking about natural selection. And so what I'm trying to bring to light to you as a very technical, and you know aspects of evolution and you're very learned, but there is a very serious philosophical debate to be had about purpose and the philosophical implications that it has for evolution is something that needs to come back on the table for debate and discussion. And
Okay, can I go now, Jason?
Yeah,
because you're kind of rambling now.
Steve, I'll let you talk, and then I'm going to go, bro.
Thank you. I'm glad that you're letting me talk. Jason, you could talk about philosophy all you want, but the biological facts are not going to change. Evolutionary theory is reality. Evolutionary theory is a model that explains evolution and biodiversification that works. It's predictive. We could definitely show absolutely that we have common ancestry going back billions of years, probably about 3.8 billions of years we can show. No philosophy in the world can change that. Doesn't matter what you want to think about it philosophical wise. The biology is the science. That doesn't change. Okay, that's what I think you probably need to be taken away from this, is that you can discuss anything you want about this, like the philosophy. Who was it just recently had his arguments for natural selection? Fodor, argument about what's being selected for natural selection. And it was actually an interesting philosophical question. It's resolvable, right? I mean, it's not like it's that hard to resolve it. It's just how you define natural selection to be more of an umbrella term. But Fodor's argument for what traits being selected for was philosophical and it was interesting, but it wasn't really novel. But it doesn't change the fact that natural selection does the selecting. It doesn't change the fact that we have unique mutations that can be acted upon, and those unique mutations cause us to develop different morphologies, different changes in the Hox genes will cause different things to appear morphologically speaking. So the argument you need to actually show is that the science is wrong, not the philosophy. And if you could do that, you would win the Nobel. So I don't see it happening in any near future. Does that make sense?
Well, could I say something then, and then I'll have to go? Sure. But when we started off the discussion, I've not prepared anything. Normally, if I was in a debate, I'd have notes with me and stuff like that. But number one, there was a number of times that you took me to task on various topics in terms of, like, you're saying it was this person said this, and I've never given any article or anything like that. So you've got to be careful to someone's argument unless I've presented a paper, for not to say that, oh, I've read this or read that, and I've critiqued that when I haven't given you the paper. So that's number one. Number two is, all you've done is you've demonstrated that you're very knowledgeable about the topic, but you haven't demonstrated in any factual way. You haven't all you've done is you've presented an argument from the knowledge that you have to the mutation happening in time.
No, hang on a second,
let me finish.
Jason. No, you don't get to do that. You don't get to do that here. Because you yourself haven't posted any articles of your own, and you're criticizing us for doing the same. You don't get to do that.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good point. I mean, we could sit here and post articles back and forth. We've all done the literature. Hang on, Jason. We've all read the literature. Jade has God knows how much information at her fingertips, right? We could sit there and do that. But if you don't understand the basics, you don't know how to read the things that would cite you, it wouldn't do any good. And it's kind of a waste of time. Let me finish. It's kind of a waste of time to cite you literature that you don't know how to even read properly. Okay? But wait, let me finish. Steve, but I wasn't done yet. But we are explaining to you concepts. You need to understand the concepts first. And then if you want to say, okay, can you cite me something on that? We'll be happy to do so. I'll give you tons of books on biology that I happen to like that I've read.
Steve, you've got to be intellectually honest, and you did ad hominem there. You attacked me as a person.
No.
You have to be intellectually honest about this thing. Jason, wait, one thing I'd like to put one forward here. You have to be intellectually honest about this. Granted, you didn't understand what basic conditional probability in Bayesian analysis was, and you went about challenging us, trying to get us to say some sort of probability measure for the evolution of the eye. That is dishonest. You did.
That is, and by the way, Jason, let me clarify something with you. Jason, please don't interrupt me.
Wait a minute.
Jason, you cannot sit there and say somebody ad homed you when they addressed your argument. An ad hom. And first of all, hey, listen to me.
You're attacking me as a person.
That is not an ad hom. Let me. No, it is not, Jason. Let me explain it to you.
It is.
An ad hom, by definition, is when somebody says that your argument is flawed because of something about your personality. I have not done that, nor would I ever do that, because I understand fallacious reasoning. If I say,
you're attacking me as a person,
Jason, that's not what ad hom means.
Jason, I said that you did not understand Bayesian probabilities. I did not say anything else about it. That is not an attack against you. That is a demonstration. That is an demonstration. That is a demonstration that you did not understand the concept of analysis.
Let me finish.
An ad hom would be like saying, you are fat, and therefore you don't understand this stuff.
Let me finish. Jason, okay, but Jason, I'll let you finish, but you have to understand that you're not using these fallacies correctly. Okay, if I say that you don't understand something about, God damn it, please stop interrupting. I'm going to mute you. Please stop interrupting me. I have one rule in here. You stop talking when I'm talking, and I'll give you plenty of time, but don't interrupt me. You cannot say that I ad homed you when you don't understand what that means. If I say you do not understand something like Bayesian, right, or probability, that is not an ad hominem attack. An ad hominem is when it says, hey, Jason, you're wrong because you're an idiot, which I'm not saying that. But that would be an ad hom. Just saying you don't understand something is not an ad hominem attack. Please look it up. Please learn this. Okay, take a course in fallacious reasoning and contemporary rhetoric. Okay, now you have the floor. And you have to unmute.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah, as far as I'm concerned, you're attacking me as a person. I've not attacked your lack of knowledge in certain areas. You didn't know who Francis Ayala was. You didn't know who he is. You don't know the philosophical discussions that are involved in the word purpose and biology. No, wait a minute. No, wait a minute. And you've not presented any scientific evidence at all. All you've done is demonstrate you know something about mutations, but you've not presented any factual information, any article.
What would you like an article on? Would you like to go to Google Scholar where you can hold your hand and walk through each paper?
Can I just finish?
Well, first of all, Jason, you've not given us. I asked you for your paper that's for this genomic analysis of chimpanzees. You didn't provide it.
Yeah,
so don't sit there and
provide it later.
You said that you found something that said that humans and chimpanzees, or humans and other great apes, had only
so where is that paper?
Only 50% similarity.
Where's that paper, Jason? Yeah, give me that paper, Jason.
I will send it, but if you're
now. I don't want right now. No. We're going to hold you by the same standard. I will cite you the paper. I will cite you the paper.
No, wait a minute.
I will cite you the paper that had the genomic analysis for chimpanzees. I have it right here. Okay, which is this is actually a 96, including indels. Okay, it's right there in the live feed. Now, since you in the group chat right there, go ahead and check it out. Now you take your time, go find me that analysis because I want to see it. That has a paper that shows humans and chimps have a 50% relationship with each other. Go ahead. Take your time. Take your time. We're going to hold you the same standard. If you want to play that game, we can do that, Jason. I don't mind.
You haven't played any standard. You haven't presented any evidence.
It's right there. Group chat.
I can present.
Jason, open up the group chat. Open the group chat. The link is
wait
there.
a minute. I told you.
Natural geographic.
Will you click the link?
Wait a minute. I told you. No,
Jason,
I told you.
Jason, we provided
click the link.
Steve has provided you the evidence, and now you are refusing to cooperate. This is dishonesty right here.
So Jason, I gave you the link.
Me as a person.
Okay,
you're attacking me as a person.
Okay, so I gave you the link, Jason.
This is just now butthurt. This is really just butthurt.
Jason, I gave you the link. The link is out there. This is actually 96%. I'm being the most conservative that I found because this is, like I said, you can change how you get to this number by the way you do the indel. So this is the most conservative estimate would be 96. That's the lowest bound possible. Now you're saying that it goes down to 50. So I gave you my source. So I want you to be intellectually honest, Jason, and give me your source of your claim that is 50%. Go ahead. This is how we do this. If you want to go this route. Yes, by all means. But if you don't present me the paper, then we have no conversation. Because I gave you mine. Yeah, this is shared genes, by the way. Yeah, I know.
Come on, Jason. Steve has shown you his. Now you show us yours.
Do you want the one for bonobo? I have that one here too from nature.com. I showed you mine. Show me yours. Come on, big boy. Here we go.
Jason,
this is from nature. This one is 99.
Jason's talking, but nothing's coming out. I think he's on mute.
Muted. Here, this is bonomo genes, which is a very close relative to chimps, closer to chimps we are actually. No, actually, this is chimps too. 98.7 identical to human genome. So it says right here, corresponding sequences of the chimpanzee genome and 98.7% identical to corresponding sequences in the human genome. 98.7. So there you go. I gave you my source. Find me your source that says 50%. I think that's fair, isn't it? Did we ask for that? So he's looking at that. Let's talk about Pizzagate. Pizzagate. No, I'm just kidding. Fuck Pizzagate. How the hell we got 90 people watching right now? What the hell's wrong with you people? On a Saturday?
You've only got 91.
I turned out all my socks just for this.
Thank you, darling.
I did.
Well, Steve sucks anyway.
Char's doing laundry.
Yeah. Hey, Mark. Hey, Mark Harrison. It's like I warned you that it would go this way, Steve. Trust me. This is me being nice, dude. Trust me. I am not being aggressive right now. I'm actually treating him with kid gloves. I assure you. But I'm not going to let people walk on me in my own hangout. Nobody. So go ahead. Cite your source and let me look at it, please.
It's muted. You got to unmute first of all before you can talk.
You guys want to bet it's Tompkins?
And he's lagging badly.
Okay, Jason, go up to your video settings where you have this little dial, that little rotary type dial, and turn that all the way down to audio. Yeah, I think it'll help you a lot.
Or just turn off your camera.
Yeah.
Or turn off your camera. That does it too.
I've got my files here.
Okay.
I'll get an article for you. But we haven't here date of the article. We haven't the scholar that you've given, and give me the date.
This one is the Bonomo genome is by nature.com. It is by Prüfer, Munch, Hellman, Kagi, Miller.
University.
You do know that there are like about 50 authors here.
Yeah, there's a lot of authors.
So basically, so you're not presenting the evidence. You be specific.
I just linked it to you. Don't be dishonest. So it's
Right,
right there.
if 50 people wrote it, it's obviously wrong. What?
You're being intellectually dishonest. Be specific.
I just did. So I gave you my link.
Right.
You cannot
I'll
continue.
read out
Hang on,
every single.
Do not. I gave you the link. Now you give me your link before we can continue. I showed you mine. You show me yours. Come on.
Tell me.
I want to see it.
Information about your link.
It's right there in the group chat. Do you not see it?
Yeah, but
okay.
Tell everybody.
Then show me yours, and then we can discuss each one individually. I'm not going to continue more on. I'm not going to continue more if you don't show me yours, because that's not how we play this. Because
you're being called out.
That's how I play strip poker. But
Jason,
I take off my clothes, and you're fully.
I don't understand, Jason. Are you not able to click on the link and see it? Are you not able to?
What was yours? You've been called out. Read us a little bit of the information.
Can you click the link?
Can you click the link, Jason?
If you click the link, Jason, we can actually go through it together.
If you click the link, they will come.
I mean, if you can't, like if your computer can't handle it or something, just say so.
Okay. Jason, there is about 48 authors on that article.
Yeah, there's a shit ton on this particular
so
one.
So reading out the author of the article.
That's why they have et al.
Please, Steve. Steve would
I
have to
said-
read out 48 names for you. All right? So if you click the link, all the names are listed there.
Just tell us.
Jason, you're being difficult.
Can you see,
please, guys? Jason.
What? With you guys.
Jason.
See, you're not being honest.
He is being honest. See the side link where everyone has their the
group
chat up
chat?
there? Do you have that?
I can see it, but why don't you tell people on
Well,
the
then,
internet?
if you can see it, why don't you click on it like
I
everybody
just
else
did.
does?
The paper. Okay, look at. Okay, the paper's called. The paper's called "The Bonobo Genome Compared with the Chimpanzee and Human Genomes." Nature, December 2011. Okay, published online.
2011. That's not evidence. 2011.
Oh, shut up,
I thought you meant this year.
Jason,
That's
this
not
is
evidence.
evidence. Okay, so
No,
give me. You know what? Good idea.
That's not evidence. No, that's
So
rubbish.
hang on. So I'm screen sharing this. There you go. This is the paper that I'm talking about. This is the paper that I'm talking about.
This is rubbish. No, this is nonsense.
Expand the author, Steve. Expand the author.
Whoa, Jason, come on, buddy. Jason, calm down, buddy. Gee.
Sokka, please.
No, you've been blown away. You've been blown away.
so
It's out of date.
How's he been blown away?
This is the paper. Okay.
Because you should have given me information for 2006.
Did you think genes have changed in the last 5 years? Do you think that the human or the chimp genome has changed in 5 years?
Well, they're all mutations.
If you believe in mutations, it has changed.
Okay, so Jason, I gave you a piece of evidence. Show me something. That's Jason. This was published
I'm on
Okay, Jason, I'm not doing this with you. I don't let people
Oh
talk
my
over
goodness.
me. I don't let people talk over me. This was published in 2012. Your job now is to give me a newer paper that shows it's less than that, 50% that you have claimed. Can you do that? Because I'm only going to give you 1 or 2 chances, and then I do play the let's not do this anymore and we move on to other shit. So can you give me your paper that of your claim of 50%? There you go. If not, I'm moving on to other things because I don't like playing this with people. I showed you my hand. Show me yours. Okay, he can't do it. So we're moving on to other things.
Wow.
So big surprise.
I did find a newer one, but I don't have access to it. It's 2016.
I have files. I'm looking at my files. If you don't mind, I've got files.
Okay. Yeah, Jason, why don't you just mute until you find it? Okay.
Yeah, take your time. I'm not going to kick you out until you can't find it.
Yeah.
But take your time. No rush, dude.
Wow.
We know what's funny, Sokka? He actually thinks that because of mutations that this 98.6% comparative analysis is somehow going to go down to 50% in 4 years or 5 years or whatever the hell it was. Like, really? That's a special kind of just dumb.
Meaning, I guess technically it would go down a tiny bit, but we're talking tiny, right? Like,
well, yeah, and the
50%.
Yeah, the tens of thousands of percent, maybe. I don't know. Like, yeah.
Yeah, maybe 1,000th of a percent. That's about accurate.
Actually, I think it would probably remain about the same for the next couple thousand years.
I mean, under that logic, I mean, yeah, I don't actually. Yeah, there is no logic to that. This doesn't make sense.
It's so out there.
But no, I think like the Tompkins stuff, because I was listening on the outside there, and I'm just like, of course we've heard these claims. I think that's one of the things that maybe Jason doesn't realize realize right now is that there's nothing that he's saying that he's bringing up here that's necessarily kind of like a new thing. And can he go out and find something that says that chimps and humans share less DNA than 98%? Yeah, he can. And we all know where it comes from. It comes from Tompkins. It does. Yeah. In a paper something that's not even a scientific paper that was written on a blog that has been revoked by the author. There is literally nothing else out there. Like every single person that does support that, like you still find stuff on the internet, but every single person cites Tompkins as a source. He's literally the only person that puts that forward.
And
this is one of those been there, done that a million times things. That's why we can make predictions on it. Hey, Jason, everybody wants Edgar to come in because at least Edgar has a model that he tries to promote. He's horrible at it, but come on, Uology, you love Edgar. Shush, man, really?
Buddy, he even has a PowerPoint.
Actually, no.
He's got a PowerPoint.
Edgar's PowerPoint title
diagrams.
doesn't turn me on.
He's got eggs, man. He has tissue papers and eggs. How do you go wrong?
He even wrote a book on how to build your own machine and do the experiments to confirm everything.
The title on his PowerPoint was spelled wrong. I mean, he had it up for 20 minutes. I was staring at it.
Whoa, okay. Hold on a second. I just want to clarify something, okay? Right there, just for the people that are paying attention, that's an example of an ad hominem attack because he can't spell right. Therefore, the rest of his person. So I just want to point out, just for anybody that's curious about what an actual ad hominem attack looks like, that's it right there.
No, I have to disagree.
Are you paying attention, Antonio?
Hey, I have to disagree because if we were to say he's wrong because he can't smell, that's an ad hom.
I wasn't talking about him being right or wrong. I was talking about his PowerPoint.
Yeah, I'm
kidding. Sorry, I'm kidding. You know, I'm kidding, right?
Well, yeah.
I can't spell either. So who the motherfucker am I to talk about spelling? But my spelling sucks. But at least
do ad homs though if you want.
You know what? Your argument's wrong. You're wrong. Your argument's wrong, Shard, because you're a chick. That's an ad hom.
And she's Canadian.
And I could point out that Steve mispronounces things from time to time.
I do. No, I got a speech, but I have a speech impediment.
Therefore, he's wrong.
So that's an ad hom.
There you go.
Sokka, is your bed made?
It is actually. It is. Hold on a second.
You've got all the free time.
They just time out Edgar in the live feed. What's wrong with you people? Don't time out Edgar. That's just. Yeah, Edgar doesn't get timeouts. We love Edgar. Don't time out Edgar. That's bad.
Anybody who bugs Edgar in the outside chat, I'm going to find you and I'll pants you.
Yeah.
Okay, so just to clarify, my bed is made. but I do have clean laundry that needs to be folded on top of it right now. Does that still count as a clean?
That's
That goes
fine,
a made bed?
as long as the bed's made.
Okay. Thank goodness.
All right,
I was worried there.
Jason, how are we coming along? Did you find that paper for us, like we asked, please?
However, Sokka, you could use a mobile device or like a laptop and go in there and fold the laundry while you're in the hangout. That would be like double productive.
I can't. My kid's sleeping in my room right now.
I want
Okay,
to know
that's
if
fine. You can leave the
Sokka. I
laundry.
want to know if Sokka can turn down his volume on a mobile device.
Sokka's always loud.
He can't.
I-
That's
I-
like
I
an
usually
Army
turn down his
surplus
gain.
headset. That's just what it sounds like. You're lucky it doesn't sound like that all the time. So
Yeah, Sokka has a loud mic. I usually try to gain control him a little bit, but I didn't today. But hey, Jason, come on. You've had plenty of time. It doesn't look like you're looking for it anymore. Did you not find the article that you want to cite? The paper? You have to unmute, by the way, or unless you do hand signals. Jason, there we go. Did you find the paper?
I've been looking at my files and I'm trying to find the website, but I can't remember the website where I read it. So I'm trying to look for it, but
All right,
I can't say.
keep trying. Keep trying.
I can't say, but I am trying to find the website, and if I remember vaguely, there was about 4 articles that it was quoting, or 4 different researchers.
All right, well, keep
Do you
checking.
know
man.
the approximate
That's all I
title?
can. That's all
Do
I
you
can.
remember the
That's all I
approximate
can
title?
remember.
Do you remember the approximate title of the article?
It is a Christian website.
If I may, please. I'm really good at finding stuff, Jason. So
Really
if you
good.
could just give me any information.
It's a well-known website for Christian apologetics.
Is it Institute for Creation Research?
It's something God something.
And you sure?
God and, wait. God and Science?
Wait.
Is it
I think it might-
godandscience.org?
Yeah. Yeah, I've just got it here now. If I just see the website, I'll see.
Okay.
Yeah, I've got the actual website. I'll just have a look. I got the actual website that I read a year ago.
Hang on.
found a name,
I
Steve
did
Jones.
too. No. Here.
No?
So look at. Hey, hang on, guys. Okay.
It's on www.godandscience.org.
That's what
Okay,
I
that's
thought.
great.
It was godandscience.org. Okay, now do you know what the title is there?
Can you read this, by the way, guys? That I'm presenting.
Yeah.
Tompkins says this is a 50% match. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Tompkins counts this as sequences being only 50% identical. Right? So I'm giving you a heads up that this is going to be something that he's referring to, and this is going to be Tompkins' work. I guarantee it. So just giving you a psychic ability here that I have, that anything he finds is going to be about with Tompkins.
James Randi Award.
Okay, hang on.
I'm on the actual.
This should be the site. Hang on. This should be the site that he's looking at.
God and Science, is that what you said?
I'm very
Have you got
familiar
it?
with this website.
It's www.godandscience.org.
Right. I know the site. I know the site.
Could somebody perhaps click on that? I put it in there, and could you screen share it and then ask Jason if that's where he is?
Yep, clicking on it right now. Okay, so I'm going to present this to you. Okay, so is this what you're talking about? Yeah, I know this site. Trust me. Is this what you're referring to?
Now, it may be another location at that site, but this is...
Yeah, but I'm talking about just the site that he's talking about.
Right, this is the site he's talking about, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah, this is. It was an article on here that I read.
Okay, so it's
Okay.
not the slide
so
share, it's an article. We can find it.
Okay, so that narrows it down a little bit. So is there a search on here? Here we go.
Yes, there
Steve,
is a
who is
search.
Thomas?
Thomas is cool.
Okay.
Yeah, his mic sucks and he has a lot of feedback, but he's cool.
All right.
He's black, so he's got to be awesome. Right, Thomas?
He dropped out.
Oh. No, Thomas is cool. He's new. He's relatively new around here, but I really like some of the things he's been saying.
Now we're sharing network bananas.
I suspect that the page that Jason was looking at, or was looking at originally, is a page that has a number of subjects on it, possibly related to the human genome, because sometimes the site will have a number of different things that are related. The one thing that is nice about here we go. Mapping the human genome, does it prove evolution? I'm looking to see the human difference, how humans are unique compared to all other animals. I'm just giving you...
I'm not seeing anything that relates to humans and chimps, though.
I just, sorry, can I say one quick thing, Jade?
This is the website.
One of the things that I put in the external chat for you there, Jason, is from the it's an article from the Christian Science Monitor, which is another Christian website, but they also deal with, well, I guess you can call it real science, more or less. So you can read there if you want to use kind of like go to a Christian Science source. I'd recommend Christian Science Monitor over whatever you're using.
Okay, one of the things I wanted to mention. Oh darn it! I don't know if I'm okay. I kind of forgot about this, but it may very well be. If you look at, like, I gave you that one link, and at the bottom it says something like, but it's like recent problems in evolution. Okay, this site has a whole section of recent problems in evolution, and it's those pages that will have a mix of things on them. Well, if that is where he finds us. I'm going to look at mapping the human genome. Does it prove evolution?
Just say something. Can I just say something? This is what I read an article on here about a year ago. So,
all right. Well, you can't find it now, so it's like it never happened, unless you can back up what you claim.
You can find it on, I can't go. There's how many articles on there now? There's about 50 articles on there. I did look, at least read 2 or 3 to find out which one it is, and it's quarter to 1 now.
Point out one thing. I like to point out one thing before he actually has to drop out, though.
Some source
thing is,
there that you can go and look at.
Yeah, I know. Hang on a second. You were criticizing us and criticizing Steve specifically for providing a link that you said dated back to 2011, 2012. You said that was not science. Looking back at the sources for godandscience.org, I'm looking at things like February 19, 2001 in the San Francisco Chronicle. Resources back on New York Times, February 19, 2001. Now, if you're saying that 2011, 2012 is not science, are you trying to say that New York Times articles and San Fran Chronicle articles back in 2001 are?
No, what I was saying is I don't personally. I like to. If I'll only read good stuff on this site. I don't take all this stuff. I don't agree with all the stuff on this site. But sometimes, every now and again, on this site, you always get a little nugget. And wait a minute.
Hang on a second. You do realize the thing that we were shown first from godandscience.com, the slideshow specifically was referencing articles such as Fujiyama et al. 2002, and also something like Povinelli's DJ 1998, and even worse, you're looking at things back in the 90s, the 80s. You're looking at really, really archaic research here. I mean, I'm looking at one called 1991. This is on the website that you suggested here. I don't understand why is it actually...
Okay, you're both over talking each other.
H.M. Henry in 19...
Okay, have you found something he wants to share?
Found something, please. There is a paper about the human Y chromosome on that website. It says here, although previous genetic studies had suggested that human-chimpanzee differences were greater than first thought, the latest sequencing data Here's a bombshell. Get ready. The human Y chromosome is dramatically different from that of our nearest living relative.
48% similar,
The
right?
chimpanzee up to 50% difference. Is this where you got it?
Which is a big difference.
That might be. I don't know.
Jason, that's a Y sex chromosome.
Y chromosome.
Yeah, that's a very small chromosome that has a high mutation rate. Has nothing to do with the overall genome. It's a very, very small sex chromosome.
Well, at least you've got some information there. This is a year ago. I can't.
Right.
I read thousands of.
But the point being is,
wait a minute. I read thousands of articles. Can I just finish?
Yeah, but the point is,
thousands of articles. Wait, can I just finish? At the moment, for the last 6 months, I'm concentrating on studying Islam and reading hadiths. That's my research at the moment, not evolution.
All right, great. So will you retract your claim?
This was what I read a year ago.
So, but Jason, will you hang on? Will you do the honorable thing and be honest and say that there is no evidence. There's the genome relationship between human and chimps is 50%. Do you retract that? Because you can't support that. You have no evidence to support that, do you? What you read makes no difference.
Even better, this specific article, it has 5 references. The latest reference it has was dating back to 2010. The earliest one, what was it? Back in 2000. So once again, you're wrong on that front as well.
Yeah, I think what's happening is that
if that is, can I just say, if that is the article that I read, I can't remember, but if that is the I read, I apologize if that is the article I read, but I can't remember. I'd have to read the whole page and then send you the link.
That's fine.
But if that is the one,
I'm here 3 times a week, man. You know, you're welcome to come back anytime and give us what you got.
For me, what I would, whether I send you a link or whether you send me a link, it's something in the region of up-to-date information that I need to send you and you need to send me, not information from 2011 and that
2012 is only 5 years ago, Jason. Things have not changed that much in 5 years for the genomic analysis.
No, things have changed quite a lot.
It's not going to get you from 98.6 to 50%, Jason. Sorry, it's just not going to happen.
Who's Immutable Destiny?
I don't know, but I would say hi to them here in a second because I think Jason has to go. So
I did find that on Answers in Genesis, they've reduced their percentage of similarity to 86.7%.
Yeah, and that's the second test. That's the second run that Tompkins did by using
based on indels.
Yeah, he used the ungapped parameter and BLAST to try to include indels to be multiple different differences, and that's dishonest because that's not how they do it.
But it's still 86.7. It's still really high. I mean,
it's still really high. Even cheating, he got a really high number.
Even cheating,
right?
It's still high. Yeah.
Yeah, and by the way, I've read that article. I know exactly what you're talking about. It's 48 to 50% on the Y chromosome because, like I said, Y chromosome changes an awful lot, and it's how many base pairs are there on the Y chromosome? Not a hell of a lot, right?
Yeah, I just searched the website for 50%. That was one of the results.
GPT, I'm about ready to take away your spanner. Seriously, you literally timed out Edgar and then you banned Tommy Hall. That's fucked up, dude. Don't do that. Now I gotta go fucking Mr. GPT.
Oh, come on.
Now I gotta go fucking find Tommy Hall's page so I can fucking unban him and shit.
Oh. Besides, how are we gonna make dick jokes now?
Fuck. You ban trolls, not people that actually listen to my fucking channel, whether you don't like it or don't agree with them. You ban trolls that come in, and you know the difference. If you don't know the difference between a troll and a regular listener, then I don't know why I give you guys spanners. This is why I got rid of half my people that had spanners. Ah, fuck. Tom, if you're listening, give me your YouTube page so I can. Oh, I just found it. Do I have to go? You know what? I always confuse myself on how to unban somebody. I don't remember how to do it, and then I got to figure it out. Oh, thank you, George. Yeah, I just sorry, Mr. GPT. I don't want you banning people like that. Maybe later I'll give it back to you. Thank you, George. But hey, I trust. I treat everybody the same here. So I mean, don't get all pissed off here. I mean, this is, But yeah, you can't. I told you guys I'm cranky today. At least you guys know that. I said in the description I'm onry today. But Yeah, I don't like people banning people that listen to my channel, whether you agree with them or not, because that's what they do. That's what they do over the other side, right? That's where we get pissed off when you're trying to talk in a live chat when they're talking about you, and then they ban you, right, from the live feed. I'm not like that. I don't want that to be this channel. I want people to have the opportunity to defend themselves and talk about the issues. So banning somebody it's a huge issue to me. The only people that should be banned are literally people that are trolling, and you kind of should know who they are. So. Does everybody kind of agree with
It's
that?
me.
Or
I'm the one that's trolling.
yeah, you are a troll. Well, you're a woman, so that's
I
why.
am a troll.
You know,
You're a trollette.
So can we move on here to Mutable Destiny?
Heavy.
Okay,
that was
okay. It
bad.
is Andreas.
Trollette.
Sorry. Okay. Yeah, Andreas. The problem is once you get ejected, there's no way around that. You can't be reinvited in on the same account. Just FYI.
Okay, sorry, I wasn't aware of that.
Yeah. So I wasn't ignoring you. I just couldn't do anything about it.
No, I know that. Is the mic any better?
Yeah, you fix your shit. What'd you do different?
Yeah, I adjusted the bandwidth and I lowered my volume.
Yeah,
Works for
sounds
me.
amazing now.
So
Yeah,
you
it's so much
basically
better.
turned it off and on again.
Pretty
Yes,
much.
So much better.
Yeah, sorry about that earlier.
No problem. Dude, I'm wearing these headphones, and it's just like it's so bad when I hear this echo. So
Oh, okay. Yeah, I can understand that. This is the social account that I use.
okay. So I mean, you guys have known Jason a lot longer than I am, but I've watched him for a while. I don't think he's changed at all.
No.
He's just same
However,
shtick.
Steve, in the very beginning of this conversation, he did state it was a year ago when he saw the article, and he couldn't recall where it was from.
And he seems to be very. It seems that he's very biased towards what sources he's willing to.
But the issue was, I mean, there was a couple issues, but one of the ones was first off his critique of Steve for providing an article that was 5 years old, and I mean that's when he started losing it. He started calling him dishonest, like and that's kind of a weird one because once these things have been gone through like the peer review process, once you have a paper that's been kind of established, people don't need to check their work. They've gone through, they've known this. It's been kind of like, okay, well, this is good, information. We can test this if we want, whatever. But then a lot of times from there, they just go and they'll cite that because it's known at that point in time. The amount of money and time and research that goes into doing something like that, you save yourself a lot of work when you have these resources that you can reference off of. That's just how it works.
It's like, okay, there's one thing to talk about a topic, right? And then if you really want to get into the technical stuff, cite some papers, right? But to sit there and waste time to cite papers where people are not going to read them, it's a waste of time. And for him to say, okay, well, you got a paper from 2012 that's not science, and he doesn't provide anything, and it calls me dishonest. It's like, really? Come on, man.
I have a question, Steve. Maybe someone can try to answer this. From the date of publishing and then going through the whole process of being peer reviewed and finally being put out where it can be read, how long is that period?
Could be upwards of, what, a year, I think? I mean, look, the paper was written in 2011. It wasn't published in 2012.
Yeah. So you're really not going to find anything really current. You'll find things that are usually a few years old because that's as current as they get.
And can I say that if you look at that paper, there are any arguments against it, they will be listed in Nature. You can look it up. You can look that paper up and see if anybody has made comments about it or arguments against it. Just because data is old doesn't mean it's any good. We still accept the basis of what Watson and Crick did. So that doesn't mean anything. We pass on from there. If anything strikingly new had appeared, it would exist. I've been searching Google Scholar, and it looks to me, I didn't see anything fairly recent that was a new comparison of chimp, bonobo, and human. However, I've seen some of chimp and bonobo, chimp and gorilla, and other various ones. And that traces back great apes and bears. But the thing is, it looks like all of these papers, except these numbers except the analysis done. Only other people have done that analysis. It's something that other institutions would do to check up on it. So the data stands, the facts stand down by something. And as Steve said much earlier, it depends on how you look at something. What genes are you looking at? As I published earlier, and I forgot exactly what I said, because I always forget the amounts. For example, we share 96% with chimpanzees, and thank you for whoever just did that and screwed me up. Said 96% of shared genes with chimpanzees, but if you look at the working DNA, we share 98.5 with chimpanzees. Steve had said 98.7. Well, that's close enough. I mean, come on, 1/10 of a and the thing is that I think this confuses a lot of people when they see these different numbers. They don't understand what is being looked at. You're going to get a different percentage. Not only that, we would be a little bit suspicious if single assay looked exactly the same. You know, we would expect a tiny percent of difference.
Conspiracy.
Because because that's just the way it works. But yes, from everything I've been able to see, there have been a lot of different research, but they've been on more specific points. Rather than looking at the entire genome, they're looking at a particular part of the genome, like looking at what sort of morphological changes happen in the skull and what genes affect that. Things like that. So it's look at the Smithsonian website, which I did, and it's kept up to date. It has the same data, the 96% data. So I think he's just trying to find a way that we're wrong on the one hand, and another not really understanding what's being looked at.
And let me show you how to, like, for example, see this guy Abel Kane's brother in the live feed. Whenever he says something wrong, you can do this. There, he gets a timeout. Okay, this is how they're gonna learn. You just don't block. But Abel Kane's brother is a fucking moron. He's been fucking stalking me for 3 years, writing shit on every comment that I put on a video, not understanding something as basic as variation, not understanding something as basic as what evolution is. So if you want to time somebody out for saying stupid shit after they've been corrected, I don't give a shit. But don't fucking remove them from the hangout. You can just time them out. Don't block them, because I just find it. Yeah.
Jade, you did real good on that talking to Jason, because you kind of like took him by the hand and kind of led him through that.
Well,
yeah,
I know how he gets upset.
Yeah.
I was trying to be really calm and maybe try to help him. He gets rattled very easily.
And then you kind of had some familiarity,
right?
Sort of where that came from, maybe. Yeah,
well, I'm familiar with most of these sites. And the minute he said God, I immediately thought God and science.
Do you guys not watch the Jason Burns report?
I don't anymore.
Really? I watch it every so often. It's kind of funny. Blue does some pretty decent, funny shit.
Oh yeah, he does. But Heavy found the part that I think Jason read and misremembered or misunderstood. Yeah, there and a lot of creationists bring up we know that the Y chromosome has been deteriorating. But that isn't necessarily a bad thing. It could just be getting rid of stuff it doesn't need. It could be transferring genes to another chromosome. I don't really know. Somebody who knows stuff about that out there will have to explain. I have no idea.
I guess I just think in terms of like when they speak about probability in terms of evolution.
Ooh.
Like the thing that interests me is because if we were to rewind 2 billion years and do it all over again, and do that like infinite amount of times, how many outcomes would there be?
Well, I actually kind of wanted to talk about that earlier, but
that is fascinating.
Onto something else. Because there's an example, and I don't remember it. I put a note, a post on G+, and I specifically tagged Fiona because I have it, but it's on my other computer, the one that's not working right now. There is an example that somebody did. They're looking at a meter of soil or something like us. I'm assuming a cubic meter of soil, something like that. Not gospel there. And they looked at like the number of bacteria that are in that soil, and they looked at how rapidly the bacteria reproduce. Because you hear these creationists go, oh, but it's like 10 to the 30th power. You couldn't possibly have that many mutations. Example, you see that it's not that crazy. And while I was looking stuff up, I found this. I just kind of wanted to bring up a few points. If Freddie will get the fuck off my keyboard. He's so helpful that way
It's
sometimes.
Saturday.
What I wanted to do is, okay, first of all, just some things to bring up. That bacteria reproduce exponentially, right? So one bacterium, a bacteria population can double in like 4 to 20 minutes. And I don't know how many people here have ever done the chessboard experiment, or a variation of it is with a grain of rice, where you say, okay, I'm going to save money.
Right. Is that the one with the emperor? And some guy actually told him that you need to put one rice kernel.
Yes. That's the grain of rice version. The other version is we're going to save money because we're going to put a penny on one on chessboard, and we're going to double it for each chessboard. The thing is, it's like after 30, you get something like $11 million. Okay, so you can't do that because that's what happens when you reproduce at that rate. Now, bacterial populations can explode, and it depends on the conditions, of course. But one of the really interesting things I found out is that E. coli can reproduce at, how did they put it here? In a recent paper in Journal of Physics, England modeled the replication of E. coli bacteria and found that the process is nearly as efficient as possible. E. coli produce at most only about 6 times more heat than they need to meet the constraints of the second law of thermodynamics. So in other words, they reproduce at the limit law of thermodynamics. That's how fast they reproduce. Now consider this other thing too. A group led by microbiologist William Whitman estimates that the number of bacteria on Earth right now, trillion. That's a 5 with 30 zeros after it. And the example they gave says if each bacterium were a penny, the stack would reach a trillion light years. So this is when we're talking about, now of course we're talking about bacteria, but stop and think about the early stages of life forming. With all of these bacteria reproduce, or archaea, because both bacteria and archaea, because the current thinking on endosymbiosis is that our ancestors are both archaea absorbed the bacteria. These numbers not even in the best possible conditions. The incredible trillions and trillions of bacteria multiplying at this incredible rate, and the number of mutations that are going on. Plus, we know that bacteria can share genetic material. So when you think about all this that's going on, it's mind-boggling. This is why Jeremy England has said that it's not that life is improbable. I can't remember the theory, but it's going to happen. Under those conditions, it's just going to happen.
Yeah, it's like, way back then, you've got the entire Earth, and the only life forms on it are these bacteria or whatever, protobionts,
And archaea, yeah.
And they're reproducing, they're mutating, they're in different environments. They'll probably be like maybe this huge ocean or oceans filled with these things in different environments, different pressures, different temperatures, different chemistry in the water. We don't know the conditions exactly.
Well, for example,
I think I read the same thing as you did there, Jade, and the way that they phrase it, because it actually had to do with thermodynamics, but it said that given the right conditions, life is inevitable.
Yes, right. That's you've got the right phrase. I was trying to think of that phrase, I couldn't do it.
And I agree with that, actually. I think given the right conditions, life is inevitable.
Yes. And have you ever heard of thermophiles?
Yes.
Yeah.
Extremophiles.
Yeah, well, look at the underwater vents.
Well, not just there.
They eat sulfur.
All sorts of places. Yeah, sulfur filled pools. We have life. You go back to Dr. Malcolm in Jurassic Park. Life will find
finds
a way. I love that because if you look up extremophiles, some beautiful pictures of extremophiles. You can find like on Google Images. There are some really incredibly pictures, and we're talking about microscopic, of course. But we have found life. We found life in water underneath the Antarctic. Did you hear about that? Water deep down under the Antarctic, and there's life there.
Wasn't that the Russian team that drilled down to that?
Yes. And we find life everywhere. It just, or the remnants of life.
And the moon. Wouldn't it be nice if we found it on Mars and the moon?
Well, it's possible, when we get the right. Remember, the little rover can only examine so much, and it not at a at some point we'll maybe have a team there that can do a greater analysis. Even if we don't find life, we might find the remnants of life. And wasn't it just Triton that they were looking at? That looks like it.
Mm-hmm.
Good chance there's life on Triton, which is one of Saturn's moons.
So I think I was wondering though, like when people cite probability, like the probability of us being here now is 1 in trillions and trillions and trillions or whatever, right?
No, actually, no. The probability of us being here now is 1.
Exactly. So I mean, couldn't you say to them, look, that if you were to redo like our history 2 billion years for like redo our history 10 billion times, right? And then we are one of those 10 billion outcomes, but the probability of us reaching any of those 10 billion outcomes is 1, right? Like,
yes.
So yeah, like I don't understand why I think they don't get that evolution doesn't have an end goal in mind. And that
it just happens.
Yeah, but they think that evolution is backwards. Yeah, like you start with humans and then this is how you get them. But that's not how it works.
You're absolutely right.
It did say it, Titan or Triton. It is Triton is the moon around Saturn, right? See, that's my problem. I get Titan and Triton mixed up all the time too.
Titan is Saturn. Titan is around Saturn. Triton. Triton is the one.
Oh, see, I told you. It's my wonderful dyslexia. I get the two of them mixed up all the time. It's the one around Saturn. Okay.
Housewife just donated on my super chat
Titan.
100
Titan.
note
Titan.
whatever. Hang on, God, people. Housewife just.
Well, we were still talking.
Yeah, I know, but this is a super chat. It takes precedence. Remember? If there's super chat, everybody shuts up. This is money. Housewife donated 100 NOK, which I have no idea what that means. It's probably 50 cents American. It's Swedish. I have no idea what that is. But he says, "Come at me, mod." So I think he wants a timeout from somebody.
Okay.
So if anybody, I don't know.
Somebody give it.
In North Korean dollars, is that what it is? I don't fucking know.
I think so. I'm not sure.
It's actually, hey Steve, it's actually not that bad. If you want to convert it from NOK to US dollars, it's roughly 11.5 US.
It's pretty good, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's $11. Fuck yeah.
Oh, Sarah's just got.
Thank you, Housewife. That's sweet of you.
What
She's like, they're playing a timeout war. Sorry, they're playing wars.
As to what Shar was saying, I think most of us have probably read or at least heard of science fiction, where you can find different worlds. We could find a world that is find 2 worlds that are almost the duplicate of Earth, and in one of them there'd still be that world's equivalent of dinosaurs, and another one they'd be far ahead of us because chance does have something to do with it. Extinctions we've had on this planet. Some other planet could have had more extinctions. Some other planet could have had fewer extinctions. Some other planet could have discovered, paper long before we did, or gunpowder long before we did, things like that.
Or things we never discovered at all.
Exactly. And some other planet, well, remember, we still have no idea what Greek fire was. Or some other planet.
Jay, some other planet out there could be covered in space cows, and they never got past that point.
You're actually right. You could have a planet that's just covered with a various their version of mammalian life that that never got any further than that. We don't know. The fact that we developed the way we did has to do with a lot of different things, including what caused all our different extinctions. Because we're not only do we have a geologically active planet, we interact with all the other crap in our solar system and even extrasolar, objects. So early days when the universe was first formed and our solar system was first formed, we got the hell battered out of us by comets and meteors. And so, and did you see the recent paper where they sort of reproduced Miller-Urey's experiment, but with like comets hitting the Earth, and they formed all 4 bases at once?
I saw that. That was pretty cool.
So in this kind of an atmosphere, wow, I mean, that's pretty cool. So all 4 bases at once. So it's not that outrageous. Years ago, the creationists used to argue, well, you wouldn't be able to create a complex molecule. Well, Miller-Urey proved that, yeah, you can. And they nitpick and say, well, it's the wrong environment. That wasn't really the point of the experiment. The experiment was very simple molecules. The largest molecule has 4 atoms. It was methane, a carbon, and 4 hydrogens. That's the most complex one. That has the most atoms on it. And then you've got nitrogen and 4. So very simple molecules. In one step, we got amino acids. That's amazing. So, because they weren't even looking that far. When they first did this, they were thinking, well, maybe we can go from here to some small carbon change. 16, 20, maybe, And then and lo and behold, as the old saying goes, there were freaking amino acids in there. It took one step to really make a giant leap. So the idea that sort of thing can't happen is absurd, and Miller-Urey proved it. Latest experiment, and many experiments done in between, have shown the same thing using different environments. So it's not like you have to have the exact environment. We have a good idea that we know that we can produce the precursors of life. We just haven't figured the formula out yet.
Yeah, there was something I read or heard, and I wish I had saved a link to it. It was something about, I'm not sure if it was RNA or proteins or what, but it was like under certain conditions, you get all this stuff together, and all of a sudden, it starts self-assembling into something.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm like, whoa. That was like you said, one little step, and all of a sudden you get this complexity and stuff.
Exactly. It's just we don't know the steps. I don't know how many people have seen that. I can't remember what series it was. I have a link to it, but I'll try to find it if anybody cares. Neil deGrasse Tyson is, and what they do is they use the example of a cream puff or the pastry. And I can't. There's actually a French term, but I'm totally hopeless at pronouncing French, so I'm going to avoid it. And they point out, they do this. They show you in this. They say, so you've got these ingredients. You've got the butter, and you've got the eggs, and you've got the flour, and you've got the water, and you mix them all together, and you get crap. Well, at the best, maybe you get a biscuit or a pancake. You don't get the puff pastry. Catch. You have to heat certain of the ingredients together first. Then, and that's the example they use. So we've got these basic elements, right? And we know we can go from the flour, the water, the eggs. We know we can go from there to puff pastry. Elements, we know we can go to there to, complex chemicals. But we just don't know the in-between part. We don't know which stuff you got to stick together and how you have to heat it. And it turns out that one of the links is not the way we thought it was going to be. We thought it was going to go this piece fit into this piece. And it turns out, no, it's like half of this piece turning into half of this piece. And you put those two together and you got the... so it's just because sometimes our assumptions are wrong. And we just have to work out the different steps. Just like some chef somewhere one day discovered how to make puff pastry. to the puff pastry equivalent of DNA.
Dyslexia just donated $1, and there's this last dollar on his card, so that means something. So that's sweet of you, Dyslexia. He had $1 left on his card, and he gave it to me. So
Actually, that sounds like a really good idea. I think I have a few gift cards with like $2 left on them. I should probably find those.
You're making me excited here, Shar.
I know. But
Between
it's,
you and
it's
you,
annoying.
between you and
Those cards-
Sarah talking about her enlarged clit right now, I'm getting kind of worked up. So,
Hmm.
you know.
Hmm.
Well, you're
Hey,
talking about
Steve.
money. She's talking about the clit.
Hey, Steve.
Hey, is that Thomas?
What's up? So I wanted to say I've liked the hangout so far. I've been in and out watching it. It's been good.
Ah, thank you, sir. Thank you kindly.
So before I say what I'm gonna say, I wanted to ask the panel a question.
Yeah, you're scratchy though, FYI.
Oh, okay, hold on 1 second. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you, but but it's just a little scratchy. But go ahead.
All right. I was gonna ask if are all of the panel atheist or Christian or?
It's a mix.
We can go through the line. I'm agnostic.
Same.
Atheist.
Atheist.
I don't know what to
Christian.
say I am because I think I'm an atheist or an agnostic.
She's a squirrel.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm a
Okay.
squirrel.
She's a squirrelist.
Yeah, Jade's
And
a Christian.
I'm a Christian.
Well,
In
okay,
name
well,
only. I'm just kidding. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I know. Oh, but sometimes
well,
Steve's had hangouts where actually the majority of people in the hangout were theists, and
Oh, yeah,
it
by
seems
far.
that certain parts of this community don't seem to pay any attention to that. They always talk about Steve and the atheists.
Yeah. Stuart James, $2 in my super chat. Fuck it. I'll do it live, he says. I don't know what that means, but it's scary.
That is scary.
Okay.
So but the other thing I was gonna say is I think I can't now. I don't know if people like to argue for argument's sake, but sometimes I like to make up theories and see if I can like.
But you're an atheist,
try to, like,
Thomas.
I'm an agnostic. I think.
You're an atheist. You
I'm
said
an-
you're the atheist the other day.
I know, but I think I've changed because.
What, 2 days?
Steve, the
No.
problem
Let me tell you why.
Yeah, go for it.
I based it actually off of Aristotle's God, the unmoved mover. I don't base it off of the fact that it is a Christian God, or any of the gods that we know of in terms of like the pillars of religion, Buddhism, Hinduism. But I think there's something there is something that begat the universe. But
Okay.
I don't know. I don't think it's a Christian God. That's for
Well,
sure.
I can tell you this though. Sarah's clit is the size of my middle toe. I just thought I'd throw that out there.
That's
So-
pretty big. That's pretty big. That's
Yeah, it's pretty big. Yeah.
Is it like boxing big? Like you could do like a Rocky like.
I don't know, but it's $20 worth of clit. So.
But anyway, so my theory. I mean, it may be just totally flawed. But I'm gonna research it. But my end game is to have two claims, and it's a double whammy, because. So the first claim is that the act of Jesus' crucifixion was not supernatural, only because he actually didn't die on the cross.
Yeah, I don't
He
think
lived.
that's a really good argument, though. To be honest with you. And Houseway did
Oh, yeah.
another $50 or 50. No, what do they call it? I don't know what the NOK. I know what it is, but I don't know what it is. It's like $6.
Crohn's.
Crohn's. Yes, Crohn's. Thank you.
Wait, what?
Crohn's.
Wait,
Yeah,
wait, what's
NOK. The type of currency NOK is Crohn's.
Well, I'm gonna try it either way. I think it might work. I think I have a case because
Okay.
the reason why I
Here we
think I
go.
have a case is because
He did
the,
die on the cross, though. He did die. The whole point of the Christian thing is he died, but he was resurrected.
Yeah,
There was a
exactly.
death involved. He
Okay.
lost his life.
Okay.
Life.
Listen.
Body.
Listen. The reason why I'm making that claim is because of John 19:31 through 39. Because if you and this thing I'm just now starting to kind of get into it, and so I gotta like make sure I lay it out. But the gist of it is and I was speaking with Beckel last night on the hangout with Antonio, and he spoke of non-essentials and essentials, right?
Mm-hmm. Right.
And non-essentials, and apparently non-essentials are what Christians deem just like details that aren't really that important.
Right.
And some details are really important. But my theory is that if something is not a non-essential, and something is also not an essential, shouldn't it be an absolute? Like if you can find usages of certain words throughout the entirety of the work of the Bible, and they're always used the same way. Isn't that technically an absolute?
I don't even know where to go with that. I don't understand.
Okay, here's where I'm going with that. Here's where I'm going. I'm going with what Jason of Arimathea, when he is responsible for getting Jesus' body, it actually appears that he's actually trying to heal it, and it appears like so hyssop, myrrh, and I think it's the aloes that they use. Like if you look up myrrh, and it talks about Bible usage, like, and I have to look this up a little bit more, but myrrh is always something to help heal. It gives life. It doesn't nullify. It doesn't represent death. It represents giving life, right? And hyssop, and hyssop are like these twigs that they would put on like wounds, right? And I was looking at like the definition of hyssop. I wasn't just going like, oh, look at the Bible in the back. Like look at and the reason why I'm not yet at the claim, I'm not finished with this. It may take like a week. I want to do like a week work, but I wanted to ask you if you know any atheists that are like into like medical history, and like if we can look up the usages of these medicinal herbs, if throughout history, even in like in other stories, if we can find that they're always used to heal a person, if there's like more accounts of people using these things to heal people and they're living, it really means he couldn't have died. And also there's a tense in the language too, because the centurion. Wait, hold on. Here's another thing. There's a tense. There's tenses or like certain ways the writer.
Okay, you got to fix your mic.
Jesus,
I got to stop you real quick.
Oh my mic!
It's so bad right now. Can you guys hear that?
No. I'll come back later. But I'm going to work on this.
It's pretty
bad. I say something while he's here? Thomas, myrrh was used by the Egyptians for embalming.
And he's gone.
And then Floyd's here. He asked for somebody who maybe that's some enlightenment. By the way, yeah, I'm not people in the live feed. If you guys can tell me why my camera doesn't work, I would be greatly appreciated. I don't know why it's not working for Windows 10. It just
you gotta plug it in.
Shit. That's what it is. No, it's a black screen. That's all it gives me is a black fucking screen.
Is it an old camera?
Yeah, it's a little. It's a Kodak S101 or something.
Like, have you actually gone and found a driver for it?
There's nothing anymore for this thing.
Steve, I had an old webcam. It stopped working too on me when I changed operating systems.
Yeah, so I mean, is there like a generic driver I can think you can use, or?
Well, you can uninstall any drivers you have for it and just try to let Windows 10 find one. But I would say if you can find a Windows 8 driver, it'll probably work.
Yeah, I'll
or you can just buy a Windows 10 camera.
I don't really care about camera too much, but I'm just curious. I'm not that.
My microphone's a pain in the ass in Windows 10.
I have a question. Nephilim Free. Now, didn't he used to like challenge everybody to a debate? And is he still doing this?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, but Heavy, you had to have more subs than him or something.
I think he always wins.
I told Brandon he was starting to sound like Neffy.
Yeah, so this is the game. This is the game they play. It's like, look at, they have no real argument, they have no real evidence, but let's just have a debate on it. And sure, if you guys want to debate on shit, I don't give a fuck. But I mean, to me, these debates are a waste of fucking time. Look what happened with Ronnie. I like listening to them. Don't get me wrong, but I'm not really interested in really participating in worthless debates. Ideas bullshit. Young creationism is bullshit. There's nothing to debate on them. There's nothing to debate until somebody gives me something that's debatable on them. Why would I waste my time?
They should just skip the debates and go straight to the Q&A. I think that would be.
I could find too. I like that actually.
I like
and then you can just quit and leave because you don't want to join the Q&A.
But somebody has to say Windows 10 is the most perfect OS ever made. I like Windows 10.
It's pretty fucking good.
It's fucking a good. Yeah. I see. Like I didn't really work with 8 at all, but I got to tell you, I did work all the other ones. Vista, crap. ME. Oh my God, what they fucking thinking. ME was the biggest piece of shit operating system of all mankind.
As someone who is currently formatting a computer as we speak, Windows 10 is my favorite because I don't have to go look for all the drivers.
It's really good, actually.
I love it.
Would you agree that ME sucked balls?
Oh God, I didn't really use it. I avoided that.
ME was released just to make money. It was unneeded, but you know they just come out with a new version just to just to make money. Say,
Yeah,
oh,
seven
new
was
version.
good. Yeah, 7 was the first stable, real good version that I liked.
7 was great, but it's still not as good as 10.
No, 10 is better. Yeah, I can't believe I'm actually saying that. I was like, fuck, But
Why did they
10 I
skip
like.
9?
There probably was a 9, but
It
it was
came and went.
probably really bad.
It's probably a beta only.
Hey, Steve, Curiosity Killed the Cat. What do you think about transcendentalism?
We're talking about the Beatles type of transcendentalism. Like the Beatles were in transcendental meditation.
More of the
philosophy,
not to treat them. The idea being more not to treat them less as religious concepts and more as philosophical concepts that are kind of like guides to life.
Yeah, I don't really know that much about that kind of stuff. I mean, I understand there's some kind of way you can combine, spirituality with rationalism kind of thing, but I'm not a very spiritual person, so I don't really have a opinion on it, to be honest with you.
I mean, I'm kind of open to the idea, but I don't know too much about it to really give an accurate, conclusion for it yet.
Yeah. I'm still thinking about Sarah's enlarged clit for some reason. I don't know why. It's weird. I think I'm kidding, right? $20. Sarah's clit is the size of my middle toe. I'm not making this shit up, man. That's her comment. Wow, really? Did I just kill the hangout? And Trevor, I've tried that Kodak site before. No, it doesn't work. See, Sarah's laughing. You guys could talk about her clit. It's okay.
It was her comment. Of course she's laughing.
Yeah, that Driverscape's bullshit. That actually is a bunch of
No, don't go there. No, don't go to Driverscape. Never.
Yeah, it's spyware and a bunch of other crap. Yeah. Trust me, I've searched for an actual driver for this, and I have a lot of software on here that for like viral protection. And when I go to the driver sites, those things lit up like a fucking Christmas tree.
If you give me the camera model or whatever, I can look for one for you.
Yeah, it's just a Kodak S101. But what I'll do is, before I get too far into it, I'll just uninstall the drivers and see if Windows 10 could probably.
Yeah, do that first. Windows 10 usually has them.
Yeah.
And
I'm just kind of curious why it doesn't work with Windows 10. With Windows 10, it just that black screen is weird. And I'm not the first person I've had that problem. So
so my microphone in Windows 10 works great, but then as soon as I switch applications, it cuts out, and it doesn't work in Hangouts. So I have to disable it and re-enable it.
So because of Ocean,
there's a driver link right there.
Because of Ocean, I got 29 dislikes on this fucking That's a first of all, that's a spyware site. Thank you very much.
Yeah, don't go there. Don't use Driverscape.
Driverscape is full of spyware.
It's terrible.
It's very malignant. But I got 29 dislikes because of Ocean. Wow.
But you do know that dislikes and uplikes, it doesn't matter.
No difference. Nobody ever watches.
It's not the point. It's Ocean told them to do it.
Exactly. See.
But I downvoted it before Ocean said that.
You're supposed to wait until your overlord tells you to do something. Don't take initiative. Yeah, come on. Well, no, it actually does affect my metrics, though. I mean, it doesn't really affect me with YouTube. YouTube counts upvotes and downvotes the same way.
Yes.
Which is weird.
They don't care. Ratings are ratings.
Ratings are
they also count comments as well because it's all interaction.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
So you should be encouraging people to comment on your videos as well.
I usually do. I haven't for a while. Yeah.
So all those people out there who delete people who say first on their videos are actually doing themselves harm.
I actually read pretty much every comment that's posted on my videos. Because when I say I get 100 messages a day, I'm not exaggerating. I really read every comment that's posted.
All right, so everyone in the outside chat, go to Steve's videos and leave a comment. Steve, are you reading this?
I would delete those. That's spam.
Just to see if he'll read them and reply.
And then I'll block the person forever.
Or just leave a comment saying, "This is spam."
My clit is enlarged.
Or message deleted.
No, if you put clit in there, Steve's just going to upvote it and not delete it.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Thank you for your donations, kind sir.
No problem. Oh, I did put in a Dropbox link. I'm not sure if you picked it up in chat. I can put it in here, and you can have a look. I've downloaded it and scanned it, and it appears to be completely clean. If you want to have this or give this a go.
Dropbox. Oh shit! Hang on, I gotta read this message. Yeah, just give me the link for that, but I gotta do something real quick.
Yeah, I put it in the Hangout.
Yeah, Dropboxes are usually pretty good. I'll check it out. I got it bookmarked. I'm trying to get Wyatt Minkus in here for a second. Is he able to come in?
Hal, sorry, did you have to make a whole new like profile to do that? To donate in?
Oh no. I have multiple cards registered on my Google account.
And Super Chat is unlike PayPal. Super Chat is anonymous, right?
Yeah, I just like when I hit Super Chat, it only gives me the Canadian dollar option.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, that's worth about 13 cents to the dollar. So
no, that's Australian dollars.
Oh, okay, that's rubles.
Now, I tested. You can actually use a VPN and pay in whatever local currency your IP address is attached to.
Interesting. I will have to try this.
So you can connect to some weird ass country and pay in some obscure currency no one's ever heard of.
Yeah, I don't know what countries my VPN has, but it has. I think it has India. That might work.
You're gonna pay in rupees?
Oh sure. I want to pay him 1 million of something, but it won't
Thai
be
baht.
Canadian dollars.
Thai.
No, Thai baht's not even that good. It's only
Does anyone know what they use
How
now?
about Bitcoin? Give me 1,000 Bitcoin, and I will like. Shit, man.
Ridiculous.
Dude,
how much that's like $100,000 or something, probably. I don't know.
What? $1 million.
Bitcoin is $200, I think now. Is it for a Bitcoin or is it higher than that?
I so regret that I didn't, because back when that thing started, right? One of the best things you could do to mine was using the 5870 GPU from ATI before they got renamed to AMD, and I had multiple of those. And it was to the point where you could churn out like a couple of Bitcoins every few days. So had I done that back then,
$1,200, dude. Each.
Hell.
12. Seriously, they're worth $1,200. Wow.
Yeah, it's roughly $1 million, and yeah.
They told me that it exists. It's just fucking code. It's nothing. Weird. People want to get my camera working so they can fucking see me topless or something. Weird. You guys are like freaks.
I think I have like 0.2 Bitcoins or whatever on an account. Maybe not 0.2, but it's like point something.
The problem with Bitcoin, well, there's a couple of different problems, but Bitcoin, if you lose your key, you're fucked.
Yeah.
You can't get that money. You're done. It's just no way. It's impossible. That scares me. And yeah, Scott says try Ubuntu. I have Ubuntu, and I also have Mint, and I've got a lot of other operating systems that I run Sandbox with virtual Oracle's VM. So yeah, but I haven't tried to see if the camera works for that yet, though. I like sandboxing new OSs.
I've actually wanted to try out Soren. It's a Linux distro that's supposed to feel like Windows.
I like Linux to a point, but I mean, there's so much more utility with Windows, but whatever. But Linux, I think, looks better in some way. Some of the builds. While you're doing that, I'm going to check to see if I can download or do this driver thing. So you guys can continue on. Poor Brand is all upset. Nobody wants to debate me because you're just scared for intelligent design.
So I can confirm that the VPN will allow you to buy in other currencies, but I don't know how to actually purchase it because the credit card needs an address, and I don't have an address in India.
Make up one.
Well, I'm kind of
They
trying.
do.
I'm kind of trying, but like it has to match your credit card. It's not working. I don't know how else to do it. There should be a PayPal option, but there isn't.
The lowest currency right now is the Iranian rial, I think, according to this.
Yeah, I don't have that on my VPN though.
Pretty sure you can make a virtual wallet though.
So $1 is 30,000 of these is $1. 30,000.
Sound like I need a couple of wheelbarrows.
Yeah. See, the Vietnamese dong is 22,000 to $1.
Yeah.
Oh, I love the Vietnamese dong. That's super fun.
I bet you do like dong.
Yeah.
I have.
But that,
I have a
but
VPN
I can't.
server there.
It won't let me pay because it says my postal code isn't recognized. So.
Oh, you know why? Because you're Canadian. The Canadian postal codes are different.
Well, from Indian, of course they are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Rubles are
you could
20,000.
You could make a virtual wallet and register that somewhere randomly, but I mean we're talking like actual effort now.
Yeah, it would just be easier to give Steve. It would just be easier instead of the 400 rupees. It would be easier just to donate the 50 cents, right?
When Shar has a project, it's like okay.
Exactly.
Like a dog with a bone.
I wanted to donate like 1 million rupees so that I could look amazing in the outside chat.
There's like the sound that plays like ching 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 ching. Stars like going everywhere.
You realize that Who Wants to Be a Millionaire in India just is not that impressive after exchange rate.
Yeah, it's like $1.50. Hey.
Sadly, I am coming to you from India right now, which is why my Outlook's not connecting.
Why are you in India?
Nah, I set my VPN to India.
Oh, your VPN's in India. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh my God, how long are we on today? Fucking 7 hours, people. We've been on for 7 fucking hours. Oh my God, it came on at 11 o'clock today. So we're going on 8 hours. So this is going to end here soon. So guys, start wrapping it up.
I always wrap it up.
Oh, I bet you do.
I'll tell you an interesting story. I went to Costco yesterday, and I heard someone scream across the room, "G-Man!" And I was like, "What?" Because that was kind of weird. And I turned and looked, and the guy's like, "Yeah, what?" And the guy that I looked at that said, "Yeah, what?" was like this tall black man with a ball cap on. And the weirdest thing is, his name tag said G-Man.
That's a pretty scary coincidence. That's pretty scary.
I know.
You should have asked him to take a picture.
Yeah, it didn't quite look like him though. Like, I mean, I've never met G-Man in person, but I could
short.
No, this guy was pretty tall.
No, G-Man is short. The real
Yeah,
G-Man.
exactly. This guy was like 6'2" or 3", maybe. He was pretty tall.
That's pretty tall for an individual. I mean, I'm 6'1", so.
Yeah.
But still, that's pretty tall for an average male.
I'm just saying it was quite an interesting 20 seconds for me.
At least I didn't hear him singing his theme song.
I just love that he was at Costco and his name tag said G-Man. Apparently they don't need to use their real names.
Maybe he was inspired to change his name to that of G-Man.
Maybe.
Maybe he lost a bet.
That's more likely.
Back in the day where you had to delete your channel.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you lose a bet. Yeah, I'll leave the internet if you win me in a debate.
How many people actually deleted channels due to that?
Fucking none, probably.
I don't know. I think they probably all made stock accounts and then just deleted those and then just remade them.
How do you get your PayPal link? I totally forgot.
No, they probably just said, no, that wasn't that wasn't what my argument was about. I said this, not that.
And then let the drama ensue.
And then they add on about 15 other qualifications to it for something.
Yeah,
well, it's either
that a loophole, right?
Darwin's deity.
Who cheated?
Well, they'll either do that heavy or they'll throw a Darwin's deity and change the definitions of the terms.
Oh, I've seen that happen. What was
I
that
still-
word? Don't move.
Or they could have just wound up being shamed off the internet
Yeah, that's true.
when they realized how much of an idiot they made themselves look by
The thing is,
attacking
like-
what they perceived to be an idiot who didn't give a shit about their existence.
Well, I mean, that's kind of the ironic part about G-Man. He doesn't realize, like, his claim to fame is not something really to be like, yeah, I'm the king of the internet.
Yeah, he's a lot more self-aggrandizing than he needs to be on all that, isn't he?
Does anybody here remember Federalist Films or Rith Randall?
No.
He used to make videos addressing Gary Amendum. No? I think Jade might remember the guy. He spent hours making a video addressing Gary Amendum on a cigarette tax issue because Gary was importing cigarettes from another state and didn't understand why he got an $800 tax bill.
Oh God, yeah.
Cigars?
What's that? No, he
Were
was
they
just importing like
cigars?
cartons and cartons.
That's not too bad. I was up in upstate New York the other about 2 weeks ago at a truck stop, and the local police had somebody pulled over.
Mm-hmm.
The reason why she was pulled over is because she was going over to the Indian reservation, purchasing cartons of cigarettes, and proceeding to attempt to sell them to other people.
Yeah, so
She
you can't
had-
do that.
Yeah,
No.
she had like 200 cartons in her car at a cost of $600, like $640 each for a fine.
Mm-hmm. But
That's the
anyways,
most
so
expensive one they've had either.
Amendum gets this video made by Federalist Films, and the guy spends like hours doing the research. I mean, like in-depth tax law on interstate import of tobacco. And Amendum is basically like he just doesn't care. He doesn't watch this shit. It upset Federalist Films, and I pointed out to them, well, who's the idiot here? Amendum? Some idiot sitting in a house that you make fun of? Or the guy with a master's degree in poli-sci who spends hours upon hours making videos addressing the village moron?
It is kind of an interesting situation. I mean, if you're spending that much time and people are just like, I don't give a shit.
Yeah.
Why are you still coming back for more?
Yeah. The thing is, this guy made video after video after video addressing Gary on multiple topics over multiple years. And it's like, yeah,
And at that
like,
point-
the
and at that
guy
point-
just doesn't give a shit if you exist.
Pretty much. I mean, at that point, it kind of sounds like an obsession, too.
Yeah.
You know, some people are obsessed with Darwin's deity for good reason.
I know.
Well, if
I'm
you
certainly
always
not.
get a response out of him, you know, you could say there's a game being played. But when the other guy doesn't even care if you exist, it's like, yeah, Gary would make response videos to him and wouldn't even watch the video. He'd just respond to like basically the title.
So Tommy Hall is like saying like, I'm taking over at the Doubting Peasants hang if anybody wants to chat and not worry about being blocked like people here. Tommy, you were unblocked within seriously like 10 seconds, so get over it. For fuck's sake, Tommy.
Yeah,
Jesus.
Tommy, why don't you come on in here? We'll like tell some dick jokes at your expense.
Yeah. And by the way, I'm wrapping this up, so if anybody wants to go watch the Downey Peasant things, which is, by the way, it's only about Pizzagate, which is complete crap. Tommy's not a Pizzagator, is he? He's not that fucking stupid, is he?
He might be, but
put it
it's
past
not
him.
because he's
Yeah.
stupid. It's because he's.
How is that still a
Cool.
thing?
I don't fucking know. Well, with what's her name, Preach, she's just nuts about it. She's just a batshit. And I used to like think she was okay, but Jesus Christ, she's batshit. Vincent Jones, greetings from New York City. Hope you're doing all right, Steve. $5. Thank you, Vincent. We are doing great. I'm sorry you weren't able to come on yesterday with Vadim, Creationist Cats, Worthless Human Slave. We would have liked to have Vincent, Drag, Fiona, G-Man, and everybody else. Reds and Hannah from New York drop in on that, but oh well. They said they were going to, but they never did. So too bad, because I mean that was a good hangout. In fact, I really enjoyed it, and I know Vadim did as well. So
I can't make
Really
a
nice
Google
guy.
wallet from Canada. Sorry.
oh,
I'm gonna have to make some kind of alternate identity, I guess.
You'll just have to go on a
These
trip
things
chart.
They
Well, I
they
just-
take a greater commission than PayPal now, don't they?
No, it wouldn't let me do PayPal. It never
No,
did.
I mean like Super Chat. I mean Super
Yeah,
Chat.
Super Chat takes out 30%. PayPal like
30.
5.
Oh,
30%.
Ouch.
Wow, that's a
It,
bit.
it didn't give me
steep
a PayPal option. It gives me no option except credit card.
Super Chat is way high. I don't know why it's so high. It's just absurd, but it keeps your anonymity, right? PayPal is different, so people do
I'll
like
figure
Super Chat.
something out. I think maybe. Because I really want to have a million something donation in there, you know, but I
Well, using Indian rupees, it's going to be $15,000.
well, no, it won't be Indian rupees because I can't. If that
I'm
doesn't work,
just saying, just for 1 million Indian rupees.
I'm just saying it's gonna have to be some other method.
Just put some Zim dollars in there. That'll work.
Pay Stephen Linden's.
And I think the minimum's $1 that I can give.
The problem with the thing I hate most actually about the Super Chat is it doesn't show up on AdSense till like a month later, from what I understand.
Yeah.
So that kind of sucks because you can't. How do you count? I mean, you could do it accounting on your YouTube, but it actually, as far as what's processed, it doesn't process anything till like a month fucking later.
Yeah.
Tony's like, I'm pledging $1 million Tony bucks just to your channel. Spend them wisely. That's like $20 in Monopoly money.
I can give you $1 trillion of my cat dollars.
Oh, the Simpsons fun money. I think
Cat
it's called
dollars.
Cat dollars. My cat dollars.
No, it's you know what? People have been very, very generous for this month, like extreme. So I mean, I'm fine right now. So I'm not pimping out for anything at all. I just like people listening. That's all I want right now. Because I mean, we do have a lot more fun over here, even people just listening, than we do on some of these other channels. I can't watch them anymore. I just can't. They're so bad.
I've just been so busy this month. Ever since the XL pipeline got approved, it's been work, work, work. I'm not saying it's a good thing. I'm just saying it's good for me.
Yeah, but you can listen to my hangouts while you're working. That's for most
Yeah,
people.
I do listen while I'm working, but I can't comment or do anything.
Yeah, we get a lot of good conversation over here, and that's like I'm saying. I don't want to listen to like Antonio's hangouts anymore. I can't do it. I certainly can't listen to Ronnie's. I refuse to listen to Ronnie's hangouts because they're so fucking dumb anymore. I let other people do it, and then I'm like, okay, Jade, what the hell did he say this time? And then Jade will tell me, oh, at time 5 minutes, you got to hear this, and I'll be like, so glad I didn't listen to that because
Ronnie's hangouts are what I would listen to if I really needed to go to bed and couldn't sleep. And I would put him on and then maybe listen and.
Oh, those are Neffy's hangouts.
No. I think the same thing is true with Ronnie's hangouts. Before anyone joins the hangout, that first 20-minute rambling,
God, you're right.
No,
Yeah.
Neff hangouts are that SMR thing where you want that quiet tone that some people listen to. You get a tickle in their ear or whatever.
Oh, ASMR.
Yeah, ASMR. Yeah, that's Neffy.
Of course, if I'm being totally honest, Star Trek also puts me to sleep. So.
What?
There's
I had my first interaction with Matt Bell today. That was actually very interesting. He's interesting. He's more interesting than Darwin's. I think his whole gig is with the whole transcendentalism.
Matt Bell is a contrarian. Matt Bell would say, I mean, he's not like so way out there he'll be like G-Man to see what he was going to say, but he will definitely change his viewpoint a little bit just to fuck with somebody, because that's what he does.
I'm not sure what Matt Bell actually believes because of it.
He changes quite frequently. He'll be a Christian one day, he'll be a deist the next day, he'll be a theist the next day.
He'll be a Christian that will go to hell.
Yeah.
A Christian that will go to hell, which I don't understand. Yeah.
Well, he's talking to you, right? So obviously sinful.
It wasn't even. No, I don't know what he thinks.
And it's being honest with your viewpoint, though, because if you're being honest, your viewpoint should be allowed to change based upon new evidence being introduced.
No. That's not what he's doing. He's not evaluating new evidence. He changes his position so he has something to be a contrarian with whatever your position is.
Yeah, he just wants to argue and pull your strings. That's all he does.
That's it. That's all he wants to do is argue and pull your strings. It doesn't matter what the hell the topic is. He will find a way to have an argument with you. That's what he does.
If you try to argue that bananas are either yellow or green, he will find a way to tell you they're blue.
He'll argue they're not even fucking bananas. They're fucking plantains.
Yes.
Huh.
Yeah.
That's weird.
Yeah.
I mean, Darwin, when you mention the word appears, he always goes back to the whole intelligence issue.
Flower, thank you very much. I did receive that. That was very sweet of you.
Hard to believe this has been like an 8-hour hangout.
Yeah. Now that's
Yeah,
what puts me to sleep is Darwin's deity.
Oh,
Yeah,
I
that's
could
pretty bad
because
too.
it's all the same thing, so you don't actually have to listen to a word he says. And he has this droning voice. Somebody gets him excited and he yells. It's just really easy to go to sleep to that.
I swear to God, the other day, I kept flipping over to this other hangout, and every time I did, with random times, all I heard was laws of logic, laws of logic. Uniform nature, laws of logic.
I have to go walk the dog now.
I mean,
Well,
it's
that's
just
like every
like
other sentence out of his mouth, isn't it?
yeah, exactly. I can't listen to Darwin's. He's the most worthless person on G+. Why anybody would interact with him, I do not know. I think you're fucking insane. No offense to Ocean.
I think it's
anybody
funny
else.
though when he gets really mad and like goes off on everyone.
Oh, it is fun to troll the hell out of him. It is fun.
Exactly. I mean, I enjoy that part. He doesn't say anything worth listening to. I'm just saying.
Yeah, that's
that
exactly
the
it.
drama is cool.
I mean, the only reason it's fun listening to him is when Matt Bell is in the room, and Matt Bell destroys his position within 5 minutes, and then he just goes apeshit.
Well, he's a contrarian against Darwin's deity. I mean, what can possibly go wrong on that one?
Well, the thing is that Matt Bell raises the point that Darwin's main point is he's begging the question, and Darwin loses his shit over it.
Did you ever see my video, Darwin's deity destroys a hangout in less than 7 minutes?
I haven't seen that one. I'll be sure to check it out, though. It sounds like him.
Earlier. Oh, this is I put it in the group chat. I'll post in the live chat again. This video is it's very simple, but it's some people's favorite video. It shows the masterful takedown of a hangout by Darwin's literally within 7 minutes. How crafty he is to destroy it systematically. It was brilliant. I mean, nobody
there was one of the one where he actually went and destroyed the kids' hangout.
This is better than that one.
I think we can do even better.
No, this was the best destroying of a hangout.
See that one where I want to see the one where he's been told to go eat some raw spaghetti.
That's on Darwin's Greatest Hits channel.
Yeah. What he did was he found a link to some kids' hangout, and they were trying to play. It was their first hangout, and they're playing Minecraft.
And there's absolutely nothing stalkerish about that at all.
Yeah,
Nothing
how he
creepy
got
there.
in, we don't know.
Nothing, and then he sniped them.
Yeah, then he snipes them out of their own hangout.
He's such a fucking prick.
Hey, you guys, he never asked them what they were wearing.
Oh, God.
Or
yeah, but
Sorry, he wasn't in the hangout long enough to do that.
No less creepy, okay? No
still.
less creepy.
yeah, it is creepy as hell.
It
and
is
then
creepy.
to snipe children? Really seriously wrong with that guy.
So fucking, but Jade, I gotta admit, it is fucking disturbing as all fuck. But God damn, it is funny.
Yeah, because those kids actually owned him.
They did.
Oh, they did.
Oh yeah, when the kid yells at him, "Go eat raw spaghetti,"
bitch,
falls apart on him.
it's like, well, he has a point. I mean, you should go eat raw spaghetti, probably. So,
Like of all the things the kid could have said, it's "Go eat raw spaghetti."
Well, that kid was probably about 8 or 9.
It doesn't matter, Jade.
I know, but that's so funny.
Of all the things
That kid's gonna be dead when he grows up.
I don't know how that's not a meme by this point. You know, it should have been all over Reddit.
You're absolutely right. It should be.
Do we have a picture of Darwin's deity?
Do we know what he looks like?
Yeah, somebody does.
Yes.
Find it. And then make a meme and put "eats raw spaghetti" on it.
If anybody has a picture of Darwin's, let me know. I heard he looks like the ass end of a Sharpei, but whatever. I'm kind of curious. Yeah, he's like 50-something and he's like saggy.
You know, but
Jesus Christ, Sarah. Fuck my life. Really?
Does anybody know where he lives?
No, but I got to tell you that I'm wearing a teddy and a beautiful tiara.
Well, I can tell you, I think he outed himself.
Is it a cave under a bridge somewhere?
Jane, I'm wearing a teddy, and you're
No,
worried
I
about
think it's a
him having
rock.
stuff.
He's under a rock somewhere.
Honestly, I'm trying not to think of that image. Sarah and a teddy, I wouldn't mind. You and a teddy, no. Sorry.
Fair enough. But I got a beautiful tiara.
That's
Sarah likes working with me.
good. He actually turned. You know how he says he goes to
She's
the
making a
people.
soundboard. What's that?
Goes to the people in the chat. He goes, "Well, people of," and then he mentions the city. And I'm pretty sure there's only one of these.
So it's not Springfield.
No.
Oh, don't even try to find somebody in Springfield.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't want to like guess where somebody lives. I don't.
I think, yeah, but he did that. He did that. Now it could be. I don't know. Why would he throw that particular name of a city out, especially since it's not exactly. It's not Springfield. It's not Chicago. It's not something like that. So I mean, I can't swear, but he did say that in the hangout, and I was like,
he does have a certain accent that is like well placed on the East Coast. Like he's very whiny and nasally, so
But that could be where he's from originally.
True, and he obviously doesn't go outside anymore, so his accent wouldn't change.
No.
So
and his accent though is like so monotonic though. It's just like, oh my god.
Hey, I got Sarah.
He got mad when he got mad at Joe. He the way he asked that question, answer my fucking question. Like it sounded like NYPD-ish, like maybe he spent some time in Harlem or something, or somewhere on the East Coast.
Hey, I want to make sure that Sarah, you're working, right? Because I mean, you are very generous, Sarah, and I don't want your wife to get all like mad at you and shit. So, are you like independently wealthy? Won the lottery? Prostitution? Because it's lucrative. It's lucrative.
Bank robbery.
Bank robbery.
Grand Theft Auto.
A rich wife.
Extortion.
You're making us all look bad, Sarah. Cut it out.
Rich wife always works.
Rich wife is the best, man. If she's got herself a sugar mama, I am like, props to you, girl. Fuck my life, yeah.
I'm finally working this month, so I mean, I would give you something. I just really want it to be epic, like $1 million, some kind of African weird dollar.
Takes up the whole chat thing at the top. Is that Sarah's real picture though? I mean, I'm curious about that. Is that really Sarah? Is that some pictures she found on the internet?
Of a jaw and lips?
My wife sells me out to rich investors. She's smart. There you go. I do not take issue with that.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Have we ever seen Sarah on camera? Do we know she's not like a 600-pound man in a
Sarah was supposed to come. Okay, hey, Sarah's supposed to come in here multiple times. She says she will, and then something happens. So I don't know. Sarah could have like a dick. I don't know. At this point, what she's donated, I don't really.
We don't care. We still love her. I don't know.
Sure. I've just been physically less attracted to her, but that's okay. Whatever.
I'm only asking.
There's a profitable market for chubby chasers as well, so
Yes.
Yeah, true. Oh, she has a video uploaded on her shadow. Oh.
I just know that when I play video games, guys give me things, and I'm like, why? And they're like, because we like you, and I'm like, but why? And my friends tell me, because you're a girl.
Yeah.
That's true. No,
doesn't everybody know this? When you play an MMO online, you play a female character and you get more free stuff.
But half the people are female characters. They're not females.
I'm a simple man. I see boobs I like.
You pay tribute to the almighty pussy.
Oh my god, that actually is Sarah. That is her real picture.
Nice.
Fucking adorable.
No, that is good.
Except for the fish lips. Don't do the fish lips. You're hot, but don't do the fish lips. She says, okay, wait. I want to hear this. I want to hear this. Oh, she's going to send booty pics.
I'd like to say right now that I agree with Thomas. Thomas is overrated.
I agree. What the hell's with hummus? Why is everyone into that?
It's
Who's
mashed up
overrated?
chickpeas, people. That's all it really is.
Hummus is overrated. Hummus is awesome. I love hummus.
I don't mind chickpeas, but hummus is full of garlic and crap. Like
Hummus is just there's different types of hummus. I mean
but why ruin perfectly good chickpeas with a bunch of garlic? And
I like pine nuts in it. To really be honest with you. So wait a minute. I just found out that Sarah has booty pics.
Not gonna lie, I am an ass man.
Yeah. Yeah.
A lot of guys are. It's not
Sarah's
surprising.
cute. Yeah, Sarah's cute. I bet she's got some nice booty pics.
And to be honest, it's not. Yeah.
I gotta be honest. I'm a little bit curious.
Also, didn't you say one time that you like to eat the ass?
I've eaten ass, sure. I like chicks' ass, man. I'm an ass man. I am at that.
A lot of guys are. What's the
I
point?
like a nice ass, and not like Isaiah's booty. I mean, that shit is like fucking Jesus Christ. I mean, when you got thighs the size of a Volkswagen, that's a little bit too much.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah, I'm not into. I'm not saying it's bad. More power to you. I just they look like turkeys. You know, so.
There needs to be something to hold on to and hold on to it tightly.
Yeah, but it can't be too much.
I feel like we're talking about different things here.
I don't know what you're talking about.
What are you talking about? I know what I'm talking
Hold
about.
on to.
What you talking about?
No.
We were talking about ass and thighs, basically.
I'm kind of more about the chest region and the abs. You know.
I mean,
I like
yeah, like
hair.
the chest is important, but like the ass is kind of where it's at.
Shoulders.
Oh, Isaiah's in the live feed. He's like, how large is the booty in question? Oh God, Isaiah, I'm telling you, those chicks. Yeah, I mean, they're like really skinny, like from the top down, and all of a sudden they just kind of like go out in this weird, like completely
They just
horizontal
thrive.
direction.
You guys, I just realized something really important. As a woman, I hardly ever get to see the back of a man, naked.
There's a reason for that.
I assume
men do
there's
not look
almost
good from
nothing
behind.
sexual I can do when I'm looking at the back of a man naked.
I agree. I'm in the same boat. I'm in
Yeah.
the same boat. Yeah.
Otherwise, all other options are available, but
Well, so a good reach around with a back rub is highly underrated. Just saying.
is it? So I shouldn't try that?
Give it a shot. Let us know how it works out for you.
It just seems awkward and hard to do.
I mean, at that point, just stand in front of him. What the fuck?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like, there's not much I can do from behind him.
There's also the option of having like a roof or a wall mirror. So, you know.
Well, I gotta tell you, this hangout's going to shit. So.
No, ceiling mirrors are creepy when you're sleeping.
Now she's getting fun.
Yeah, it's going off air soon anyway. So I'm gonna wrap this up, guys. We have Hey, I need raw spaghetti. If anybody has his actual picture, let us know. Maybe Garlic Girl has it.
Do we get any last words?
Yeah, get in the last words where you can. I mean, you still be a few minutes before it goes off.
Okay, I
air.
have one.
But
Okay, I have one last word. Breast.
breasts are good.
Hell,
That's your last word, breast.
Is it chicken or
No, turkey is better.
Female.
Sarah,
Oh.
Are you a boob? Are you a boob chick? Jade, do you like boobs? Is that your thing?
Yep.
Yeah, no.
But they don't have to be big. They just have to be there.
Yeah, no. I'm telling you, I get you. I like a nice, just a cup, just there,
Oh, big's fine. But
Big's
small is
good. Yeah,
fine.
I'm not gonna turn out big boobs. Yeah, no. I'm just saying that I don't really care whether they're like, double D or just a nice C cup, as long as
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's an appeal both ways. All ways, I should say.
Yeah.
Except if
aspect
somebody
of
is like freakishly large.
Oh yeah, see, I don't like that. I'm not really into big boobs
Yeah,
like that. That's I mean, the biggest I'll go, and only because she's kind of thin in proportionality, is that chick. Hey Isaiah, I need your help here. Who's it? God, Bunny or Rabbit or what the hell is her name?
Are you talking about what's her name's wife?
No, she's some adult chick, adult porn star.
Oh, I see.
She's
Well, I
she's
wouldn't
got
know.
really nice boobs, huge boobs, and she's kind of petite, so it's kind of weird. But I can't remember her name.
I'm so glad I don't
Okay,
have to
Steve,
live
that's
with a named
most
Bunny.
adult porn stars.
That's probably true. Yeah, I don't know.
I mean,
Isaiah's
honestly, there's a lot of
got them
porn
all
stars, so,
memorized.
you know.
Yeah, I mean, Isaiah's got their name, their age, their bra size, their
type.
Yeah, blood type.
Sounds like Isaiah likes his science a lot.
I mean, he majored in porn. I mean, that's just.
No, he just goes to Boobapedia.
Is there a Boobapedia?
Yes.
It would not surprise me.
There is Boobapedia.
If not, there is now. I cannot think of this chick's name. She's really pretty, actually. But,
If there wasn't one before,
anyway, so
it's
get some
now
last
filled
words
with
in.
CCP member pictures.
Okay.
I would say that I saw Mad Max last night, The Fury Road, and I really liked it. Did anyone else see it?
Yeah, I like it.
I've seen it, and I have no idea what the hell happened.
It was amazing. It was
Well,
art.
it's simple.
It was
It's all
so
shiny
good.
and chrome, and they go to Valhalla.
I wasn't
So
impressed.
good.
Go watch the Final Girls. That's my movie recommendation.
Final Girls. Okay, I'll do
Final
that.
Girls.
Can I
It's
ask?
really fucking good.
I just wanted to ask for the sake of Isaiah, because this is not something I'm interested in. But if there's a boobapedia, is there a buttopedia?
Hey,
Not
rule
theirs
34.
Probably.
Yep.
But here's one for Jade and Shar. Jade and Shar, I don't know if you noticed this when you watched it, but for all the feminist diatribe crap that came out of Fury Road, I know that the lady who wrote that really only just watched the trailer and said nice things about it. They talked about all the main characters and how they were strong female characters and these other ladies on the motorcycles and all this patriarchy stuff, but nobody noticed the human dairy.
The human what?
Dairy.
In Morton Joe's basery, he's up there with the big things that open up the water gates.
Yeah.
There's a bunch of very large women behind him with breast pumps. That's where they get the mother's milk from.
Yeah.
Nobody noticed that, never talked about it.
Oh, I see. So they're saying that like
They
it's-
talked all about the character, these women in the truck and these women on the motorcycles and all this stuff, and nobody noticed that.
Well,
I
yeah, they
noticed
get that's what they're getting away from.
Yeah, exactly. That
Yeah.
was the whole point of the movie.
I'm just saying is that nobody ever mentioned it.
Oh well, you know,
I didn't. Yeah.
maybe they didn't think it was that important. But you're right. I would think that somebody would have mentioned that. This is part of the oppression kind of thing.
Yeah.
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 I didn't read any reviews
Sarah's
about
like, is Dee Dee in the hangout? No, that's not Dee Dee. Dee Dee will never come into this room because he knows he will get annihilated.
But
Well,
it
he knows
would
what
be funny.
It'd be fucking hilarious. Are you kidding?
Uniformity of nature. Hilarious. And so far, Mr. Intelligent Design takes the cake, pretty much.
For what?
For most hilarious member of the community.
What happened to him?
He was in the live feed earlier. He's in Japan, so it's a whole different time zone. So
He's a nice guy, but
he's a nice guy. I like Edgar. That's why I keep him around.
he's so out there.
He's just.
But that's okay. I'm a Californian. I've seen it all, just about.
I mean, I feel like I've seen it all, but the stupidity has reached beyond critical mass.
Yeah,
Have you spent a long evening discussing pyramid power and the magic of crystals with someone?
Yes. Yeah,
In
I've
person?
actually known people that thought that you take a razor blade and you stick it under a tetrahedral thing like a pyramid, it'll actually stay sharp. And I'm like, you've reached the limit of my ability to carry on an effective conversation with you at that point because you're just irrational.
I spent an evening after coming back from a tiring days of work to the first hangout with Edgar.
Oh,
That pretty much explains it.
But like part of me thinks, is Edgar any more stupid or more uneducated than people that just simply think evolution's a lie? Like, do you know what I mean? Like, I think like to say the threshold might be pushing it. Like, I think it's
He's
more,
nice about it, at least though, Shar. He's
yeah,
nice.
I know exactly. Like, I'm just saying, like, I think there's just bias, right? Like, if you're unwilling to learn something, It doesn't matter what that something is. It's just a brick wall. You're done.
Yeah,
right?
no, I agree with you.
Yeah. So I like Edgar too. He's a nice guy.
I'm gonna be offline tomorrow, but Monday, I think I've got another person for my series for recovering from irrationalism on Monday, I believe, and I got Brian Sapient, I believe, on Tuesday. I think I booked him, but I got to call him tomorrow. He's from the Rational Response Squad. Do you guys remember him?
Yeah.
So that's gonna be fun. I don't know what we're gonna talk about. I have to call him and kind of go over a few things, but he hasn't been around the community for a very long time, so it's kind of cool that somebody from the old school is coming back to talk about, how things have been, changed.
What I would love to know, what happened to the Rational Response Squad? Did they die because they wanted to, or because they had nobody?
Well, Kelly became a porn star.
Well, yeah, I know.
Yeah, and then I think he just kind of like had other things that he just. I don't know. They literally died out. I'm going to find out more tomorrow when I call him and kind of get some more detail from him.
I'm just saying, like, too. Would they have done more debates or whatever you would call them if they'd given the option, or was it that no one wanted to do it?
I don't know. Good questions, actually.
Yeah, that's what I'd like to know. Because I thought they were really good, but then nothing happened after that. It was just like, okay, that's the end of that.
Somebody recommended a movie to be Teeth. Black comedy. Oh, I have heard of this. Yeah, but I'll check it out. I haven't watched it, but is it? Yeah. All right, my voice is shot. So, anyway, like I said, I'm taking tomorrow off. Won't be broadcasting. But I'm sure that the.
I just be wondering one thing though. When are you going to be getting that plasma physicist up to debunk C. Brown?
He's scheduled on Tuesday morning at 8 a.m.
Okay, that's
my time.
Yeah, your time, unfortunately.
Yeah, he thinks C. Brown is a fucking idiot. I mean, he's just like.
I think that's a pretty well held consensus view around here.
Yeah, he told me, Steve, and I haven't talked to him and I think he has a really strong Spanish accent, but he actually said nothing with these younger listeners even surprised me anymore. He's like, nothing surprises me. They say the dumbest fucking things. This guy is a freaking plasma physicist, right? Astrophysicist. I mean, he taught at fucking Harvard. And, when I showed him what C. Brown said, he's like, there's just no words. He's just like, holy shit. So, and then C. Brown thinks that everybody else is wrong, right? It's like, oh, yeah, I showed you that Z Prince could do this. And it's like, no, you don't even know what the hell you're reading here. So.
And isn't that kind of what G-Man did with Han Solo and a few other of his clownies?
It's worse because they're at least talking about scripture. Steve Brown's trying to promote the most idiotic, stupid thing about fusion. He doesn't know the difference between fission and fusion, I think. He doesn't understand what a binding yield curve is. He sure the fuck cannot show any paper that says that lightning can produce heavier elements like uranium. Sure, maybe lightning can be high enough to make deuterium, maybe. Sure, whatever. But
yeah, that's kind of stupid.
It's just ridiculous. And then he tells me that iron
up too,
Yeah, then he even said he's like, well, iron doesn't undergo fusion. The fuck it don't. The problem is it takes more energy to fuse it than you get out of it, but it still can do fusion. He doesn't understand these concepts.
Well, and they're still working on new methods to try and help make nuclear fusion more efficient or cause it to
but
quicker.
we've had it for decades. I mean, we've had tokamak reactors. We've had Nova. MIT just shut down their plant, but that ran for like 13 years. There's a plant starting this year. The first prototype for a commercial plant goes online toward the end of this year, and the actual plant itself, not the prototype, goes online in 2025. So we've come a long way in fusion.
Yeah, it really is an interesting energy source, and surely it would be beneficial if we could really tap into it, get cold nuclear fusion down, Hatch.
Nah, I don't believe in cold fusion. I don't see how it's scientifically possible. It's just an exothermic reaction, but you have to be able to have high temperatures to overcome the Coulomb barrier, right? So it's like, how are you going to have these things fuse at low temperatures? It just seems to be something to be impossible. So
I mean, if you can use particles to accelerate it, though, that can cause the activation energy to be lowered. That might help.
it's not a chemical reaction. There's no that's the problem. It's not a chemical reaction. There is no activation of it. It's not a catalyst, right? That you have to like change the reaction rates. This is a fact that you have two sources of. Yeah, they have to get close to each other and then repulse each other. You have to overcome that. There's no magical way to do that. You can't add a catalyst to change the activation like you would in a chemical reaction, right? So.
Yeah. Okay. I wasn't aware of that. Yeah. That kind of is an issue then.
Right. You're right. Urology. I always defer to urology for all this shit. I don't know why. He just knows the shit.
Yeah, I don't know why you would defer to me on this shit.
I don't know. You're pretty smart.
Catalysts are just simple.
In a chamber is like 100 million degrees for fusion on Earth, isn't it?
Roughly 100 million. Because
they're
the catalysts are only useful for chemical reactions. It just simply provides a bigger surface area, and it lowers the activation energy between chemical bonds. But it has nothing to do with nuclear reactions and nuclear fusion.
I'm working on a video now. I started it. Hopefully I can finish because I have to use a new editor software. But it has to do with Orphan Red's video, and she's used that old goddamn chestnut. Oh well, the troposphere is 5,000 degrees Celsius. Why don't satellites melt?
Wait, what? What?
Wait a second. Did you say light melts?
Wait, hang on a second. The amount of stupid in that. The troposphere has 5,000 degrees.
Well, they do. The mesosphere is the troposphere gets about 5,000 degrees.
What?
That's true.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's true. I think
it's true. They just don't understand how heat transfer works.
What they fail to understand is that these are kinetic energies of particles that have low density. It's a vacuum up there. So you're taking an average kinetic energy, but it's because the particle density is so small, these particles don't even stay in contact long enough with anything to have any heat transfer. So yeah, there's some particles that have very high kinetic energy that are thousands of degrees, but being at vacuum, it doesn't going to do anything. It's cold as shit.
I don't think that's even the problem. The troposphere is the lowest part of the atmosphere. Are you talking about the mesosphere or the troposphere? Troposphere is like the one that we're in right now.
No, not troposphere. The thermosphere. God damn, what did I say? Troposphere? The thermosphere.
Okay, yeah, troposphere. We're living in the troposphere.
Yeah, the troposphere is low. The thermosphere, you have the mesosphere, then you have the.
Damn worried if it was 5,000 degrees.
Yeah, no. It might be alarming. Yeah, it's not. Yeah, the thermosphere gets up to a few thousand degrees Celsius. Yeah. Yeah, it's almost 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit on the thermosphere. So, but again, that doesn't really mean shit, right? Because the density is so low. You're not going through like fire. It's not. You wouldn't even notice because it's still at vacuum. It's so cold.
But I mean, even that though, like 2,000 degrees C is still kind of like an inconceivable temperature.
But that's only a few particles going at that, right? I mean, again, that's your average kinetic energy. That's what temperature is.
Yeah, true.
So I have all the formulas for this video to show people. Look at this is an average kinetic energy of these particles, but you could sit there in that part of the space. And you would freeze to death.
Slowly. You'd choke before you freeze to death.
Oh, yeah. Well, okay. Yeah, actually, you'd probably lose all your bodily fluids.
You actually kind of would, like, explode, first of all, because there's very low atmospheric pressure there.
You would inflate.
You'll bloat. Yeah, you'll bloat.
Yeah. You bloat, and what happens is your eyes and skin, all that stuff would lose moisture. It would be a very nasty way to go.
It's not pleasant, but you can actually, relatively speaking, right? You can actually survive a decent amount of time in space without protection. Relatively speaking,
that's scary though. I mean, do you want to live 30 seconds a minute in space in those conditions? That would suck.
No.
I'd be like taking me out
pain throughout the entire time.
Yeah, it'd be miserable.
Excruciating.
Freezing cold at vacuum. Yeah, not fun. But the point being is the satellites that go through that thermosphere, they're not going to melt, and that's what she gets this misunderstanding from because she's a flat earther and she's an idiot, right?
Hey, Steve. Quick question though: what would you rather do, burn to death or get thrown into space?
Space.
I'm not sure.
I don't know. I mean, the burning to death. At least your nerves gets once after like few 10 seconds or whatever. You have no nerves left, so you don't feel anything after that point.
What did I walk into?
We walked into a very strange area.
Of an 8-hour hangout.
We run the gamut of just weird shit today. But I am wearing a teddy and a tiara, and I look very pretty today. Just saying.
Going around a gigantic clit.
Yeah, and I have a gigantic clit. So with that, I'm going to leave you guys, and good night.